early odds when we were talking about chess a lot with Grishuk, and he was telling me that like whenever somebody played a6 against him, just played the knight off against him, he felt okay, this game I won, let's start preparing for the next one. And we've progressed from that point to a 6a3 as a reply. In the first 2 rounds of the first strong tournament of the year, we have 6a3 played by the 2 perhaps biggest figures of 2016. Yeah, very curious.
All he has to do is to play the move rook to d2, continue with the same plan of going knight d3 and rook f2 check. So natural. And even after rook g1, which is Wesley's idea, you can just take that off and play knight d3 again. And all you need to do is land a queen over to the g file and it's mate.
We felt that the most interesting game and the most action-packed game was actually a game that ended in a draw. And I'll be taking a look at the game where he played with white pieces against Anish Giri. So let's go there.
Hello everybody, welcome to a new day with us covering the Tata Steel Master. It's a new day and a new face, and you were completely right. I should give you a bit of space.
Yeah, right.
This is not a solo gig anymore. No, I'm kidding. We lost the great Peter Svidler, but I'm more than happy to welcome the great international master Lawrence Trent, the former new voice of chess, in the studio. How's it going, Lawrence?
Thanks for the intro, Gusty. Yeah, that was lovely. It's going pretty well. Looking forward to what potentially is going to be a very interesting day of chess. And if it's not an interesting day of chess, you've got the hottest comedy duo on the planet right here, and that's kind of rolled into their premium subscription, right? They get like a whole repertoire as well of jokes and bad gags for like the next 5-6 hours. So
no, I feel our rapport is as good as Melania and Donald Trump's.
I think it's as good as Ricard's.
I was gonna go there next, but you're just too fast. Speaking of rapport, the main game of the day,
sure,
arguably. No, it's not really arguable because, frankly, people only care about Magnus Carlsen's games. The main game of the day is Magnus Carlsen facing the young firebrand Richard Rapport with the black pieces. What do you think? Who you got?
Every time you ask me this question about Magnus, and I bet against Magnus, he wins. So, if I bet for Magnus, does that mean he's going to lose?
Do you want him to lose?
Yeah.
Are you looking for ways to reverse jinx him?
Yeah, why not? It'll make the tournament interesting if he lost. I love Magnus, but, I also like Ricard, because he's just a bit... He's freaky.
Different.
He's a bit freaky, and who knows? Nobody can even guess what he's going to play today. And I believe it's their first meeting.
Is it? We do have these expertly drawn cartoons
sure.
that will give us the statistics.
I'm pretty sure about it.
Have a look. You're right, you've done your homework. First game ever, Rapport Carlsen. So you're predicting a Magnus Carlsen victory because you want him to lose, and that's the way to reverse.
I don't
jinx
even
him?
want him to lose. I love Magnus, so I think for the tournament situation, a bit of drama would be nice because
you're aware he's not actually leading.
I am aware of that, but there's just so many games left, and I think he's still favourite, even if he is half a point behind. Of course, he's still favourite to win the tournament, right? Or is he not favourite to win the tournament?
So your math is you want him to lose today to make the tournament more interesting, because you're assuming that Wesley So, who's currently half a point ahead of him, is also going to lose, because then Magnus would be half a point behind.
No, I think Wesley's playing black today, right, against Karyakin, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I think that's going to be a draw. So I think it will be a nice finish if Magnus is a point behind with 5 to go.
I see.
That kind of adds an interesting dynamic. Because I think if Magnus wins today and Wesley draws, then it's very difficult to catch Magnus when he's out in front,
Well, technically they'd still be tied for first if Magnus won today.
I understand, but with 5 to go, you've got to expect. That said, Wesley, 50 games unbeaten. Big score. Big
Very
record.
true. What's his secret?
Well, prayer and belief and faith.
But there must also be some chess work involved in that.
Probably
right?
did looked at some chess at some point. I think there's no doubt that he is the hardest working of all the top players.
You think so?
Yeah, without a doubt.
Who else could it be? We know it's not.
No, there is nobody. Anish, maybe.
Anish is a pretty diligent worker.
Yeah. It's either Wesley or Anish, I think, in terms of real hard.
Kramnik?
Nah.
Kramnik is pretty hard work.
Yeah, but nah, not with kids.
No?
Nah. I think Wesley...
Anish has kids. Kid.
Kid, yeah, he does. And we got moves!
Yeah, we expertly predicted all the games. We also do have Aronian Giri today. That's another big one. Then
wow.
We have Eliana Wojciech.
Giri has never beaten Aronian.
No, he's a bit of a dark horse. Bête noir. But most of these games are from like 5-6 years ago when Aronian was still outrating Giri.
So they drew a lot of games recently, right?
Yeah, but still, Levon's been a tough opponent for Giri.
But he had a bad loss against Sergey, didn't he? Last round.
Yesterday there was.
That was a disaster, right?
Very much so. Let's jump straight into the action. We don't have moves in the Rapport game yet. Maybe Richard is contemplating b3, b4, g4, e4, so many options. But in Aronian Giri, we have your favorite opening, I believe, the Catalan. What can you tell us about it?
It is my favorite opening, actually. I done a lot of work on it.
Okay.
That's a lie. I haven't done a lot of work. I did play it with the black side against Victor Erdos in the Bundesliga, and I held a solid draw. What can I say about it? Well, I say that we move on to another game. Although Levon has just played... What the...
All right, let's In this
Let's
position,
look,
DC4 is nowadays not considered to be such a great move, so the
Why?
world's best players normally choose between bishop b4 check
What's wrong
or
with
bishop
DC4?
e7. I'll teach you later, but not for
Wasn't
free.
it in your series recommended?
No, I gave bishop e7.
Oh, bishop e7.
So bishop b4, the point is to lure this bishop
Right.
to d2, where it's slightly misplaced for later after b3, bishop b2. And black indicates that he's willing to play a closed position with c6, b6. You don't go dc4 anymore here. And even though you normally don't go dc4, Levon's played a move I've never seen before. In this position, queen c2 or bishop f4 are the main moves. Queen b3 is played. But Levon's played knight to a3, which is extremely offbeat. The first question, of course, is why can't I take and then take?
You can. So what's the idea here? Queen c2?
Possible. Knight e5 is also a candidate. I wasn't sure if we can take here then. Bishop b4 could be a move. A lot of options. c2, b5 with them. Pawn up.
But maybe now you go a4. And you use the double a pawns to go a4 twice.
Yeah, you're hoping to get in your favorite trick. Oh no, it doesn't work here.
Nearly does.
Ah, so close. Anyway, knight a3, very offbeat. Speaking of very offbeat, Rapport only hung in with a standard play for one move.
This is completely fine though, huh?
Of course. It's
The Larsen against the Norwegian.
He's learned his lesson. Earlier in the tournament, he played b3 against Kayakin, and after e5, he was word of the opening. So he figured, I really want to go b3, but I don't want to allow this e5 move. So he prevents it, knight f3, and after d5, he says, haha, tricked you, now b3 will crush you. The drawback, of course, is you can no longer play f4, which b3 players, they like their e3, f4, bishop b2 setups.
Right. So here, what's Magnus? I think he's going to play like... Is he going to play knight f6? Is he going to play bishop g4?
I normally play bishop g4 in this position. I've faced this a bit.
Reverse Trompovsky?
Yeah, it's a bit of a reverse trump where b3 is not really the most critical. Normally I play e3 and then you have a choice between
e5.
e5.
There? Ah, you can't.
You can go knight e5, but
you've got a worse version of trumps here,
Yeah,
right? Because you can't play c4 and queen a5 or queen b3.
for example.
Yeah, okay, so he'll probably go bishop g4, I imagine.
There's other moves, obviously. c5 is fine, knight
tons.
f6 is fine, bishop f5 is fine.
Tons
Plenty
of moves.
choice here. What other games do we have? We have your boy, Wei Yi. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, it's pretty fair that he is my boy, yeah. In as much as he's not my boy in any way. He's the least of my boys in the whole tournament, but that's fine.
We have
What
your
is he-
boy, Wei Yi, against Hare Krishna.
He loves Russian defense, aka...
Petrov, we call it.
It's also called the Russian defense.
In German, we call it Russisch, but I thought in English it was
You
Petrov.
can call it both.
Okay,
It is Petrov
I'll call
more
it Petrov.
commonly. He loves a Petrov.
Yeah, because if you're 17 and one of the best calculators in the world, but you struggle with strategic play, what's the obvious opening to play?
Play the Petrov.
Knight or Dragon? No, you play the Petrov.
Why doesn't he play the Knight-Off, actually? It's a bit
I don't
weird.
understand it.
He would be so well suited to a Knight-Off.
But then again, there's a bit of maybe a little training book circle kind of thing they have with the Chinese top players. A lot of those guys play the Petrov. Other guys that come to mind are Wang Yue, big Petrov specialist. Who else does? I've seen many Petrov games recently from the Chinese guys.
There's a lot of
Not sure.
a lot of people play.
One name is escaping me. Anyway, it's a trendy opening among Chinese top players, and it's very possible that Wei Yi got some advice from his colleagues here. And it's in good shape theoretically. Like for a while, everybody was doing this knight f3, knight e4, knight c3. But nowadays, first of all, knight f6 is not such a bad move, but also these positions. People have been defending more or less comfortably, it looked like. So white has to come up with new ideas. And Hare Krishna plays 3 d4.
One of my favorite moves.
After knight e4, I'm not a specialist here. Bishop d3 is the main move, right?
There's not much going on. But d5 is actually very interesting. And I've got a great story about this. d5. Now, believe it or not, the move bishop c5 here looks like it loses.
No, it doesn't lose. It's short against mates, amongst many other things.
Is it short mates?
Queen d5.
Yeah. Queen.
Bishop f2, king e2, f5.
Yeah. And actually, I had this not so long ago in a rapid match. And I believe, am I right in thinking that Queen D5 is actually a mistake here? That
Bishop C4
Bishop
is the most
C4 is the
critical
move, yeah.
Yes.
And it's still a pretty unexplored territory. I think a lot of work can still be done there, no? Or have you done all the work for Jan?
Speak for yourself.
Have you worked it all out? You can't.
Yeah.
Is it bad for black then?
It's horrible.
Yeah, okay. Never
So
mind.
D5 is the main move in this
Okay.
position. And after
That
knight
solves that.
BD2,
Yeah.
once again, crossroads. But I believe this is the main line, knight C5. So if you take white develops kind of quickly.
I think
Takes
you
bishop
can
D3.
take with the queen.
They
here,
also
right?
do that, yeah. And queen to F4
Queen to
or
F4.
some weirdness.
Yeah, so knight c5. And now they normally go knight b3. I've had this position as well. Knight b3, knight e6, and now knight bd4, I believe.
Is this famous Gashimov against Gelfand game?
I thought it was a Maxime game, actually, but I could be wrong, where he just put the knight on f5. Somebody can let us know in the chat the famous games in this line. Never felt like...
They never tell us anything useful in the chat.
Yeah, that's true. I don't think it's much for white. Bishop e2 can't be a bad move. Can it just get a castle and play some chess? But black must be absolutely fine here, in my opinion.
Yeah, I like understanding of this structure to say anything too sensible. I guess black wants bishop e7 castles, then have a look around, probably knight c6, put this bishop somewhere. White does have a bit of extra space with the pawn. But
Yeah.
can be good or bad.
It's a bit dull so far, so we'll leave that. Can we scroll down and see some other... it's going to be one of those days, isn't it?
One of those knight f3, c4,
Yeah,
b3 days.
It's going to be one of those days. What's going on here? So Sergei has perhaps slightly surprised Wesley because he's played one knight f3.
He does that a bit though.
Sometimes, but not often. d5, e3 first, knight f6, c4, e6 and b3. So a kind of Kramnik-esque kind of approach. Kramnik has done this loads as well, right? Where he just develops his pieces rather, just doesn't try and crush his opponent too quickly and just gets a game.
Yeah, Kayakin does this against strong theoreticians. I've seen
Right.
him do something, I'm not sure if this move order, but it might have been this move order against Vishy Anand in the candidates, the
Right.
game he won, where he went for this setup, then actually delayed short castles,
remember
went some
that.
early h4.
That's right, yeah.
And it's a line they sometimes play. Magnus Carlsen played this as well in the World Rapid, I think against Ganguly in the first round actually. So it's a setup some top players play in order to get sort of a position. And as always, if these things get played at the top level, the other guys start looking at them and then they disappear. Because obviously it's not winning. Black has a choice here. It's interesting because I was taught in my Pioneer's Palace to go for this and then play c5, b6 later. But the problem is this bishop on e7 is not always ideal. You often want it on d6. And I believe that could be a reason why Wesley
Correct.
starts with b6, bishop b7, keeping this option in reserve.
I'm getting a chat saying that I'm too quiet. Ben Feingold, Mr. Finesilver, how are you, sir? In the chat, my boy.
And he's saying Lawrence Quiet is a godsend.
Yeah, so he
You
just
can put the mic
yeah.
closer, but I'm not sure.
If I'm not
That's
being,
what you want.
if I'm not being heard, that's good news, guys. For you, you've had a good 10 minutes of freedom, and now you're gonna get to hear me on full volume, Full Metal Jacket. Great film. Good. You a fan of Full Metal Jacket? Have we spoken about this?
I enjoyed the first half. The
Right.
second half didn't do it
That's
for me.
exactly it. It's the first half that's really great about that film.
Did you relate to... I've seen it in German. I don't know the names. Private Paula? That's his name in
Private Pile in
German. Private Pile?
in English, yeah. Do I relate to Private Pile? No,
curious.
because I'm not overweight and I've got the same kind of issues. I've got issues, but not the same kind of issues. As
You're
Private.
more of a private joker.
I was more of a Private Joker kind of guy. Yeah, definitely.
So you've done more bullying
Or
than being
Sergeant
bullied.
Gunnery Hartman.
That's what we all aspire to be.
It really is. Lukey boy. Now, is Luke going to make any more points this tournament?
I think so. I've been defending Luke throughout this broadcast because people are saying he's old, washed up, he's 1 out of 7. Why have Dutch players in the tournament in the first place? And if Dutch players, why not Jordan van Foreest? I always enjoy having Luke in the tournament. Also, looking at the rating, he's 2,695. He's the Dutch number 2. He should be in there, but he's having a horrible tournament.
What is he? He's on 1, right?
He's on 1 out of 7. And one thing about his style is it's not suited to stop any kind of bleeding. He's going to continue playing the Najdorf. And if things don't go well, they really don't go well.
Yeah.
Anyway, this is Grunfeld, Jan Nepomniachtchi, who's also having a bad tournament. Plays this pretty much exclusively. Rook c1, bishop e6. Normally they go for c5 here.
Right.
This is what I believe Wojtaszek played against Nepomniachtchi earlier in the tournament. Right. Because it's been established. I hope I'm not mixing stuff up. Now, with Svidler gone, I'm all nervous in my Grunfelds. But I believe it's been established that this is fine for black. You sacrifice a pawn, but you have so much activity that white is never better here. So instead, c5 has been the main move. But once again, if memory serves me well, and let's face it, my memory tends to serve me pretty well. Luke has played this against Magnus Carlsen in last year's Vike.
Yes.
Magnus might have taken with a bishop here. But I do recall something very, very similar to this. Luke lost that game, but he had a good position.
Yeah, I also remember that. So what's going on here? Basically, c7 is on prise, but if you take that, then he's going to go knight c6 and develop huge amounts of play. Or he can just snap on a2. Yeah. That's kind of an important pawn. So
what do you do?
I don't know.
Can you play a3? Yeah. Is it lost? Has Luke been surprised by the novelty? Queen takes d5? He's going to resign now?
Certainly not lost, but kind of. You've got to really know what you're doing here with right?
I don't know what you're doing here, so yeah. It's a bit surprising.
Christina de la Fosse passed away. That can't be true.
Is that true? I haven't heard anything about this. That'd be terrible.
That's really sad. Okay. Let's oh, that's apparently true. Hopefully that's not the mother, yeah? Because that would be really, really tragic. I can't remember. In any case, we'll not dwell on that, shall we? Let's look
our condolences.
Yeah, condolences there. That's
that
terrible.
would be terrible news.
Wow.
So, 49 years old apparently. That's
awful.
That's not an age to pass away.
Yeah. Condolences there to friends and family of the Foyce family. That's terrible.
Van Wely in
he played
the meantime has played b3, which was met by knight a6, blitzed out by Jan Nepomniachtchi. When bishop a6, can you meet this with queen g2?
Almost certainly.
You don't have to, but you could, right?
Well, why not?
I don't know. Looks like queen f3 would be the way to go. Takes, ba6. In such endgames, normally the bishop pair is strong enough to compensate for these pawns. Yeah. Can even go a5, a4.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to happen. I don't think Luke's going to take on a6. Just go knight f3 like a normal human being.
Yeah.
Knight f3 and go bishop c4.
Can you jump? Rook c5 maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, terrible. What do you want to do here?
In this position?
Yeah.
I don't have the slightest clue. Our engine button is broken, so we don't even have an engine. This is gonna be tough. I'll fix it.
We'll fix it in the break.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to another game. Let's go to Elyanov versus Wojtaszek.
Pavel's had a good event so far, and I wasn't aware he seems to have become a bit of a e4 player. And to my mind, he's always a Catalan player, like playing very positionally sound 1d4 setups. But he's been broadening his horizons, and he feels Wojtaszek. I don't think he really studied the Najdorf in all these years with Vichy. Let's test him there. Wojtaszek not having a great event, lost a very strange game yesterday.
Yeah, yes,
very back and forth against Adiban.
Yeah.
Had a winning position around move 45 and then went on to lose it.
Yeah, really weird.
So that was very strange. And in this game he returned to his customary Najdorf. He played e4, e5 against Hare Krishna. Got a good position. Pavel, he's old school. Even though he's now an e4 player, he plays bishop e2. That's what they used to do in the 80s and 90s. When e6, nowadays people don't go for these Scheveningen setups that much anymore. Much more e5s being played. Knight goes back to b3, bishop e7, bishop e3, bishop e6. This is all an old line, and I lack expertise to tell you stuff about the move order. In my days, normally people didn't start with bishop e3, but started with castles. And here, either bishop e3 or king h1. There's all kinds of goofy moves. a4, I'm sure, exists as well. But after bishop e3, bishop e6, black might be ready to go d5. Yeah? So you jump knight d5 immediately. I've seen this actually. Knight d5, knight bd7, and queen d3. People have done this.
Right.
Well, that goes for the very classical bishop d5, ed castles. And we have a very Najdorfy structure.
Yes.
Do you have experiences with the structure?
Yes, I do. I do have experiences with it. Yes. Yeah, commentating on it. I used the structure to build my new house extension. That was quite nice, but apart from that,
Was it a structure joke?
yeah, it's really difficult to make structure jokes. If you can make a successful,
Especially good ones.
yeah, try and make a structure joke this commentary, and I'll be very impressed. A good one.
I'll start thinking right now.
All right. He played a4. No, I mean my limited experience with these structures is that I never know how to play with white. With black, it's quite simple. You go g6 at some point, rook c8, rook e8, bishop f8.
Enough. One big idea that I never fully understood I believe it was Daniel King's book, the first and only book I ever read on the Najdorf in like the 90s. It was explained that knight c5 is often a good idea in these positions. Then you go bishop d6, put the knight somewhere, go f5, e4 and checkmate. But somehow they don't do this so much anymore in these structures, so there must be some drawbacks to it. But yeah, one very typical setup for white is normally to play with c4 here, when black goes a5.
Right, this is what Fabi used to
Sometimes
do.
a6 or b6, knight c5. They try to build some sort of wall on the queen side.
White often goes
But
f4.
Pavel plays e4, which I think is more rare.
Agreed.
We do have a kayaking fan in the chat, X-Penguin. Not X-Hamster, but X-Penguin says, kayaking, please win your game, XD. Let's see if he does.
Right.
Where is kayaking? Here.
Yeah, we looked at this already. This is kind of...
Yeah, Wesley played a6, once again hinting that he wants to put his bishop on d6, doesn't want to care about knight b5 or bishop b5 check ever. Plays a6, and Kayakin says, alright, you want to goof around with your queenside pawns? I will use the time to determine the structure. Here you have a choice. ED, it's always slightly double-edged after you played b6, because in my not very modest or humble opinion, these positions are a bit easier to play with white. Black can either go c5, risking these hanging pawns, or he's going to have some weaknesses on the queen side. Of course, some people play these positions, play bishop d6, knight b7, but at least white has something to opt for. So often you want to play knight takes d5 here, but then maybe a6 is a little slow. I'm not sure what Kayakin would be up to. Queen c2, let's say, and you feel like with this diagonal open, not so clear if you can get away with knight takes d5. We can't develop this bishop. And therefore Wesley did play ED, which, yeah, given the circumstances is correct, but at least it gives white something to hope for in the future, structurally.
Marvelous.
Pramod NVS asks, can we expect Jan to broaden the horizon to play dot e4, probably means 1 e4 in Bangkok. A bit of context here. We had our Be Nice to Pramod day 2 days ago, where I answered every one of Pramod's questions honestly, but I've told him very clearly that there was a one-day exception, and that he can get mentally prepare for the relentless bullying that normally happens whenever
Right.
he asks a question that I don't approve of. Because I don't think are no dumb questions, but only dumb answers. I believe there's plenty dumb questions.
Okay.
This is not one of them, though, Pramod. And I promise that if you play in the Thailand Open and we play first round, I shall play 1e4. But in general, the problem for aging d4 players like me is we don't have a feel for the open Sicilians.
Right.
And it's very hard to like generate that at a later point in your chess career. But I've played with the thought, like I know stuff about the Spanish, about the Caro-Can, all these openings wouldn't bother me, but the Sicilians, you either have to cop out and play like bishop b5 check or c3 or some nonsense, or enter this maze that are open Sicilians. I don't want to go there. Kayakin has played d4, which, yeah, as I just explained, now you have a structure where you know what to do. You could go for all these moves. Probably rook on c1. Sometimes you want to think about a4, bishop a3. It's easy to play for white.
Mm-hmm.
Which game are you interested in? Rapport, maybe?
Yeah, let's go back to Carlsen. So this actually, he played bishop f5, so we got one of his second moves. Bishop f5 is...
No, keep talking. I'm just clicking stuff here.
Are you clicking buttons?
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, bishop f5, absolutely legitimate idea. Bishop b2, e6.
d3.
Yeah, and now h6. So he wants to give room to his bishop. I remember Ivanchuk playing these positions really well with black, with this bishop f5, just dropping the bishop back on h7 and going with c6, and then you go a5 and you expand a5, a4. You can even go b5 in certain positions. And Ivanchuk played a number of games in this structure where he did really well. So I've always been a fan of this. Don't know why I never played it, actually. Probably because...
I don't know. So, you see this plan or this position that's ensuing more typically out of move orders like this.
Right.
This h6. And here white has a choice. He can play more sharply for a kingside attack by playing e4, e5. Or he can play, stuff that we will see in the game, b3, bishop b2, knight b2, c4. With slower play, where I believe this is supposed to be more or less equal. Yeah, rapport, when g3 now. Black goes bishop e7, castles, a5.
Yeah, a5, a4 is interesting, yeah. So... yeah, so this is a bit of a slow burner, actually. This is...
I think Magnus might be a little disappointed that there's no pawn on g4, and there's no crazy, there's no pawn on b4.
Because winning these positions on demand with black is really not easy at all. And, Richard set out quite solidly here, so it's pretty interesting, actually.
Let me show you my favorite plan for white here. So let's say a5. You play a3, you do something. Yeah. I will play this move and then this move.
Yeah, I like this also.
I'm not sure if it's any good, but I always found it like aesthetically pleasing. I believe there's theory here, like queen b6 is a move, b5 is a move.
Yeah, no, this is...
probably go bishop h7 first, not sure any knight
yeah.
But yeah, I always thought this was a cute little setup.
Interesting. Okay, we'll revisit that. Can we go to the Iranian game? Because that is quite interesting.
All right.
And so after this knight a3 move, on move 8, knight bd7 was played, so he didn't take
grab.
the bait. Yeah. Rook c1, knight e4 and bishop e3.
Levon's been playing a lot of these slightly weird-looking setups. This bishop ends on e3 against Wei Yi as well. He did something like this. He has some fresh ideas, apparently, in these positions. They always look a bit clumsy to my eyes, but I'm sure there's some depth behind it. He's fighting against this b6 plan. Because now, I don't know, maybe you can take and go knight b5 and stuff like that. Even this, I'm not sure how great it is. Just a6. Looks terrible.
What's his bishop doing on e3? Okay, bishop e3. And then Anish decided to lop this guy off, which is a very committal decision.
Very much so. It's our good bishop. And ba3 understands double pawns, but it's not the end of the world, really. If white gets some time here to, stabilize, he can look forward to
But
Pressure.
Anish had an idea. He played knight d6. So this is his grand plan.
And his point is
won-
probably after knight d2, which looks normal to
Yeah.
defend this. You have knight f5.
Right, exactly. And also, if you go cd5 here, ed5 is a very welcome transformation of the structure, because suddenly your boy on c8 has Raum to Rome. Raum to Rome.
Yeah, I'm glad you used the German word there, because it wouldn't have worked. You said room to Rome, like, doesn't make any sense. But Raum to
No,
Rome.
room to Rome might actually make sense.
I know.
Okay. Raum to Rome. What is the verb to roam in German?
I don't think we have that. Like, we do have...
Like a...
They charge you for roaming, but they're too lazy to have their own word for it. But yeah, CD5 is a strategic... Well, it's a concession in these structures, and the knight on D6
No, this would be
perfect.
marvelous for black, yeah.
So you
he
think
can't
about
do that.
C5, or you really want to go knight D2
Yeah,
here.
but then
Probably
knight
knight
F5.
F5, then...
Can you go?
Can I do something?
Can you do some weird bishop F4? No,
Maybe not.
surely
Maybe it's
not.
just a central pawn.
Maybe it's just, yeah, 90... Nah, I mean, this is just too much.
Yeah. Can't make it work either. Knight E4 or whatever, we even have E5.
Nah, it's just way too much. Good news, I think, for Anish. I think he's found a very interesting idea.
What are we missing in the chat?
The chat.
Ben Feingold is asking you move, but I'm not sure who he's asking. By the way, I have a language question for you. Because I've decided I will no longer say whom, ever. Can I just use who in every situation?
I'll let you off, yeah.
But you as a purist, does this offend you? Because I was
Doesn't
taught
offend
in modern spoken English, you just say who all the
Things are
time.
evolving, and yes, you know. Yeah. We'll let you off. Peter Svidler wouldn't let you off, but I'll let you off. I know he's probably given you a lot of, you know.
No, he likes to point out my mispronunciations.
Does he?
That's his big thing.
He loves that, does he?
No, he's just a purist as well. C5 played by Levan Aronian. Yeah, CD5 we didn't like, 92 we couldn't make work, so that leaves you with C5. Anish can either jump here, but here you start thinking, is he going to take this?
Nah.
I'm not sure, he might. If I get this pawn, I'll be a happy camper. Yeah.
Nah.
Once again, welcome to Chess Culture School, boys and girls.
Nah. Maybe.
Yeah. You take this.
Do you?
Yeah. But I'm not sure Anish will go there or here.
Well, he's got to go there or knight f5. Bishop f4, and now...
Yeah, not clear what this knight is doing here, is it?
I think he's going to go knight c4 and say, okay, risk it for a biscuit. Takes
Is that
take.
what he's going to say?
I mean, if he says, I'm going to risk it for a biscuit over the board, I'd be very impressed, but
I've never heard that expression. I thought it's you got to risk it to win the biscuit.
not to win the biscuit.
Oh, okay.
It's not a biscuit.
So a
World
biscuit competition?
Championships, Yeah.
I thought
What's
it,
your
no, it might be
favourite?
chess world championship, but
Do
the
you
first
have a
prize is a
favourite?
biscuit.
Do you... That would be disappointing. Do you have a favourite kind of biscuit?
Limp biscuit.
I knew you were going to say that.
I don't even like them. It's just the only thing I could think of.
Oh, man. Actually, funny story. Limp Biscuit, chocolate flavoured, hot dog flavoured water, chocolate starfish and hot dog flavoured water. It was the first ever album I bought with my own hard-earned cash.
Oh.
It was a CD. We used to have CDs back then.
We're different generations.
We
I
are.
had a Roxette Joyride
That's the
cassette.
First,
in
that's
like,
the first album you ever, or LP you ever bought.
No, it was a cassette.
It was a cassette, but it was a single.
No, it's Joyride, the whole album.
The whole
Like,
album?
all the hits. Joyride, Spending
Marvellous.
My Time.
What year was that?
I have no idea. 90 maybe?
1990.
Could be, yeah. Wow. Let's find out. And if you're thinking, is this what the show's gonna be?
Yes,
Yes.
it is.
Sorry. Joyride. Album.
91.
91. Okay.
There we go.
Yeah, late bloomer when it comes
Wow.
to music, but a great taste right off the bat. Roxette.
Great.
Swedish pop music. Raise the level now, guys. The chess level, the volumes, which level? We don't know. Probably the chess level. All right. Magnus Carlsen's
A5.
played
We've
A5.
guessed all the moves.
We've
so-
described all this. Rook A2 would be a very rapporty maneuver
would
to
be.
play here.
Yeah.
But you can also do other things, of course. You can play Queen C2, which looks fairly natural. And then maybe get this rook out of the way, C1, E1. You can still work on putting this queen in the corner, which makes a fair amount of sense, because you need to cover the A3 pawn. And you also want to exert some pressure on this diagonal, stop black from going rook E8, bishop D6, and E5, which otherwise is a very sensible plan for the distant future.
Yep.
A5, yeah, is a no-brainer, even after A3 is played. You never want to allow B4. You want to fix the pawn on B3, as it's not really a weakness, but as a potential target later on.
Yeah.
Sometimes you do want to grab space here.
Yeah, Ivanchuk played B5 a few times there, so be interesting to see what Ricard does, because he's played all the normal moves now, and knowing Ricard, I think Rook A2 is very, very, very possible variation. It's more probable with Ricard than most other people, because he'll look at it and think, "Oh, that looks cute." He'll just do it, right? He likes things that look cute. We haven't gone over Adiban and Draken, which perhaps we can just take a very brief look at.
Let's go there. There is no Adiban on this program. He's actually played very well.
He's been brilliant, hasn't he? He's on 50% and very talented guy, very nice guy also. Let's quickly go to the beginning, shall we? Because we haven't even seen this. And we have a Fianchetto E4, E5, a bit weird.
He plays goofy openings. He did play the King's Gambit the other day against Wesley, so.
Right.
But even Adiban is not going to play the King's Gambit back to back, because it's so terrible that if your opponent even remotely prepared for it, you don't do this. So today he plays the Vienna mainline. He has knight f6. When white typically goes g3 these days, but you can play f4. When after d5, you're only slightly worse. But Andreikin plays knight c6. Point being that in some lines, you want to go bishop c5, d6, maybe knight e7. Could be an idea. And yeah, in the game after g3, we see another point. He plays g6, bishop g7 without the knight on f6 and puts it on e7. Symmetrical position looks... What does it look like? Doesn't look like anything really.
Looks like a close Sicilian, except
Yeah, there's no pawns on c5.
Yeah.
Looks... Where do you get this from? Sometimes... No, you don't get this position.
No.
Drake seems to know what he's doing. Knight d4. I always have mixed feelings about this move, because I always feel like this is a bit of dead weight in this structure. I'm guessing black is alright here anyway, because he wants some time, this knight to move around. It's not ideal on e2.
No.
After castle, we can think about f5, d5.
Maybe he'll even think about h5 there.
Nah.
Why not?
h5?
Sure.
Why would he do that? Even if I go h3.
No, I understand. It's h5 is the 1 minute attempt, the blitz game attempt. He doesn't have to go h5. He can castle. He can do all kinds of things. He can even think about f5, right? Although that's f5 is quite standard here.
Yeah. No.
I quite like knight d4.
Seems like Andreikin is a very strange, very interesting player. He's not really a mainline player, but he's still very solid, and he has an original chess understanding and very good practical guy. I can't really put my finger on it, but he strikes me as a very good player. Knight d4 on the board. Probably both guys happy. Not a theoretical battle, but all pieces there. And Adiban decides not to take, but just to castle.
Yeah, also very sensible.
What else have we not covered?
Oh, Nepomniachtchi has played a knight jump, which is quite difficult. Is Luki losing already?
Nah.
No?
It looks like they are still in Nepomniachtchi's preparation, right? He's blitzing out the moves. I'm checking here how much time he's taken so far. Yeah, Nepomniachtchi blitzing, and Luki's preparation hasn't been stellar in any of his games. He's spent half an hour again. And that is a problem at this level, because he repeats a line he's played in the past, so it's zero surprise.
Right.
CD5, then he gets surprised by a queen takes d5, which is the first move of the computer in this position. And yeah, you can't do that every time.
Yeah. I've got a bad feeling for Lukey this game. This whole tournament, I've got a bad feeling for him. But this game, because look what happened. Queen A5, Bishop, Queen E2, Knight B4, Bishop E2. Right?
Looks fine though.
Yeah.
One more move.
But you know.
I do know.
You know.
Maybe Black's initiative, if it's an initiative, is good enough to equalize somehow Rook C8, C5, but I don't see anything too drastic.
Yeah, maybe it's just.
And hang on, am I threatening some Rook C5 business?
No.
I say, okay, this move is maybe a bit weird anyway. But here, what do you do?
A3.
Queen A3.
No problems.
Pas de problème?
Right.
Hello. Yeah, Luke once again struggling with knowledge, frankly, like taking too much time in the opening. But today his position has a great reserve of solidity, which yesterday it hadn't. And these Nidorfs with Weiyi's pieces all in your face, that's different. But here, I'm not too worried about Luke.
What about Vodja?
Is that what you call him?
No. That's what I just called him, no? And you guessed
it is what you call him.
You guessed who I was referring to, which is the most important thing. So actually what happened, so we saw A4 on move 12 and Rook C8 as predicted. The Rook belongs on C8. And A5 just, and Knight E8. So he wants to go F5.
And Bishop
G5, yeah.
Very sensible play.
Castles, Bishop G5.
This is actually very sharp. It's a race.
Yeah.
And for white, one big problem here is this is knight on b3. It's always a dumb piece, unless it supports c5 directly, which almost never happens in these structures. You need to spend some time shuffling it around. Pavel already spent some time going a4, a5.
I just prefer black here. I don't know if it's me. It's just...
It is you. Whenever there's potential on the king side, you will prefer that side.
But I don't see where white's counterblow on the queen side, how quickly...
Maybe he wants to do this. I don't know, this looks very non-standard. But Pavel has ideas. He always has ideas.
So if I go e4 or something?
Yeah, I hear you. Bishop g5, ed. Am I losing material?
Well, for a start...
I'm losing material.
You are.
That's
already... It's already pretty bad. So queen d4.
Yeah, queen d4, f4, right? This looks
Bishop d2.
scary in that. In that step
f3. I mean,
No,
you got to calculate that this doesn't lose. Does it?
But will we? I don't
No,
think
we
will.
won't calculate. We refuse to calculate. That's what you guys in the chat are for.
Calculating?
Yeah, we're here to make jokes, and you guys are here to tell us if we're making the right moves or not.
No, this is all about edutainment. Edutainment is the new trend.
That's nice.
So we probably have to respect this e4, f4 threat.
This is what I'm saying, Jan. These positions are just... I've got an idea. Tell me if it's a terrible idea.
f3? What's your idea?
No, I wanted to try something really dumb. Can I show you?
Please.
It's really bad. No, I'm too embarrassed.
You are?
I don't know. I'll put it on there just to show. Bishop g5, queen g5, f4.
Yeah, well, that's not that dumb.
Ef and knight d4, right?
Why would you be embarrassed about this?
Well, because I saw knight c5.
Might be the best idea you've ever
Yeah. Knight c5, just queen f3, b4's coming.
I like it.
You happy with that?
Very happy.
So what's wrong with it?
I don't know.
Maybe you can just play queen h6 or something.
Yeah.
No,
Go
this.
here?
Yeah, but here now I can go queen d2, no? Or am I dropping c4?
No, you do have this.
Yeah.
No?
Happy with that?
Very happy.
Good.
Happy.
Happy as... But f4 maybe just queen somewhere.
But where?
That's a good point, actually. No, because... careful, because I can go fe here.
Yeah. For 95, I'm not sure how happy.
I shouldn't be
We
happy. I shouldn't be happy.
No, it's a fantastic idea.
I agree, I don't like fe there, but... something like that, because I don't like being bulldozed by these pawns. I really don't like this.
I understand.
Maybe maybe after queen h6 we can just go g3 like normal human beings. How bad can life be?
I don't know. I believe Radek is probably not enjoying himself greatly currently. Like, he lost his game yesterday to Adiban before he missed some chances against Rapport, had a very good position, which he then barely drew. So things aren't going great for him. But that's the beauty of chess. There's always a new day, always a new game.
Is there?
Always a new mountain to climb, always a new foil. Is foil a word?
No, it is a word, but it's got nothing to do with
That's what I thought, yeah.
what.
Isn't it?
No.
Hang on. Foil.
You were just going to see some very silvery...
No, I know it means this, but I thought it also means adversary.
Yeah, to foil a plan, perhaps.
I need Svidler back, like...
Yeah, to thwart or foil a plan.
See? No, I'm right.
Unverified. Why are you next to the unverified one?
Gegenspieler.
You can try Gegenspieler.
If there's any native English speakers in the chat, can you please confirm that foil... Moriarty is a foil for Sherlock Holmes.
Yeah,
Anyway.
I mean, it's just, yeah, I mean, in some literary context maybe you could, but not when you're doing chess.
It's okay, you don't know that word.
No, I'm fully aware of the word, just feels very strange when you use it.
Give me 1 second, because I'm prepared for many cases during this commentary.
You haven't got a dictionary.
I did bring a dictionary.
Okay. Wow. He's actually getting a dictionary, ladies and gentlemen.
Because in order to understand anything you're saying, I brought a book. This is a dictionary of hipster slang.
Wow.
Shout out to our viewer, Professor Ed Kaplan, who was very kind to send this to me to expand my repertoire so I can actually understand anything you're saying and learn stuff.
This is gorgeous.
Lawrence Trent, harder than a $2 pistol, ladies and gentlemen.
There we go. So what am I looking for? Foil?
No, I'm not sure if foil is in there.
Foil
I doubt it. But
Flop is in there.
Mickey 8256 has foiled again.
Foil isn't here, man.
Pramod MVS says, Jan and Lawrence, when speaking to each other, are speaking so slowly. Sorry, Pramod.
What kind of... Well, I'm looking at some words here that would make your... Look at this.
I know, right?
This is great.
Oh, by the way,
What?
after c5, knight c4, guess what happened? I would never have expected this. Levon Aronian took on c4.
I still don't think it's that. Yeah, this is his grand idea. Okay, so takes queen c2.
He went queen c2, not knight d2, making sure he gets this pawn back. And now Anish has a decision.
Why does he get the pawn back? Does he?
What do you want to do, b5?
Yeah.
Takes, then
Maybe
ab,
just, yeah, AB.
Yeah, it's actually a good question. Knight g5 here is a problem.
That old chestnut.
Exactly.
Knight f6. Is this
take,
a rook b8? Bishop f4 is a problem. Big problem.
We are coming.
Actually, even this is not completely clear. Bishop e7.
Nah, but are you happy?
Probably fine.
I think you're not happy.
Why?
Take.
Take.
Bishop here, let's say.
What are we material down?
You deserve to be material down.
I don't think we are. So if I go h6, you're going to go knight f3.
Your take, man.
Take? Why?
Yeah, why not?
Take. Bishop e5, I didn't even see this. Right. Okay, good. Thanks. Look, an h6 by Anish. She's just saying, okay, I'm going to stop all of your knight g5 nonsense. I'm not convinced with these double A pawns that this is really 100% sufficient.
I like it for white. I think white is better here. This bishop is bad.
I'd be curious what the
great
machine
central
thinks.
control. Yeah, we will never know. Let's ask the machine on the website, because our machine is broken. I don't know. Who broke the machine? Do you expect us to do our own calculating here? Sickos. Machine says white is better, but I already told you that. And the machine also says that after h6, queen takes c4, you're going to go e5.
But that's quite a difficult move, isn't it?
Yeah, but if white manages to stabilize here, I think you're in for a world of hurt.
Yeah, this one is difficult. Yeah.
Interesting opening stuff by Levon.
Really interesting idea.
And he's very confident normally against Anish. He likes to teach the younger generation a lesson in chess culture. Not that Anish needs any lessons in chess culture, but he has a good score. And he seems to always play well against Anish. Played terribly yesterday against Sergei Kayakin. Not only did Levon blunder a piece yesterday on move 11, but even after that, after Kayakin did not accept that piece blunder, he just played a very bad game.
Yeah.
Rapport.
He played a move.
You know what? Rook a2 is a bit too standard. Let's put the queen on a2. Let's go queen b1. No, I don't think he wants to go here.
I think he wants to go bishop c3, queen b2.
It's possible, yeah. He's hinting at e4, but I'm not sure e4 really does him any good.
Bishop h7, bishop c3.
Yeah, this looks sensible. And queen here.
So if b5?
But b5 is always very
Oh,
dull
maybe
edge
now
'cause
you
you're
can... Yeah, but
lowering
maybe
knight
now
d4.
you... And go b4.
Maybe b4, yeah.
Maybe b4 even before knight d4, right?
Do you also bring your own before material?
I think
it drives Peter mad when you do
I
these
think
jokes.
we've exhausted the b4 material before.
Yeah, everyone has to see for themselves if they like the b4 jokes.
Yeah, I agree.
Do you know that Nigel Short's band is called The Night Before?
Yes, I did know that. Yeah.
All right, so yeah, I don't know. Magnus must be unhappy that he's gotten solid Richard, because this is a very solid position for White. It's not easy to break it down. Because yeah, you can try these
I
b5
think b5,
things.
cb, cb, b4 is his idea actually.
I don't think he wants to go b5 at all.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I'm saying if Magnus.
Because this construction is quite effective. You control the e4 square, and
Yeah,
as long as
it's
you control
weird.
these
You
squares as
control-
well, like White, in true Reti spirit, controls the center without having pawns there.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Do I just go through this?
Yeah, you just read the book for the rest of the show.
So if
That's
I
why
said
brought
to
it.
you gravy, how would you? What would you interpret gravy as?
I don't know. What's the definition?
It's a lot of definitions of gravy.
Wow, most of them are dirty. Something easy. I wouldn't have thought of that. Money, I might have heard.
Yeah,
Gravy
money.
for used
The
for
gravy
money.
train.
Yeah. And the second one I wasn't aware of.
Yeah. Get hooked for your roll. Hell is what? I mean, what is this American? I mean, what is this?
I don't know. I think it's a lot of it is based on like old cinema noir and quotes from writers from the 50s and 60s
Yeah, I
and
think
movies. So it was very interesting. I didn't know many of the expressions. I have to admit.
No.
Harry.
Alright, Harry.
Wei Yi.
Wow, it got exciting.
Rook e1, knight c6, knight f1.
Yeah.
F6 or f5 is a very typical device in these positions to fight against White's pawn on e5, f6, ef6. I have a feeling I've seen this position before, but I have that feeling often, and I can never back it up. Bishop f6. Where do you go? Knight e3?
93 d4, is that an issue? Or are you going bishop c4, check and knight d5?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, it's... Yeah, it's all a bit strange. I'm not sure what he's going to do there.
He's going to recapture.
Maybe
After
just...
93, I was wondering if you can actually go here, just go all passive, tending to play c6, because black has a very sound structure. And after c4 now, I guess I can play d4, right?
Yeah, I mean, kind of like black's position somehow. Oh, that would be nice. That would be lovely.
Not going to happen.
No,
It would be nice for Wei Yi supporters all over the world.
but this is probably not enough.
Best player 41. I love being Americans. My father was an American.
I think he's being
I'm
funny.
very confused.
I think he's funny. He's trying to be funny.
Been there.
Been there, done that.
Galactic. I meant to America. Galactic means Magnus is like an emotional Australian. He misses his mates.
It's a good one.
Not so bad.
Could work for an English guy as well. We both say mates, so yeah, I like it.
I had this discussion with Peter yesterday because
Yeah.
I thought mates was an Australian thing to say, but
No,
you people
we say it a lot. Yeah.
say it a lot as well,
Yeah.
right? What else do you
You
say?
people.
I say you people a lot. It sounds like
that's-
warm and it's a good way to make friends.
Isn't? I thought you people was more of a sort of thing that was said in the 1930s in this country, but I mean,
You're straight going there. Yeah, that's,
we won't go there.
my
We don't
references
go
are
there.
from Larry David. He
Okay.
likes saying you people.
Oh, you
but
people. Okay,
whatever.
that's fine. Yeah.
Anyway, what do you say instead of mates? You say chap?
Well, only if you're of a certain generation and born in a certain part of England, but no, we don't say chap.
So what do you say? You don't say
say-
bra.
No, we don't say bra.
Buddy, you also don't say.
Not so much.
Holmes.
Mate is really the top one.
Mate.
Yeah.
Mate is a word, yeah?
Yeah.
And how
Wow.
about we say digger?
Or diggy.
Diggy, less. Digger. You can say alda, but it's mainly digger.
Yeah. Digger, I knew digger.
I knew you knew.
Was geht diggy?
Let's get digger.
Oh, talking about Germany.
Yes.
So I've been watching a series.
Beautiful.
Deutschland 83.
Yeah, I've seen that. I quite
It's
liked
great.
it. Yeah.
It's fantastic.
It's a good series. I
I'm
mean, it
on-
gets a bit silly, like near the end.
Well,
with
don't
too
tell
much
me.
nonsense.
Don't
I
tell
won't
me.
spoil anything.
We're on episode. Well, I quite enjoy it. Never really understood how. Actually, I was in Berlin the other week, and
Oh.
you know, do you remember that episode in Deutschland 83 where he had all the books in his basement that you weren't allowed
Sure.
to have as an East German?
Any books were forbidden.
That's unbelievable. You know, just to think that was only. You were around. You were born. You were in the West.
I was there.
You were part of, you know, the flourishing West against the impoverished East.
I was living in Spain at that
Oh,
time.
you
so
were in Spain, were you?
I wasn't that much a part of it. But yeah, I did go to Dresden, I believe in 1990 maybe, directly after.
The fall of the wall.
Yeah, the fall, and it was like going to a different world. Like nowadays, Dresden is a fantastic
Beautiful
city, one
city,
of my
yeah.
favorite cities.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was very, very different. Like
Really?
in 1990,
Wow.
so things have changed.
So I'm
a lot.
learning a lot of stuff, learning a lot of good words in German.
What have you learned?
I can't repeat them.
Yeah, it's a
I
clean
quite like
show.
the general, what's his name? General Edel. Edel.
Yeah, for obvious reasons. Does the main character, does he remind me of you? You of me? Me of you?
He doesn't remind me.
Do
of
all
you.
Germans look alike to you?
The woman, the secretary who works with Moritz in the office, the secretary with the glasses.
Right.
She's
She's your definition?
She is the definition of a German secretary.
This is all very offensive.
Good.
B6 played by Anish Giri
Oh, is he getting?
against Levon. And after bishop f4, is he going to have to deal with the Kraken on d6?
The Kraken.
Don't release the Kraken.
How good is the move at e5 here
Pretty terrible. You take it.
with the bishop?
Why not?
Yeah, and BC, DC.
Or bishop d6, but let's say dc. What you want.
Yeah. Nicht so good.
Indeed. Pramod NVS, using his powers of perception, is saying, Jan, you're not wearing a tie today. What was your first clue, Pramod?
Oh, dearie me.
Uno18 says, guys, try to talk some chess too. And Grenfos says, chess. Helena says, lad. What's the review
Lad,
of recent
yeah, that's a
Sherlock
good
Holmes?
point.
Oh,
Lad.
lad, yeah,
Yeah, I
lad,
missed
lad
that.
I've heard.
Lad. Try and talk some chess. How
Try.
dare you? What do you think this is? If you want chess, there's Peter's Fiddler. No, we will talk. We are talking chess. We're here for 6 hours, ladies and gentlemen. We've got to, you know, we've got to spread out the chess love and the series love, and you know.
It's hard to drop too much chess knowledge in the first 2 hours. 'cause
Exactly, then
people
we're out
will
of
feel
chess.
like head blown.
Yeah, then we're out of chess also. But this is a very interesting decision.
I really
by
like Levon's position. I don't understand what Anish is. Well, he was taken by surprise, which is
Right.
almost impossible because Anish knows everything about everything.
Right.
But by this something knight a3, rook c1 related. And I have a feeling you just underestimated this exchange sacrifice, which I'm surprised by because it's so obviously strong. No, I don't know. But here after b6, queen c4, b6, bishop f4, looks like white is just seriously better. Your rooks don't play, you struggle getting this bishop into the game.
Well, I mean, we can get that in quite... Yeah, a5.
A5,
yeah.
Okay.
So we'll throw in bishop a6 first. We'll go rook e8.
No, even a quiet move, like, I don't know where this rook best goes, but let's say here. I take white.
If I go... I somehow need to... It's not easy. You are absolutely right. I might have to go rook c8 or something.
It's just so passive. I don't know. I don't think I want to go 95 exchange these guys, but even then, let's say I play e4. This bishop is pretty powerful.
Yeah. No, I agree. This is potentially very difficult. Interesting. Is the chat annoyed with us for talking chess for 5 minutes?
They're turning on us. A user called Svidler on Increments says, Miss Svidler. Who would have thought, like, with this username? I would think he would say, finally, Svidler's gone. But no, not happening.
What else is good? So b4, rapport. Okay.
Breaking my rule again.
b4. So the point is takes, and what if rook? Yeah, this wins a piece. This definitely wins. Yes. But what if rook takes a1 first?
Well, he wants to take with the bishop.
But surely you would like to put a rook on a1, no?
Yeah, but it's not allowed to recapture with the rook here.
With the queen?
Well, that's allowed, but you're losing the pawn, no?
You are. And that's too much.
Way too much.
But my problem is after rook a1, bishop a1... what happens if I play a move like queen b6 there? Is that nonsense?
Yeah, I guess you have to go c5.
Yeah,
well,
that's
you could
what
go
we
bishop
want,
c3.
But don't we want you to go c5?
I'm not sure.
c5.
Probably c5. If you could go...
Queen c7, what's the problem?
No, there's no particular problem. No, I
E5
think I agree.
next move?
Black is fine. So white would probably have to go here.
Yeah, but now you have to start calculating.
To start thinking about stuff like this.
Knight d5?
Queen
Sorry.
Queen is under attack.
Queen...
Nah, white is still fine. Yeah.
What about dc first, even? Aren't we...
Alright.
So rook a1, bishop a1, knight d5, is this nonsense with bishop?
b5.
Yeah.
Feels like white made more progress than black here. If this does not get fixed as a weakness, then I'm in good shape.
Yeah. Can see that. I can appreciate that.
Still, b4,
It's quite...
I hear you. It feels a little premature.
I mean, what's wrong with just bishop c3, queen b2, play a game of chess, right?
b4 also doesn't really carry a threat, so even if you like go rook e8, bishop d6, e5.
Doesn't quite... There's something about it. Doesn't quite feel right. People are saying in the chat...
What are they saying?
I don't know what they're saying in the chat. I would bring up the chat here as well, but...
Do you want a little laptop for your
for my
entertainment?
Chat?
For your chat?
Sure. That would be nice. Absolutely.
It's more of an empty gesture, really.
Right.
I thought you were going to say no.
Okay.
No, I don't know what to do.
That's fine.
I believe Andrejki knows what to do because he's managed to transpose to finally a close Sicilian by just putting his pawn on c5 later, since Adiban did not take on d4. Now this position looks very much like a close Sicilian, where putting your pawn on e5 is a very typical
Oh, it really is a close Sicilian now. Absolutely.
idea. Exactly. Castles, it's a bit awkward that white can play h3. You would like to play h3 to determine the situation here, but it's losing a pawn, so not going to be able to do it. So what do you do? Like knight d1 and c3, is that the plan?
Don't think in this position that's the plan. Can you go knight e1? Is that the most insane move in the world?
No, I've seen people do this and even then later knight d1 and c3.
Exactly.
It never looks very scary, but I've seen this plan put in motion. Doesn't look scary
No,
at
it
all.
doesn't
really.
look queen d7.
Yeah, queen anywhere. Whatever. Here we start thinking about opening the position.
Yeah. Nah. Oh, that would be nice.
Yeah, unlikely.
Yeah, this isn't quite the setup, is it? I mean, normally in a closed Sicilian, your knight's on e2, not on f3, so you avoid all of this not being able to play h3 stuff. And it's just not actually. Maybe rook f2
Maybe.
with a bit of a.
What's your point? You just want to double?
Yeah, I just want to double.
Okay.
Just double.
I don't know. What am I supposed to do? Rook somewhere. Rook b8. Rook e8. Let's say.
Okay. But even here. Yeah. Offer a draw and hope he accepts.
That is normally my approach to chess, but
Well,
sometimes I
like rook
decline
f2
it.
because I cover c2. So here,
Yeah, I'm with it.
here I might go fe and bishop h6. I don't know.
Whoa, bishop h6, going for it. Problem is if you don't checkmate here, you can
No,
be
but E5 's
strategically.
No,
Vorze.
Yeah, no, I understand, but
I think fe feels a bit premature if there's no direct follow-up.
I'm not sure. I don't know. Some knight move, knight h4. I know it looks a bit odd, but it's not easy for black's move. The knight on e7 moves. I go knight d5.
Yeah.
I like the rook on f2. It's a good rook there. It covers a lot of stuff.
Maybe.
What do you reckon? I think he's going to go rook f2.
It's very possible.
Do you want to give me... How many cokes do I owe you? I still owe you about 5 cokes. Right?
You owe me like, I think 6 diet cokes, but I'm so healthy these days that I don't even
Are you
want to
doing
catch on
fruit
these
juices
diet
now,
cokes.
right?
I drink like all kinds of sick stuff.
Me too.
Freshly squeezed juice, protein
Fantastic.
shakes.
Me too, yeah.
Lots of coffee.
We both look great. You look horrible today, but we both look...
In general, we look great.
In general, we look...
Naked, we look fantastic. I'm just sick.
Do we?
Like, I can only speak for you. I don't look into the mirror much. You
Right.
look fantastic.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
So we completely got this one wrong. Knight g3. Feels like
Fairly
black's...
logical move, but
Okay, g6. No, bishop h.
yeah.
I like
I
g6.
don't like g6.
No.
Eh. Maybe. Just yet. Feels we only have these 2 pawns. If we touch them, then we generate weaknesses.
Knight h5 is
Future
coming.
hook.
It's kind of
That's
annoying.
true.
Just
Looks
do
like
it.
Harry knows what he's doing. Maybe he just wants to develop pieces and then, you know,
Maybe.
target d5 a bit.
Harry generally knows what he's doing.
I'm always curious about that. I think he's a fantastic practical player and also has a fantastic feel for the game. All of this with the usual, yes, I'm aware he's 2-7-66 and all that. But I'm not sure he knows what he's doing for this level in the opening. I would think the opening is the weakest part of his game. Which normally is a good thing if you're 2-7-66 and you can still improve in the opening because
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
such a
for
good
sure.
player. Harry has potential, even though he's already, and once again, I'm aware it's not that old, but he's already 30, but he's made his jump to the world's top 12 like the last year, really.
Yeah.
Not in a hurry. Sorry.
Sorry. That's okay. Can we go to the Vosja game before we go potentially for a quick break? Because I know you and Peter do like these 2-hour stints, but I didn't sign up for that. Like, you know.
No, and your contract says half-hour break every 45 minutes.
Right. Definitely on the hour, every hour. You know, got to
Alright,
feed the
alright.
baby and all that.
I hear you.
What happened here? So after c4...
He didn't play your idea. Sicko.
No. Why?
He played my move. Because, yeah, you gotta restrict this e4, f4 advance. And Radek is going for it. Very King's Indian-y play. f4, g5,
Yeah.
knight d2, knight df6. He's saying, I'm gonna checkmate you.
Without the
Not
light
sure if
square
he's
bishop.
saying that.
Yeah.
This rook can come. And you want to go either e4 or g4. Because long term
Central.
you're in trouble after, well, or on the queen side you're in trouble with d4,
Right.
c5 or b4, b5. But it's
I think it would
interesting.
go b4 now. I think you have to, right? Or bishop
Yeah, I
b3.
was thinking if you can like
Yeah,
try
yeah,
to
yeah,
sneak
yeah.
in here.
Yeah. Maybe you have to go knight g7 here.
Yeah, but that messes a bit with your coordination, right? At least you can no longer put a rook here. It's not clear where this knight is headed. Now you play b4. g4. Well, it doesn't feel like it's such a big threat.
No, it doesn't
even
at
if I
all.
go out of the way to go gf.
But now g3 is a problem for white.
Yeah, blunder.
h3 and knight h5.
You checkmate again. It's so frustrating when that happens. Yeah, it could be. Gf, ef.
GF, EF, knight e4, knight f5 is just end of
They're
game.
coming.
Yeah. Always tricky, these knights in King's
Tell me
Indians.
about it. They're all over the place.
Actually, yeah, this is maybe his idea. He wants to.
Another thing I always struggle with, when is this a good move? Maybe not here. Sometimes it can be a good move.
Might be a good move here. No, it doesn't feel like it with the queen on f2. Takes, knight g4 is immediately a problem. Is it a problem? No. No, it's not. No.
I gotta address another topic.
Yes.
Alistair Connolly is asking what happened to the ties today? Which is a surprising question, because we've done 7 rounds of commentary, and during these 7 rounds we've worn ties for a total of 20 minutes yesterday.
Right.
In our 6, more or less as a
Why
joke.
as a joke. Right, gotcha.
Even though I enjoy wearing my
went through-
ties as much as the next guy.
You
but
went
we've
through a
gone very
huge tie
casual.
phase of your life.
Yeah, and I still enjoy playing the Thailand Open.
Yes.
No, I might go back to it. But I feel in general the environment out there is becoming more and more tie unfriendly.
Mm.
Like you don't see people wearing ties on TV anywhere anymore.
No.
All the bullying. But we could do the pocket squares thing at least.
Yeah, I forgot about that this morning, but no, I'm normally a
I
big
know
pocket
you're a pocket squarer.
connoisseur.
Connoisseur even.
Yeah. How's Luke? Okay, we'll quickly look at this. Sergey rather well. Okay, we'll go to Luke's game. Yeah.
Queen a3, unprovoked.
Yeah.
Castles and c6. You can't take here because of rook a1. Oh. Can't take with the queen because of this. So c6. At some point, this pawn was going to get captured. But what does Jan want next?
I think he wants to go
here.
a5.
Now, knight c4 arguably is a threat. So a5 in order to go knight c4, queen a2, yeah?
Right.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. It's a bit awkward to meet. Like, I don't really want to play rook
You might
a1.
have to, though.
Yeah. I don't
You
wanna.
went knight g5. So if been knight e5. What about knight g5? What's that? If I just go...
Here. And e4, I'm not sure if white is ready
I
for
don't
such
think white wants
operations.
to go e4.
No, me neither. But it would be kind of consistent here. Though.
Bishop d7.
Well, at least this bishop is dumb now. We can think about making something happen. d5, I don't know. Nah, d5 feels wrong. Yeah, it's weird. They look out of play, but they're actually a bit of a nuisance here. a5, queen a2 play is very unpleasant.
He played bishop d5 instantly.
And after e4, he wants h6, yeah?
He does.
Must be. He's saying, this is fine for me.
Well, yeah, he's got the knight in front
Probably
of the
is,
IQP, hasn't he? And puts a rook on d8. This still might be preferable for black even. With this weak d pawn.
Yeah, the queen actually does a
Does a
good job
great
covering.
job on a3, yeah. Really annoying piece.
I'm not sure white is worse here, but black looks quite comfortable. Say rook c5 maybe?
Rook c5?
Still no threat here. a5, you can just go queen d6.
Yeah, there's no threat. Rook fd8. Yeah.
No, looks fine for black. What else can you do? Interesting stuff by Nepomniachtchi. So let's do very brief summary.
Yeah.
Nepomniachtchi, as far as we can tell, looks fine.
Yeah.
Elyanov
This can go
Wojciech will
anyway.
go very sharp.
Yeah.
3 results in play. Kayakin So is a very slow positional
Yeah.
game. I always slightly prefer white in the structure, but you will find takers for the black side as well. Hare Krishna, Wei Yi, don't fully understand it. Roughly equal, probably. Andreikin Adiban. Andreikin decided to take on f4 after the immediate knight h4, ef bishop f4. Looks equal to me. I really like Levin Aronian's position. Exchange down, but super bishop on d6, one pawn for it. I do like White's position. And in rapport against Magnus Carlsen,
He played my move.
he's made it all happen by playing queen b6.
So he did this, so the idea... Yeah, so the idea
Point is
is
bishop c3, now he takes on
yeah,
a1
exactly.
and
Wins
you
a pawn.
got tangled up. Takes.
Rook b1, bishop c3. Yeah.
So White might have to play c5 and
Yeah,
then
and
queen
then queen
c7.
c7 and-
You've released the
I
tension.
really hated b4, actually. I really, really didn't like that move by Rapport.
Yeah. Breaking the golden rule. Never play before is any good. And Rapport did it again. He loves pushing his b-pawn just too much. We'll see if Magnus can exploit this. After the break, which we had to put into Lawrence's contract. We'll be back in a while. We'll put on the... No, we just played the... Shall we put on some chess exercise, maybe?
Oh, we got exercises.
We have some exercises normally.
Wow. Okay.
If I find them, which is not... They tend to be very confusing, because we have exercises of games played between these same players, and then people think,
Oh.
what happened?
Right.
Is this game over, and it ended like this, and why? But now that you know that this position I'm about to put on is an exercise, you can try to figure it. This doesn't make any sense here.
Go to another one. That doesn't make sense.
Doesn't it? You want another one?
Yeah.
All right. What
Yeah,
about
this one's
this
nice.
one?
This one's nice.
From a previous game, Adiban Andreikin, White to move
play,
and win. I even have a text for that. See you guys in a couple minutes.
early odds when we were talking about chess a lot with Grishuk, and he was telling me that like whenever somebody played a6 against him, just played the knight off against him, he felt okay, this game I won, let's start preparing for the next one. And we've progressed from that point to a 6a3 as a reply. In the first 2 rounds of the first strong tournament of the year, we have 6a3 played by the 2 perhaps biggest figures of 2016. Yeah, very curious.
All he has to do is to play the move rook to d2, continue with the same plan of going knight d3 and rook f2 check, so natural. And even after rook g1, which is Wesley's idea, you can just take that off and play knight d3 again, and all you need to do is land a queen over to the g file and it's mate.
But we felt that the most interesting game and the most action-packed game was actually a game that ended in a draw. And I'll be taking a look at the game where he played with white pieces against Anish Giri. So let's go there.
Welcome back, boys and girl, because there is no plural of female viewers on this program, to the second part of our round. What round is it? 8?
Yeah, 8.
Vikings covered. I'm Jan Gustafsson, this is Lawrence Trent.
Sure.
We left you with a bunch of exciting games and with this very exciting tactics exercise, which I will show you the solution now. I'm not sure. I'll ask if we can give prizes for those one day, but for now, the only prize you're getting is the joy and the sense of accomplishment you're gonna feel if you've seen this. Because here after rook b3, it's gonna be very hard to stop rook h3. And this is the final nail in the coffin. Bishop f4, queen e4 picks up the bishop. Therefore, Andrekin resigns in a previous game against Adiban. Which game do you want to go to, Lawrence?
Let's have a look, shall we? Let's do a little scrolly. There's no action in the Carlsen game. That's exactly how we left it. I think Magnus...
We missed one crucial thing. I cheated with the computer during the break, which is now switched on. You can see it by this little bar. What we did miss, or I did miss, I don't want to speak for you, generally, is that you can just allow all this, and after rook b1, white wins his pawn back. After rook takes b7.
Even that's probably not that much, but yeah. But
no, but white is never worse, at least.
Yeah. Okay. Still, I'm not a big fan of what Ricard has done.
Yeah, but that's important that you don't have to go c5, but you can actually keep the tension with bishop c3 when the position is still balanced, I would guess.
Yes.
And Levon Aronian, Anish Giri. Who you got?
This is a real kind of... This is pretty nasty to play with black. So all your pieces are just so passive, and this bishop on d6 just does a tremendous job.
He didn't go for a5, bishop a6.
Yeah,
He
I quite like
accepted
that.
passivity.
I think maybe he wants to go queen c8, bishop a6. So I think he wants to maintain the structure. But even that, you know, it's very difficult. If you could somehow land that bishop on d5, you'd be happy.
Not going to be able to do it.
Can't do it. No way.
No, I think white has a great position here. It's not going to be able to break through, but black is doomed to passivity. I quite enjoy how Levon played this. Enjoy? No, I don't enjoy it. I quite like it.
Yeah.
Adiban Andrekinban.
Yeah.
That's all you got?
Yeah, he's going to go rook f2 like I said he should a few minutes ago. Go rook af1 and bishop h6 and play a game of chess.
Yeah.
I don't really know who I prefer here. I would take white probably, ever so slightly.
Maybe.
I think it's
a little awkward we can't move this knight because you never want this thing in your fillies.
I mean, black might go rook a8, b5, b4, something like that, but rook af1 and b5. Yeah. Anything is possible.
That's the beauty of chess. Anything's possible.
It's actually nothing is possible.
Nothing could be further from the truth.
Yeah.
Harry.
Yeah. c3 by Harry, just not committing.
Yeah, he just wants, get his pieces out. Put the bishop on e3.
It's not really any action yet in any of the boards.
Long term, this could be a little tough to defend, because if I get, whatever, bishop e3, let's say queen d2, rook a d1, you're going to struggle a little to not put your pieces passively while maintaining the d5.
Possibly.
I'll prefer Harry.
Wesley slow. Is he slow today?
I don't think he's slow, but he's so solid that we can't really call him Wesley Show, that's for sure.
He's not Wesley Show, but he is Wesley...
He's Wesley Efficient.
They're saying I'm too... What are they saying?
Who's saying
I
what?
should loud my voice, says Lordy. I think that means...
Be careful what you wish for.
Exactly, they can't hear me. I like the Jan's humour, it's great. By Viagra. Are they a personal sponsor of yours?
Viagra and I have had a long-standing relationship.
I get at least 3 hours longer,
You like that?
I like that. That was good.
Rook AC8 has been.
They
put
haven't
on
got the
board.
trademark symbol next to their name though, so I don't know whether that's just a friend of yours or whether that's. Oh goodness! Thank goodness your wife isn't watching this. She's not even. Is she officially your wife?
No, I'm not married.
Right. We'll call her your wife just
Yeah,
for.
that's fine.
If the Stasi came and picked you up, you would say she's your wife.
What's this guy called? Stuppenstiefel?
Stuppenstiefel.
My favorite character.
Oh dear. Sorry guys for all the references. We will try and make them as
Nah.
accessible for everybody, but
Anyway, in this game, after bishop d6, I was expecting this plan,
I
bishop
think
d3,
he was worried
queen
about
c2.
just knight e4.
But
Very quick.
Sergei decided to put his bishop here, which makes perfect sense as well. Bishop g2, knight bd7, castles, queen e7. Now, however, with this bishop on b2, and we don't have this square as a base for the knight anymore. Sometimes, well, the plan I learned was you put the knight here, provoke g6, and then it's going to be very hard for black to ever go c5, because it frees this sleeping giant. However, now this knight had to be transferred to f4, because this knight is always a bit in the way. And I like Wesley's play here. After a4, he went a5, so he never has to bother with this. Rook ac8, still keeping his options open if he wants to go c6 or c5, or maybe start some play here.
Black must be
I think
fine.
he's alright.
Yeah,
Yeah.
black must be doing fine.
Maybe Rook ac8 also hints that he wants to regroup this horse.
Really?
I don't know. Probably not, actually.
Nah.
Feels a bit slow.
I think that's very, very optimistic. Wonderful. What about the Eldjano Wojtaszek game then? So here, knight g7 was played with the threat of knight f5 and knight into e3.
Gotta go bishop d3,
Bishop
to
d3,
stop
and
that
now
business.
we wanted to go g4, did we not?
Was this our line? I played king h1 and got checkmated, but I might be able to do better than that. Mashinska says queen h4, which
I
looks
like
like
that.
a nice
That's-
move,
that's
stopping all checkmates.
That's a very good move, isn't it?
With
Yeah.
gf, it's not clear who benefits from this opening of the
Yeah,
position.
that's true. And with the queen on h4, my knights are kind of very clumsily placed actually on f6 and g. So let's not go g4. That feels a bit premature. That's it. Why not king h8 first? But even that, I mean, at some point we have to go g4 with black. Otherwise, none of this makes sense. White's just going to go c5 and crash through.
Yeah. I'm checking in the chat if any users have any opinions about going g4 prematurely here. Viagra, maybe?
It's pretty good.
Didn't quite
Didn't work, but
close.
it was close. It was worth every
Had to
ounce
go
of
there.
energy to to get it out there. Jan is still doing fine. There's been zero change in 20 minutes in that position. So Lukey going into the tank is not good either. You know,
He's been
Lukey's
doing that throughout the tournament, and
Yeah,
in positions
but-
where you didn't really have to.
But
He's
this
spending
is
lots of time.
this is really not good.
Well, this looked fine for Luke, so he's gonna be looked fine for Black. So Luke's gonna be looking for an alternative to e4. But e4 is very logical because else, if you allow, let's say h6, you have to go back. Black goes a5.
No, you can be
You
worse.
have to go
actually.
passive to
Yeah,
defend
yeah,
this
yeah.
pawn. Not ideal.
No.
So he probably has to go e4, but I understand he doesn't want to. Because, yeah, you're setting yourself up for long-term target practice.
Who is ASR?
I don't know. Let's ask him. Who is ASR? Alan Stig
Alan
Rasmussen from
Stig.
Denmark.
The Stig.
So what
I'm
does
sure
the ASR
I've
stand for?
Played him tons at Bullet.
Do you beat him? We all know you're a
No.
ferocious bullet player.
Mr. Stig Rasmussen, could you tell me your name on other servers? Because I'm sure we've played. I don't know. That's all I got.
Yeah, I'm going to wait until you've
Yeah,
settled this debate.
He thinks Queen b6 by Carlsen was a mistake, which is... Mistake is a bit... much.
Well, the thing is, after bishop c3, he could simplify and he's probably going to hold, but I don't think that's what he wants, right? This line we've earlier discussed. I don't think this is terrible for black, but if anybody's better here, it's white, because this bishop's not really playing. This is a potential target. So I do not think this is what Magnus is going to opt for. Then it's not clear what he wants to do after bishop c3. Because if white gets another move, he's going to go queen b2. Then he's ready to recapture on a1 with the rook. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, he's got to find bishop c3. Oh, Maximilian Meinhardt in the chat. Shout out to my boy, Maxi. Excellent. The dream duo of Yor is back. Any idea about what Anish's and Sopiko's baby is doing right now?
That's a good question.
Definitely not watching this broadcast.
It's
There's
3
one
months
thing-
old. Or maybe 4 by now? I'm not sure. I don't have any intel on this, even though sometimes
Probably about 3 or 4 months, right?
I talk to Anish about like...
Hold on, when was your baby born?
My babies, I should know these things, right? 4.5 months? Almost 5. No, 5.
Wow. So actually there's only
They
a
grow up so fast.
month difference between the Giris and... Be
Yeah.
curious to know if it was actually a lot closer than that, because it could be 5 months with Sopiko. Let me have a think. We were in... She was... No. She
No,
was
it's a
about
bit more than
4
3 months.
Yeah.
I do know these things.
Yeah.
I talked to Anish about like
That stuff. Yeah.
that stuff, but normally we finally settle on if Van Vele can do it, we'll be fine, right?
Right.
That's normally the
Exactly.
consoling
Right.
conclusion of these.
How old is Luke's
Conversation.
baby, actually?
A bit older, like 6-7 months.
Oh, my goodness.
Luke's baby's in Vike, he said on the board the other day.
Yes, I saw that. And he didn't get off for 4 hours either.
No,
There's-
he just played a full game.
He
It was
played
Luke's
a-
best game.
Yes.
The 1 point he has, like, was scored by his son.
We
No,
love
as
it.
far as I hope, as I hear, all the Dutch babies are in great shape. So nothing bad there. And I don't know, I'm guessing Anish's family is taking care of the kid because Sopiko is playing in the Challengers. So
Yeah?
Daniel's son will not be left alone. I believe Anish only called his son Daniel, which is all over social media, which why I feel like I can say it. So he can use Daniel's son, which is a Karate Kid reference.
Right. Mr.
That's my
Miyagi.
theory.
And,
Yeah, and Daniel's son.
um,
Anyway, shall we have a brief look at the Challengers? All this Sopiko talk
Yeah,
made me
sure.
want to have a look. Sopiko's been struggling in the Challengers, not overly surprisingly, because she's outrated by roughly 250 points every day. But let's see how she's doing today against another Dutch
wow.
talent, Jordan van Foreest.
Looks like her position is completely fine here. If you're white, she's
Well, she's gonna get these pieces out at some point, right? But if she can't
not
be
that
stopped,
difficult. Yeah.
what's the king doing here? How did all this happen? Was this line. We've seen this from Adiban in the Masters against Wojciech yesterday. Sopiko plays queen g3. Maybe prepared improvement. Looks quite strong. Targeting this pawn. King f7. Whoa. People are taking some liberties with black. This looks very unhealthy. But maybe bishop f4 was more incisive. Sometimes I use words, I have no idea what incisive means,
Yeah.
and just hope that makes sense.
It does make sense. It's very good.
Gotta wing it.
Wing it.
In it to wing it. So now it still looks bad for black, if you ask me. But Jordan found ways to make it weird, at least. This double
I
attack.
think that's what these guys are trying to do against Sopiko with black. A lot of them just make it a bit weird and make Sopiko think, and they think that she's going to make a mistake. And so far they've been proven right because I think she's on
Half?
half out
I
of
guess
seven?
half. Yeah.
Oof, that's rough.
Knight f4, king f7, bishop d2, but this bishop will get picked up. Could he? Yeah, there's no way to defend
No,
against
no,
knight b3. Alright, so this roughly equal position, rook e8, hinting at, I don't know what he's hinting at, just king g8 probably to defend e6.
No, I mean Jordan's still a huge favourite to win that, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, that's the problem for Sopiko every day. It's
Yeah.
250 rating points is a lot of rating. Unless you're playing me, because I draw anybody.
You would draw anyway. What about my boy Gavain?
Is that your boy?
He's always an exchange down, is what I've realised.
Is that a weakness in his game that he doesn't know rooks are stronger than bishops?
But you know, he's
He has
playing-
other qualities.
He's playing the Scotch like a bouse, isn't he?
Every game. Oh, this is a theoretical battle, because Erwin is also a big theoretician. I'm curious. I used to study the Scotch in my day. b3, g6, bishop a3. This line, I'm very curious that Erwin plays d6 here, because I was taught in my Pioneer spells that knight b4 is the way to meet this.
Right.
And this is supposed to be fine for black. Or so I thought. But Erwin, who's a big-time theoretician, goes d6 here. And bishop g7, which means he believes this is also completely fine.
This is... rook c1. This is some Kasparov
I've
game,
seen
is
this
it?
somewhere, yeah.
This is a Kasparov. No, this is definitely a Kasparov game. And White's got a lot of play. Bishop moves from a1. Knight c4 comes, and yeah, you've got what's the pawn count? A pawn for the exchange, but knight c4, knight a5 check. Knight can land on c6, but so for example here, bishop f6, knight c4, bishop e7 is a problem because knight a5 check.
So passive.
And then knight c6 is just...
King b6, you might get mated, no?
You might even get mated here. Rook c7 and knight c6 is just the end immediately.
And here after king b6, is there a mate? It looks very matey.
Like... Yeah.
No way out.
Very dangerous. And Gawain for sure has looked at these things in some detail. So... Owen's got to be a bit careful here. In Lu Shangli versus Jeffrey Zhong, we have a very standard kind of dragon.
Yeah, nothing much happened yet, apart from the trend of meeting the knight off with 6a3 continuing. And g6 is a very logical reaction. I was discussing this the other day. Because here a3, it does not feel like the most critical. Niels Grandelius, Eric Hansen, it looks like a fairly standard, whatever this was, Italian, with the usual pieces are getting shuffled around. And I want to get here. Black has to decide if he wants to go ed c5, ed bishop b7, c5 immediately, bishop d7. I'd probably take on d4 here. Feels like the time.
Yeah. What about Benjamin? Benjamin Bach has really been
struggling.
Right?
Both Benjamin and Jordan van Foreest, to a lesser extent, do not have great tournaments. Especially Bach has been in trouble constantly. Today he seems to be doing fine against Ayantari, who also started with half on a 4, I believe.
Did he? Yeah.
I think so. I guess some French theoretical debate. I'm not a specialist. That looks perfectly fine for black now. He's fighting for the c5. Rook fc8 is coming. f5 is never really going to happen. This knight is a little far away. Benji is in good shape here.
What about your boy, Vladimir Dobrov?
That is my boy. Oh, he's playing some move order trickery. I've done this a bit with white myself. Just, you know, not showing your hand yet. Do you want to go d4 or do you want to do some goofy stuff? And he wants to do very goofy stuff. Rook g1, g4, g5.
Yeah.
b5. Lating j, wasting no time. Giving a pawn, opening the position to punish rook g1.
Yeah.
Interesting reaction.
Yeah. Very interesting reaction.
Looks like compensation. White can't really castle.
No. Very interesting. Yeah. Okay, so challenges is always far more interesting.
Well, there's more bloodshed. One day there's 7 decisive games.
Fantastic. That's what we want.
A lot of chess on the menu in Vike every day.
Yeah, there's a lot of chess.
This is the game. I think Grager is still in the lead, but Smirin has had a good tournament as well. Can very much join the conversation for qualifying for the A group. The knight f5 castles. Looks like Grager, as usual, emerged from the opening without a single problem. I believe it's kind of important.
Right?
Marcus is rocky solid.
Would you like him to join the German team if he renounced his Austrian citizenship?
Well, I'm not on the German team, so
yeah, but I mean,
there's no spot for me to worry about losing to him. But I believe he's the pride and joy of Austrian chess where we live. He's a 2700 player. They haven't had many 2700 players in Austria.
Have they ever
or in Germany. I have no idea. Like Schlechter, maybe?
Schlechter was Austrian?
Wasn't he? He wasn't 2700, but I think he was Austrian.
Well, he wasn't
2700. Anybody in the audience?
He wasn't 2700 because he was a bit schlecht.
Yeah, he was Schlechter than that. Schlechter. Probably I shouldn't Google Schlechter, but Karl Schlechter, that's his name, right?
Karl. Right. Karl Schlechter. Yeah, born
in
in
Vienna. Yeah, Austrian chess master, that's what I thought.
Yeah, there you go.
Anyway, back to the Masters.
Why is... Oh!
And Magnus went for this line. Bit of a surprise.
Yeah.
The new Magnus, he's happy making a draw with black and winning all these games with white,
What
but he
is
didn't
this?
win with white yesterday because he missed mate in 3.
Yeah, that was...
And here d4 by Rapport. Possible move, but not forced, I don't think. Oh yeah, why not? d4,
So the
ed.
idea is e4, if e4, knight e5.
Yeah,
This is
e4 looks like you're burying your
Yeah.
own bishop, right? And knight e5.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
looks
Yeah.
very comfortable for white. But Magnus just took knight d4. What does he want? Knight e5, c5, knight c5. So many options. Here. Now then this becomes too weak.
I don't know. You can go wrong quite easily with black here,
Sure.
actually.
It's
Ricard
still
should be
dangerous after
reasonably...
DC, this becomes
No,
weak
you
and
can't play that, I don't think. I mean, I think Ricard's going to be quite happy here.
yeah, and Rapport also, it seems like he made a conscious decision to kind of stop the bleeding because the tournament hasn't gone well for him. But yesterday he played a reasonably solid game, not a flawless game, but was pressing with black against Nepomniachtchi. And today, for his standards, this is a very, very solid opening. Like he's developing his pieces to squares where we've seen them before. Like it's not no knight c3 followed by rook b1, b4 action, or e3 followed by g4. And it looks like so far it's paying off because it's very hard to believe that he's going to be worse here after knight takes d4.
Yeah, I don't actually...
c5, this is the computer move. What's happening here? Knight to b5.
I don't like...
thought.
C5 is a very difficult move to play.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Queen
'cause
c6,
this
rook c7.
c7.
Yeah.
I thought the computer doesn't care about any of this.
Yeah, but I mean, playing this, I don't know. I don't know. It feels weird.
Yeah, it feels complicated, but Magnus is quite a good player.
Let's go to Aronian Giri because here we've had quite a bit of clearing of the air.
Levin went for knight e5 immediately,
not
inviting this exchange.
Yeah.
I think I like it, because this bishop is still stronger than rook. a5 to go bishop a6. Rook b1 saying, you're more than welcome to play bishop a6. I thought queen c3 was his point. Apparently then black is in time to at least defend. But maybe this is a bit of a nuisance. Similar story though.
Yeah.
Not sure. Rook b1, rook a7 was put on the board by Giri, hoping to go bishop a6 and rook d7, take the initiative.
Yeah. Queen c3. Okay.
Well, sidestepping this tempo and targeting this guy. I quite like it. f6, bishop d6, and you're not in time to go bishop a6 anymore because this is always hanging. Very unpleasant for
Difficult.
Anish.
Yeah. Difficult position.
And white, yeah, it's not clear where to break through, but you have many options like rook b6, and then you can contemplate all kinds of pawn breaks in the future. I feel like Levon is probably very upset about what he did yesterday, and he's trying very hard to remind the world today that he's still a world-class player, which he certainly is.
I don't think he has to remind anybody, to be honest.
No, not of being a world-class player, but if we look at the live rating list, I think he's hovering around number 10 now, which really, a couple of years ago, yeah, he's number 10.
Sugar.
A couple of years ago was unheard of. He was the clear number 2. Giri overtook him in the list, even though they have basically the same rating. So I feel that he feels this is a statement game for him today.
Okay, let's move on to the next game, Adiban versus Andreikin, and it's basically followed exactly what I said.
Oh,
There's a few positions I have some feel for, but
close Sicilian and what else?
that's
Grand Prix
the
attack?
Grand Prix attack. Anything that involves pawns worth 4 with white,
Right.
I'm kind of... So it's essentially rook f2 is the move I predicted, rook a8 is the move I predicted, bishop h6 takes, and b5 predicted all of these moves. And I said I thought...
This is the hottest you've ever run.
Yes. I thought this was okay for white, but also it's a weird one because my knight on h4 really is diabolical. It's...
Is it?
Well... Can I go h3 here?
Sorry.
Can I go h3? Like a boss?
I didn't understand why we can't take that.
Well, because something lands on g6, I assume. I can take here, but even this move
Look at you.
is very
Very
stark.
impressive. Lion Pink says, of course Schlechter was Austrian. Word.
And if knight takes f3, it doesn't. Bishop takes f3 is the idea, and we have a cute little.
Big tactical little genius.
I knew there was something. He might just go h3 like a boss, forcing this, and then rook a f1, and we have a game. All three results
game for
possible.
Sure. Yeah.
Really. And if he goes knight ec6, I mean, the first move I would consider is, a move like knight takes g6.
What's the second move you would consider?
Knight f5, probably. Knight f5 is definitely one of the first moves I'd consider, but knight hg6 is really very, very stark. hg rook f4 is the idea, is it? I assume, or rook,
Can get checkmated very quickly.
rook f6.
I assume rook f6 is the idea.
With the idea of stark stuff. Stuff, that's S-H-T. Yes. He played h3. Come on, but would this be 3 in a row if he won?
Not in a row, but he would have scored 3.5 out of 4 with one draw against Wesley. So in between using the King's Gambit. So yeah, he's catching fire.
I'd like Andreikin to take on h3.
Not gonna happen.
No?
Nah. This, well, first of all, you're worse here, which is an easy tactic. Even if you missed the knight h3. There's knight f3.
Yeah, this is...
But this he's not
this is
gonna
just
allow.
losing as well, yeah. No, he's going to go bishop e6.
Yeah. Drama.
Great. Dramatic.
Dramatic drama.
Wow, look at the... let's go to the Wojtaszek game. It's kayaking, so it's a bit... blech.
Ooh.
This is what we call real chess, ladies and gentlemen.
Is it?
No.
Who's better and why? Both sides have achieved a great deal
Yeah.
on their respective flanks. Can I checkmate you? G3, no checkmates?
HG always might be losing, so...
HG looks very risky
Yeah.
because this is checkmate.
HG is always losing.
So you need to keep the option of meeting queen h4 with shutting the door. And
Hold
here,
the
since there's
door.
no bishop on
Yeah,
c8,
that's a
you
pity.
do survive these things.
So we can't go queen h4 after queen b6, let's think.
But then, yeah, maybe you normally don't want to take here.
Yeah, you're lucky because I haven't got knight h5, knight g3 here, right? What about... no. See, really what I'd love to do is play some... You're very advanced on the queen side already.
Ah. Yeah, this, if you don't checkmate, like, this pawn will do bad things to you.
Really, yeah.
Very, very soon.
White could just be winning here. Could be another bad day for...
Let me find a good word to describe this position.
Oh, please do, yeah.
Clam yourself, first of all.
I'll climb myself, okay. Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, this game feels like a chicken run. How can a chicken run be a Russian roulette-style race with cars? I feel like this is all made up. Let's use some funny
Chill your
expression.
chat.
Fair enough.
Chipple?
Well, I said meant the same thing.
Yeah. All right.
Anyway.
Could be very close to winning for white. But you never know with these positions.
And f3? Ah, you just take here?
Yeah, and if
Can you do
f2,
that?
queen takes f8.
That I understand. But if here,
Yeah, just like a mouse, rook a1. No problem.
like a boss. Whoa. We can't take because of the pin. And we don't have enough reinforcements either,
Yeah.
apparently. This pawn is annoying.
Even positions
Still,
like...
stuff like this, I would not be completely sure.
But I mean,
on the
even
board.
here, can I ask an honest question? Is
Please.
bishop takes a6 still good for white?
Nah.
Okay.
Gimme.
Rook f. Okay.
You're gonna get overwhelmed here.
Yeah, that
This is
is
too slow.
Yeah, that's too slow. You're right.
No, but this position is a total mess, right? I can see the computer says king h1 and why is better, but now it's dropping already. No, this is chaos.
This is great.
Black has his threats here.
Oh yeah. No, I mean all three results. That's what we love. Maximilian's talking about basketball. We'll leave that for a bit later.
He's always trying to change the topics away from chess.
When we're really struggling for material in
the
about
8th spot. Who even
5
cares?
hours.
Like, who cares if Sacramento gets the 8th spot and then loses to Golden State? Anyway.
Do you care?
No.
Okay.
What else are we missing? Lawrence, are you still playing for a German team? Is the GM title still on your radar?
I am still playing for Norderstedt in the Bundesliga Nord division.
Is that second league? Did Norderstedt relegate?
We got relegated, unfortunately. Tough times. I think we'll come back up though. And then next year, I'd like to be board 1 again in the Bundesliga. That would be good fun. I would play that. Am I still going to get the GM title? No, I'm not. It just wasn't meant to be.
I think you will. Just hang in there one day.
I've got to play. I've got to play a tournament.
You gotta forget about the goal, and then it will happen.
Indeed. Let's look at Luc Van Velde, who got the GM title a long time ago.
That's very true.
And
when I played Luc in 1997 in Dieren, he was already a GM for 10 years, probably.
right, but his position stinks here. I think, right? 3.
How did this happen?
I don't know. He's just.
They went down this road and he
yeah.
went h4, which makes sense because this is one weakness.
Yeah.
Queen b4, and he took here, simplifying, which the computer does not like this move. The computer says bishop f3 was stronger, but okay, bishop e7 is fairly natural. Rook e8 took here, rook e2. Well, it's currently pawn up, but these two are under attack.
Right, and a. Oh, rook f. Yeah, that's...
Rook fd1, probably hoping for rook a2, d5 with further simplifications. But Nepomniachtchi, name always reminds me of Oranishi.
Yeah, Oranishi? Who's that?
She's a vicious killer in Kill Bill Volume 1.
Oh, I was never...
That was a song
I
by
didn't like
RZA,
Kill Bill.
tribute to Oranishi. Me neither, but I like the song.
Right.
Anyway, rook fd1, rook fd8, rook d8 has been played, and Luke decided to now keep his a pawn and give the d pawn. But after a4, maybe he expected bishop takes d4 and was expecting to use this pin.
That's a nice simplification.
When white is at least equal.
No, but rook b2 is a problem, is it?
How big of a problem can it be? I go here, you take, I take, you take this somehow, probably bishop. How much worse can it really be here? Not much worse. It's a draw, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, why can't I play rook takes d4?
You can, but are you better?
You want to do that one? No, I'm definitely not better there.
It's just equal. It will peter out, which, frankly, is what the doctor ordered for Luke.
Yeah,
With
Luke
1 out of 7, make a draw.
Luke needs it. Luke needs it, yeah.
Is this... We haven't talked about their head-to-head score much. Yeah, he's down half out of 3 against Jan Nepomniachtchi. It's not a pleasant opponent for him either. But I believe that after rook b1, this will fizzle out.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Yes.
This is the most exciting position. Let's go back here.
Oh, and he took on c6. Wojja.
Do people call him Wojja?
No.
We call him Radek.
I call him Radek.
You call him Radek too?
Yeah.
So no one calls him Wojja.
No.
Wojtaszek is also the name of a former pope, is that correct? I know you
I
studied the
didn't
popes.
know that, actually.
I believe it is. Or is it? No, I might be mixing up. It's Karol Wojtyla. Yeah, I think I'm completely mixing it up. Let me Google Wojtaszek. Yeah, Radek is first hit. Which, if there was a pope, he might be in the mix. Not Wojtyla. Apologies. Maximilian M., International Master, asks, how do you guys evaluate the Morozevich Scotch with h4? This is not the time for theory question,
Come on,
Maximilian.
Max.
Come on, behave yourself. Also, it's a terrible move. Why would it not be a terrible move, h4? And if you watch my opening clinics, you will see an in-detail answer to why it's a terrible move.
There you go. Bishop takes a6 on the board. And if Wojtaszek plays rook c7, just dc is the idea, is it? Or what?
Washington, D.C.
And if rook takes c6, the problem is bishop b7 and a6, I assume.
You just, lost a lot of momentum. This bishop is even strong, and boom.
Yeah. We're a bit slow, aren't we, with black here, basically?
I'm surprised by BC. It feels like there's really no time for such shenanigans activating the white bishop.
Yeah.
Then again, easier said than done, and so on with the engine running here. But this f3, cb, rook c2 felt like the critical line.
Yeah, you had to go down that line, yeah.
So BC, bishop a6, and looks like Radek's suffering might continue. G3 is possible, but it's never checkmate. But still, G3, now that the bishop no longer covers the h5 square, is probably the way you want to go with it.
Yeah, I think you have to flick that in.
Now rook c7, or rook c7 here, knight h5, and hope for the best. You never know, these king's Indian positions.
Of course.
Computer always says you're winning with white, because it's a horrible opening, but you can always get checkmated.
Agreed. What about Sergei versus Vesely?
So. Nah, no so name puns, because we say so every other word. Sometimes I have to fix my sentence because I said so and then you have to go to Wesley. I believe Wesley is very fine. The question is he better? Because he's captured the two bishops by... How do you get the two bishops here? Knight c3. There. Chess culture, ladies and gentlemen. This bishop might look passive, but it's still better than a strong knight. So you spend a bit of time exchanging it. And go c6, put the other knight here, this bishop here, so white has no knight e5. Wesley is playing, well, as always, one can say, a very just solid, good, flawless,
just a
sound chess.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's slightly
Nothing more to it. He's just a damn good chess player.
He's very, very good.
I mean, what do you do with white in these positions? I mean,
you need to wait for black to do something so you can flick a knight into e5. But if black just does nothing, rook d8, g6, king g7. I don't know. You don't have obvious improvements. Maybe bishop h3 is an idea. At least to hint at this. But if you unpin... Yeah, it's tough. Black is very, very stable now.
Do you think Wesley will win?
I don't know. I think draw is still a favorite because we all know about Kayakin's defensive prowess as well. But so far, so good for Wesley. No pun intended.
Will you give me 10-1 on a...
Yeah, I'll give you 10-1 on...
Wesley win?
What do you mean by that?
So if I put 1 on, you give me 10 in return plus my original 1.
You're totally insane.
Why? You said Koryakin, he's a great defender.
I said a draw is still a favorite, but obviously black is better, so why would I give you 10-1? Madness.
Madness Carlson. What about Levon?
But if you feel it's 10-1, you know what? I'll be extremely generous, and I'll take that side of the bet for 7-1.
You want 7-1?
For a Wesley win. Nah, no, you can't take that. I'm just saying how ridiculous your offer is. Levon is having great fun now. He got an e4 because Anish apparently had to weaken his position.
Look at this bishop on d6.
Look at this guy.
Oh my god, that's a sad bishop.
I once had something very similar against Markus Raga. He also sacrificed an exchange. I had this exact same structure, and I also went bishop b7, bishop a8 just to get it out of the way. But I wasn't very happy with myself. Now after e4, looks like it's just
over, yeah?
This bishop is stronger than...
This is a class. Queen f6 has been played.
Yeah, hoping for e5, keeping the position closed. But both grabbing this pawn or even the endgame looks completely hopeless. This piece, and I guess he's hoping for something like this. At least his rook is breathing, but I still think it's must be terrible for him. Very nice game by Mr. Aroniani.
Yeah.
Here rook b1 dominates his bishop forever. Who faces a choice now, but it's the kind of choices you want to have, because queen a5 also looks very strong. Just take a pawn. Keeps things rolling. What are we missing in the chat? Gamerplayer19 says, Aroni on fire and Adiban also playing well. Second that. Bram van Einaten says, not looking good. so good for Geary again. Yeah, true as well.
Yeah.
KG says, Aronian blitzing out best moves, lol. Chess Chipmunk says, damn it, Pavel will win again. Anders 2400 says, Paul the third was Karol Wojtyla. Yeah, sorry, it's not really Wojciech.
Right.
Where do we go? We haven't
Where do
seen
we
Harry's
go?
game much.
Yeah, this isn't really.
He's better though. He's gonna attack this pawn.
Yeah.
Harry's a good player, but he has this sneaky style. He's a bit like Adams-esque in that he doesn't do anything spectacular, and then all of a sudden he's better, and you have to resign. It reminds me a bit of Mickey's style.
Mm-hmm. What we got? So Magnus played c5.
Very good chess player.
Wow, I wouldn't go that far.
Some people have gone there. So what's going on with you? What have you been up to?
All will be revealed in due course.
Just making chit-chat and you get
Yeah.
this broad, general, secret answer. All will be revealed.
No, I've just been working on life.
You've been working on life. You're so secretive.
Yeah. That's
Made
what I
any
got for
improvements working on life? Did you
No.
find out anything that could help me in my
you.
life?
No.
What's the key to life? What's the purpose? What's the meaning of it all?
I got no answer for you, buddy.
So your work has been in vain.
Yeah, so far I'm still working on it.
Knight b3 has been played
Maybe
by
Knight b3 is the meaning
Rapport.
of life.
I don't think so.
It might be.
Magnus, I guess, wants to go d4 here. Computer says dc4 as well, but dc4 looks weird to me. His point is probably that here. It's hard to keep everything covered, but knight e3. I don't know. I don't like dc4 as much as d4. And also, I guess Carlsen, as the high-rated player, would like to keep some more tension in the position. No?
Yeah.
Still,
Question: do I play in Bumratti? I know I'm not, unfortunately, this year. I did have a very lovely conversation with my main man, Jerry Graham, who was very kind in offering me
$10,000 appearance fee.
$10,000
Pounds, sorry.
No, he was very kind with his offer, but I've just got too much going on that weekend, so can't do
You're
it.
so mysterious. I'm sure you can't speak about any of your ongoings that weekend, right?
No?
Did you join the mafia?
Yes.
Italian mafia?
No. German.
German mafia.
Yeah.
Let's see. So, but you gotta start as a button, right?
No, you start as a Kartoffel. That's
As
the...
a kartoffel.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
That's-
you've come very far in your
German.
studies of Germanness
Yeah.
over these years.
Yeah. And then you get promoted to a Wurst, and then it's a
You've been
Schnitz.
living here for like 2 years,
Schnitzel.
right? And still you're embracing all the stereotypes. How many people do you see that eating kartoffel or Wurst?
all the time. Wurst a lot here in Hamburg.
I never ate Wurst or
No?
kartoffel. I mean, kartoffeln are
Kartoffel
available,
salad?
but they're available in most places.
Yeah. there's
I
a-
don't like kartoffels a lot.
No. Kartoffelsalat. You know, Wurst,
I don't know. Like,
bit of fish.
I'm not gonna argue that there is a great German cuisine or anything, but like in most places, there are like Thai restaurants, Indian restaurants, Italian restaurants, Greek restaurants all over the place. So that it's really there is no one, not one.
I cooked a
not one
fantastic risotto the other day.
You cooked yourself?
Shiitake mushrooms, yeah. Big shiitake.
So that's what you've been up to.
Yeah, that's another thing. It was, I have to say, even the other half was very, very impressed.
Galactic is making a dumb pun. Can we go to the Jones game? There's so much going on, which makes me go to the Jones game.
Yeah.
Instantly.
Oh.
Is there so much going on? He's an exchange down, but he does have 2 pawns now. But Black managed to activate his rooks. So my expert verdict is this is probably equal.
Prefer white. Prefer white.
The horse. And this
The horse
comes.
is
Yeah,
good. The horse
it's true.
is
The horse is good.
The
Still
horse, the horse, the horse.
yeah, actually, yeah. This is a bit
No,
annoying
this
because
is
I can't
good.
exchange rules.
Don't know. Prefer white. Okay.
I hear you.
Sopiko is.
Sopiko is here.
Yeah.
She's
She's all right.
used her Miss Tactics pedigree. And
Wow.
went for a little petite combinaison, as we say in Germany.
Yeah.
With e4 winning back the horse, the knight, as we say. After c6, well, I'm not even sure if ed is forced, but ed, cd, castles. The question is, are these pawns strong or maybe not so strong?
Well, I quite like Sopiko's position here, actually.
Could go either way, no?
Yeah.
d4,
Well, okay, rook fd1,
whatever, queen d5.
b4, f4 is coming.
Looks very double-edged to me.
Oh, we can't go f4 here because of e4. Yeah, anything can happen.
Anything goes. Ilroll is saying Chess24 Friends. I haven't watched much Friends. Have you watched Friends?
I was never a big Friends guy, if I'm totally honest.
I never even had any friends. Like Chess24 Friends. Peter equals Ross. Ross is the nerd, right? So that's good. And for me at least, because I'm not Ross. Jan is Chandler. Lawrence is Joey. Chandler is a guy who's in some amount of trouble nowadays, but was fine then, right? So I'm not sure if I should be happy about that, or I heard the actor that played Chandler is troubled.
He
now.
had some. I think he's okay now. I think he
Yeah.
had some drugs, gambling, addiction, fairly standard.
Oh, okay, usual.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not quite sure, but I remember I was reading some piece that things didn't go well for Chandler. But yeah, thanks Ilroy. I always thought of myself as more of a Rachel type of guy, but whatever you think. Tweedledee asks, can I wait with CD5? Yeah, I was wondering about that as well. But at some point you've got to take, right? You can start maybe by castling. But then you gotta factor in things like this. I'm not sure if this is any good, but at least you gotta consider it.
yeah, this is very possible. Yeah, yeah. Okay.
We'll find out.
Let's go back to the... Oh!
Where are we going?
Let's
Where
go
do we
to Elo Janov.
Yeah, he's been picking up some more
He's
rating
going to be
in this
Elo
tournament.
Janov. So he played g3. I like this decision by Radek because you got to do something.
Chandler's a funny one, isn't Joey? Well, Joey is okay. He's
They're
more
both
of the
supposed
crazy
to be-
funny,
they're both
crazy
supposed to
funny
be
one. Yeah,
funny.
but I thought they were both the comedians. It is a comedy, or intended to be a comedy, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know. My deep dislike of Jennifer Aniston for
do
no
you have a
reason
deep
whatsoever.
dislike of
Yeah,
her? Okay. Yeah.
never made me watch Friends.
Nah, she's not really my cup of tea.
What is your cup of tea?
Peppermint.
No, I figured.
Big peppermint guy.
So where do you go with your queen
mint,
here?
Fresh mint, peppermint,
Wrigley Spearmint?
Wrigley spearmint. That's all I got. Really.
Yeah, I don't wait
Don't do
for any
black
new
tea.
mints.
I don't do black tea.
Waiting for a square.
Oh, a square?
What about green tea? I've been drinking lots of green tea with lemon, ginger.
Yeah, all of that sort. Or ingwer, as they say in...
Yeah, ginger, ingwer, similar things. Just ingwer is the German word for ginger.
Right, that's what I was... Anyway.
Right.
Queen a2, good move. Threatening d takes c6, discovered, check. So... And the problem is h3 is actually a huge threat, so you have to take on h2.
I feel we always gotta go for this. Go for broke.
Yeah.
Okay, takes.
Yeah, this is
Go for
unclear.
this and hope that it's somehow checkmate.
It might just be checkmate, by the way.
Let's see if we are in time to queen this
No.
guy, but probably we're not, right?
Knight g3. a7. There's check.
One of these things. I've been on the white side of these positions often enough. Normally it goes wrong from here.
Yeah, no. Yeah, Queen h4. No, this is... Knight c3 is coming.
Yeah, there's always some bad luck.
Yes, something always happens. Normally in banter blitz, but
Nice.
oh, he played queen f3. That looks a bit Rog.
We looked at this too, right?
Oh, did we?
I think we did.
Or maybe it's a great move, right?
Similar story. DC knight h5. And once again, computer says white is better, but how happy are you with white here? You can see all this.
You can't stop any of it as well. That's the annoying thing.
Well, computer gives this maneuver, which I'm sure is very clever. Bishop c4, king h8, and bishop e6 to use this bishop
That is
to
very
defend
clever.
your king.
That is
Say
very
knight
good.
g3. He just goes here and to c1. And he says, I worry about nothing. You give this check. I throw my bishop in the way.
Very strong.
That's a nice
No,
move.
that is actually the end of the game. Once you get that blockade in there, that's end of game.
Danger Mouth 5 says Chandler makes witty joke. Joey is a bit dim, but good with women.
And what was I, Joey?
You were Joey.
Okay.
Feels like, yeah. I'm not sure Svedler is going to like his Ross comparison. Then again, Svedler gets very offended if you call him a hipster or anything, because he insists that he's a huge nerd. So I believe Ross is supposed to be the nerdy, brainy one, right?
Right.
Do you know anything about Friends? Or
Yeah,
did
I've
you just
watched
say, right?
tons of episodes.
Okay.
I've just never enjoyed it that much.
No, me neither.
Just thought it was way overrated. All right, Queen f3 by Pavel looks like it's a good game. If he finds this maneuver, I think he's gonna win.
Yeah. Did you know that the Seinfeld guys, they also thought Friends was way overrated, and they think that most of Friends' success was because Seinfeld was their lead-in, and then people just kept watching. So they did an episode about lead-in and some terrible show that benefited from that.
Yeah.
A lot of tension.
A lot of hatred.
Maximilian M is talking about Adiban, and if Maximilian M, who's an international chess master, talks about it, so shall we.
Wow.
After rook a1, queen d8, knight b1? The idea is to get rid of this knight, play c3. But it's still not an obvious move to simpletons like yours truly.
A lot of
Why not
players would
here,
go,
at least?
knight d1 to go to e3 next.
Yeah, this
mate.
looks way more natural, doesn't it?
Actually, this looks great for white, doesn't it?
Why not knight d1? This move I would have no trouble understanding, but knight b1
Knight b1 is really deep.
is very cryptic.
Maybe he wants to go knight d2, knight df3, exchange pair of knights, but that feels slow and... Yeah.
He might still be doing alright, but it's just, yeah. Why not here? Oops, sorry. Why not here?
Yeah. No idea.
Je ne comprends pas.
Oh, okay. So Magnus played d4, your move,
Yep.
and Ricard played bishop h3.
Yeah, fair enough too.
Just,
What's next? Rook e8 looks natural, but I have a feeling there might be some tactics that
Queen
could
a7.
bother me.
Queen a7.
Queen a7, huh?
Yeah.
Targeting the horse.
And the f7 pawn.
Yeah. That's annoying.
This is a bit frustrating for Magnus, because if he just draws a lot of games, he's...
It's not going to catch Wesley.
No, he's not.
Because Wesley,
Especially Wesley
never
could win
trouble.
today, yeah.
Well, he was in trouble a bit yesterday, but he never loses even when he is in trouble.
No, he can't lose. He's Wesley So. What odds will you give me on him going 100 games not beaten?
I'd give you pretty good odds.
Would you?
Yeah.
Would you give me like 30 to 1?
No, of course not.
What?
Stop being ridiculous. He just went 45 games unbeaten. Why would I give you
but-
30 to 1?
What would you give me?
Like 10 to 1.
You're insane.
No. These are fair odds, actually.
For another 50 games without
Yeah, of
losing at
course.
this level?
Yeah.
Playing Magnus like 5 times this year?
Is he playing Magnus like 5 times?
Of course he is.
Why?
Here, he's going to
Okay.
play him in the Grand Chess Tour. If Magnus...
Is he? Is Magnus playing in the Grand Chess Tour? I'm asking honest questions.
I
I'm
actually
just,
don't know if Magnus is
uninformed.
playing. Well, given that it's not a World Championship year, you would think there's a possibility. Magnus
Yeah, for
playing.
sure.
So there's 4 tournaments. So yeah, he's going to play him 5 times.
Yeah.
5
That's
times.
why you get
5
10
time,
to 1.
5 times. 5 times. 5 times.
Oh my god, we broke the trend bot. Queen d3.
This is
Leon
just
hinting
disgusting.
at some checkmates, but yeah,
This is
he's
just disgusting.
material up. Even though he's material down, he's really material up. Just
Yeah.
look at what the pieces can do.
Yeah. Is that like when you go through a messy divorce and your wife actually takes half your things, but you're still really material up because you're material down, but you are material up?
Why material up in that case?
Because they're really your things. Like you were the guy who worked for it and bought it, and it was,
Well, you just lost half, then why are you material up?
It's a bit like here, you've lost material, but you're kind of
I don't get the analogy.
morally speaking.
But in the messy divorce, why are you morally speaking material up?
There's a sense of, you deserved it, and you
Well, you
grasped.
still didn't get it.
You got it, but you
Only
had to
half.
give it away. I'm talking about.
I'm not following. No, keep going.
We'll do messy divorce analogies in like 5 years when we're both going through one. Nah, we don't do divorces here at Chess 24, ladies and gentlemen. We're all about familia.
N4Xer saying you're not a gamble man. I think it's gambling man. At all. I would have made a ton of money on Trent already. You probably would have, but yeah.
Reach out for me, baby.
You can contact him.
Send me your PayPal
At
details.
Lawrence Trent on Chess24 or wherever your name is. Lawrence.
Yeah. Jan is definitely not a gambling man.
I'm the only... No, I'm not a gambling man. I have zero gamble in me. And Comp says that Adiban is winning and no one comment.
What?
Does Comp say Adiban is
D5.
winning or D5 has been
Wait,
played?
wait.
Did not see D5.
Uh-huh.
Winning is a bit strong, but yeah, Comp is not a fan of D5 apparently. Even though it looks fairly logical. So let's go through Compville. C3 knight D2.
Yeah, the problem is
Looks like the
D4
white
knight
attack for
E4 is landing on F6 or G5.
And that's Adiban's point too, with knight B1 is
Yeah.
just a slow but steady
Trip to Tipperary.
trip to...
It's a long way to Tipperary. Do you know Tipperary?
No.
It's in Ireland, somewhere.
It's in Ireland?
I think in south of Ireland. Yeah.
Alright.
It's a very famous
It's a long
song.
trip to get there?
It's a famous song, A Long Way to Tipperary.
Alright.
I'm not sure that's the title. Google that for me.
Yeah, by all means.
So G5 is Tipperary. There we are. We got it. It's by John McCormack. It seems.
Should I click on maps?
Yeah, you can do Tipperary.
Long way to Tipperary.
Yeah.
No hits on Google Maps.
You can just do Tipperary. I think it's in South
Tipperary Island.
You're gonna have to zoom. Okay.
Give me the route.
You
Let's
have
say
to put
by
in.
car.
Yeah, you have to put in R. That's it. Just educating on on Google Maps.
No, I'm a big Google Maps expert, but I use it on my phone. Like this app controls my life.
There we
It
are,
tells me where
South
to go.
Island.
It is a long way. It's 19
It's not
hours,
that far.
16 minutes
It's
by
only
car.
how long this broadcast is going to last. So
Nah, it's gonna feel like this broadcast lasts so long, but it won't. Just for the viewers, it will. Anyway,
G5
19
is
hours.
Tipperary. That's the point I made with the knight on B1. It takes
so
19
it will
hours.
take 19 hours for the knight to land
Yeah,
here.
about that.
All right. But yeah, the computer is wildly optimistic here for white because the only way to fight this blind apparently is knight to e5. Then you kick it. Takes, knight d7.
Oh, an E5.
And you keep coming. It's like the T1000.
You don't want to go
Just
E5?
keeps coming. Nah, I want this. Now you have to go f6 to
And now
stop
E5.
me. And now you keep needling me.
Yeah.
Very unpleasant.
This is bad. This is bad.
And here we can see the other knight
Yeah,
also
it does a good
performs
job.
a very good function, stopping knight f5s.
Yeah.
And, at some point it's going to land on g6. This is very unpleasant for black. Nice game by Adiban yet again. It's really Adiban growing so much in this very tournament.
Yeah.
First time I heard the name Adiban, I was playing an open tournament in the
Thailand.
beautiful city of Barcelona in the year 2013 maybe.
Right.
And
You played an open?
Yeah.
How was that?
I was doing fine. I think I had like 7 out of 9 or 7.5. But Adiban crushed everybody. He had 8 out of 9. He won the tournament ahead of many strong players, mainly me. And I'd never heard of him before.
Okay.
But now he's here in Wijk aan Zee, crushing fools left and right.
Beautiful.
Is it?
Yeah.
Not for Andrejkin. So since you're so secretive,
F4, yeah.
F4. Let's talk about this. What's the point?
It's a good move. I mean, he's just trying to mix it up somehow. He's got to
But how can he mix it?
maybe go e5 here. This is his idea. Fe, rook e5.
F5.
Yeah, okay, but
So disgusting.
it is pretty gross.
Now the other thing
Oh my god.
will be in your face as well.
In your face.
Nah, it's just a horrible position. You're essentially playing without this bishop, and both of your rooks are very dominated by this bishop.
Is that
Anish, of course, has to keep.
Alfil
trying to miss.
essays in your face?
That's that's
I
what
try.
they say.
Alfil essays in your face?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what they say in some?
Well, alfil essays is Spanish for bishop e6, and it barely rhymes. So yeah, I think that
It
was
kind of
great.
works. Right. I'll try and make a German one as well.
You're so multilingual. That's what
Right.
makes your humor so unique.
Läufer E6.
Yeah.
You're now my ex?
Yeah, I'm not sure
No?
how much sense that makes.
Okay.
Almost rhymes again.
Yeah.
Where is this cartoon? Am I blind? Oh, it's here. Levon Aronia, will he add victory number 6 with 0 losses against Anish Giri? Looks like that. And Anish, who's on +1 after a miracle escape yesterday, might fall back to 50%, which some people have said would be his rapping name if he loses this game. Like that?
I do like that. That's good. 50%. Draw, Wesley So. What the hell?
Why?
Why? Play on.
Wesley, yeah, he doesn't take many chances against the strongest of the strongest. Offer a draw here after rook fe8. Well, and he has a very comfortable position, so Kayakin had no reason to decline. We've talked about this a bit during the Magnus game. Wesley, yeah, he doesn't mind draws if, well, he respects his
Why
opponent
not? Yeah.
if he has the black pieces.
Why not?
And it has served him very well so far. I was surprised, or I am surprised in this tournament, because I thought it's now well established how dangerous Wesley is, that people will just start drawing him. But he's picked up 3 wins already.
It's a bit disappointing though, and we got in the chat again this recurring discussion about Sophia rules. I'm a Sophia rules guy, I think Premier tournaments, these guys get a lot of money. They should fight it out.
Do they get a lot of money?
Yeah, they
I
do.
always
Yeah,
thought
they do.
every organizer can do whatever they want.
No,
Like,
sure.
As a spectator, of course, you normally advocate for the Sophia rules, but for the players also. Have you been to Vike and played
I've
13
been.
rounds? Like
I've been to like, yeah.
It's a very, very serious grind with
It is
playing
a
every day.
No, I
It's a
agree.
long tournament, so I
But,
fully understand for the players. And Wesley, well, he's playing within the rules. I don't want to defend him even, because I think he is a little too tight. but
I'm
it's
not.
worked well for him.
I'm not saying. I just think it should be part of the game at top level in all tournaments. And I just see out the corner of my eye, Andraken has taken on e4.
Let's go there.
Wow.
Taken 4.
He didn't play c3, Addy. But wait, hold on. Is this over?
Still, horsey.
Knight f5, and then everything.
That's his idea, right?
Comte
Knight
Raus?
f5, and you gotta hang on. Rook takes. Knight takes.
And rook takes again?
Rook takes again, and the
Oh my
horses prevail. Bishop takes. Now knight takes.
And knight f6. That's gorgeous.
This ends it, and this ends it. But if we start with knight takes, then there's not enough.
Queen d4 check. No.
Oh, how does this work? Rook takes e4, and now there's no checkmate threatened on
Right.
g7.
So
that
knights
comes down.
are better than rooks.
That's the lesson we seem to be learning today. Also in the Giri game, the rooks are terrible. Rooks are overrated.
Knight f5. See, he's got to find rook takes f5 here, but he must find that. Because he'll see rook f5, gf5.
Yeah,
knight
he
f6.
can calculate this till the end. It's not
Actually, this is just
possible.
finito, no?
I think
But even
it's,
this knight g5. Knight g5.
this knight g5 just ends here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's just no... This has been a disaster for Andraken.
And here the problem is he can't go rook e4
Right.
because this is still blocked.
Right.
Here,
yeah,
he still
this
can't
is-
do it.
This is beautiful. He played it.
This. And he blitzed it out almost.
Yeah.
Yeah, Adiban is a great tactician.
Yeah.
And Adiban is taking no prisoners on a 3.5 out of 4 streak if he wins this one. Massive respect to
Huge
the
respect
young
for
Indian.
Adiban. I think that'll be the game of the day potentially.
Potentially.
The Hawk, is that Jonathan Hawkins?
You would assume that.
Shall we assume?
You know what happens
We
when
love
assume.
the Hawk.
Let's check.
It is. Hello to Jonathan Hawkins, former British champion.
I know.
Very strong player. And
Never met the man.
is
I'm
just,
so old and so retired. There's many a GM I've never met.
Adiban is just, that's it. It's just Queen D4 and
Game over.
Rook F2 is just... maybe he'll play on a bit here, but nah.
Well, you can struggle on a
Queen
little
G7.
bit. Queen G7. But it looks fairly hopeless. We're even winning more material, I guess. Yeah? Like here.
Rook E2, yeah.
Rook E2 wins. King F6. Okay, so even this position.
Yeah.
We can take here if we want to. But even this, I was going to say, it's not really worth playing
No.
on.
Too many pieces.
Yeah, Adiban is going to win another game.
And it looks like Levon is going to win. So G4, F4, E5, Queen H3 took place in the Aronian game. And...
GF E5, he went here, he didn't play F5.
yeah. Is it time to play Rook D6 here? And
It's never
it's just
great,
over,
right?
yeah.
He's still stuck with this, but maybe
At
it's
least,
the only chance.
yeah, because otherwise...
So what happens after EF?
Yeah, E5 is just massacre, Bishop F5 coming. And yeah,
doesn't look great.
This is massacre.
Massacre.
Yeah,
Sacre bleu.
right.
Sorry. Kafpat.
That was gorgeous, yeah.
Thank you. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Bunch of coughing and sneezing, which you did not want to hear, possibly. Maybe
We'll
you did,
see.
but then you're a sicko. We are asked, and we follow your every wish, to go to the Sopico game, because a queen has been sacrificed.
Wow.
Is Jordan van Foreest
He's going a bit all in.
overstepping the limits of what
Is he going all in here?
accepted?
Looks like a bit of a horse on E3 though. That's a serious
It's a
horse.
serious horse, yeah.
The rook comes to D8. Maybe he's just going to mate Sopico in like 2 moves.
He wants to go here and here.
With mate.
Is this the most serious horse since BoJack Horseman?
Yes.
Have you watched BoJack Horseman?
No, I haven't.
I think I told you to, but it's funny.
Actually, no, I was... Sorry, I looked it up. I remember I was at home, I looked it up. I was there with the girlfriend. It was a cartoon. She said, no, let's go to the next one.
Fair enough.
She wasn't quite ready for that.
Yeah, girlfriends tend to have a hard time with the cartoon things, right? Like,
Yeah.
I have this discussion too.
Yeah. Oh, Rook
But
C1.
BoJack Horseman and Rick and Morty are both very funny. Rick
Right.
and Morty is funnier, but
Right.
they're both good.
Right.
Anyway, how do we defend
Rook
against the
C1
plan?
has been
Rook
played.
C1,
Rook E8.
Rook E8, and
King F2,
the king runs.
Rook D2, King G1.
Rook G2, we just go away, yeah?
But this is very scary if you're white, I think. Being so passive.
Yeah, but your queen will normally emerge to give some checks.
Yeah.
Again, I'm not sure how many checks, but probably enough to give it perpetual. I don't know. Question is, does black have any threats here? Maybe not, yeah? Even Rook G1, do I lose?
No, Rook
Probably
G1
don't
loses.
lose, right?
No, doesn't lose.
Why would I lose?
Rook takes B2. Oh, Queen E7. You've just got
Yeah,
enough.
the queen is so active.
Just got enough play with the queen. Yeah, so Sopico to make a draw.
Seems like that, but
Yeah, that would be good
we'll
for him.
keep you posted. Kayakin So already ended peacefully. Wesley So, yeah, winning the opening battle, offered a draw, was content. Gaining another rest day. That means back-to-back rest days, because tomorrow there is, well, today not really a rest day, but tomorrow there is a rest day in Vaikanzee. And I'm sure Magnus Carlsen will fight his hardest to catch Wesley before this rest day. But does he have enough potential in his position against Richard Rapport? Who's
I
playing
think
a
he's been
sound game today?
thinking a long time here, Magnus, right?
Yeah, it feels
Can
like
we have
it.
a look at how long he's spent on this?
We probably can.
I'm going to go for 21 minutes.
Is that your over-under? I'm going to go with 19 minutes.
I'll go for 21.
Okay. The correct answer is 1906.
What is it?
1906.
That was quite close.
That's true.
Yeah. Oh, Gary took on d6, but yeah, this is...
Ah, he did take there, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, it makes his position slightly more pleasant to the eye, but still bad. This bishop is out of play. You're probably at least 1 pawn down by now.
Yeah.
And after rook d1, it's still pretty
it's...
bad. He's gotten outplayed today. And I think it all started here because, well, this is just very dangerous for black already. And maybe, once again, I lack expertise. I keep saying that, but maybe nice opening work by Levon. It looks very strange, frankly. There must be a reason why no one's ever done this. Knight a3, rook c1 business, or maybe people have done it. I'm just blissfully unaware. But he outprepared.
Yeah, it was great idea, great game.
Queen c5 on the board.
Oops.
And boo.
Rook d7.
Rook g8, bishop b3.
Yeah,
then you have to calculate a little bit that there's no counterplay here. But it feels like it's only one check, really.
f3 check.
Okay, it's 2 checks, really. I would still bungle this.
Yes.
Takes. Check. F8. Okay, it's like only 5 checks.
Queen b2.
That's not a check. But it's threatening a check. Yeah, the game continues a bit, but white with some caution should prevail. Also, after rook g8, there must be other ways to roll. Nah, but this looks so strong. EF, I must be able to do other things, like even takes, right?
Rook f8.
Rook f7.
Yeah.
Not sure. This is the best solution, but even
this
is overwhelming.
No, but you're bungling this.
What?
No, maybe not.
I'm winning.
Yeah.
Rook d7 played.
Of course.
Geary is in
on the verge.
Great danger. Well, not even great danger, great trouble. Mr. Koda says, so Ilyanov will be the new leader. If Ilyanov wins his game...
Wow, will he? Yeah.
Let's go back there, because this is a total mess as well. If Ilyanov wins and Magnus doesn't win, then Ilyanov catches, so I think they would be equal on points. Pavel Ilyanov so far, very good tournament. But he has to win this first. I'm aware, computer says winning. But you never know with this king. Or I never know. d5, the point is to block this bishop c4, bishop e6 maneuver.
Could be a great move,
which we've
d5.
seen before. After ed,
no,
knight f5.
Rook comes, queen.
You know, there's still play at the very least.
Yeah, you're never comfortable with white here, actually.
Until you haven't queened one of your pawns, you can't relax. Maybe ed is not best, but okay, the rest is already... I don't know if you play king g1 here, as the comp says. Maybe you do. Maybe it's not a possible move just to get out of all checks.
Makes a lot of sense as well. King g1, yeah.
Even here.
Yeah,
you don't relax, at least. Like, there's still lots of play.
Yeah.
You're probably winning because you can return some material and then run with those guys, but it's not fun at all.
No.
Here, rook a2, to my mind, for example, looks very natural to include this rook. But according to Mr. Comp, I'm already lost here. Rook f4, queen e3, rook g7.
With queen takes g2 checkers, that's right.
Can't defend. Oh yeah, let's show this. d6. Boom. Not easy at all. And so far, the game of the round, isn't it?
Yeah, or the Adaban game is also...
That's true. Adaban's game is also interesting. Levon's game is also a very nicely played game. Bunch of games of the round. What's not the game of the round so far is this.
Do you think he's just frustrated here that he's got nothing?
Well, he's looking for a way to keep the game going, and maybe it's not so easy. Let's look at some lines. Like here, for example. No, then just
You're bungling him.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe he's wondering, can he just be loads worse if he's not careful?
Also possible. Doesn't feel like he's loads worse, but with the c5 pawn always hanging, how do you ever improve your position, right? No, he's probably not exactly thrilled. He had to, or he felt like he had to go d4 to keep tension. Bishop h3 is a nasty move, just
that's
keeping
a good
you a
move.
bit tied up here.
Yeah.
You want to go here, but then this
Yeah, but
is
then
so weak.
c5 is always weak. Yeah.
Queen a5 or queen a7.
Yeah. Rook g8 by Anish, but this will not last much longer.
Alistair Conde. Lasker said, hardest games to win are won games.
That's true.
I don't think that's true at all.
No.
I think the hardest games to win are lost games.
Right.
Or, equal games are, even equal positions are much harder to win than one position.
Absolutely.
So I think, like, one position is probably the third hardest to win.
Gotcha.
Yeah, this is one way.
One way or another, we're gonna find you. We're gonna get you one way.
It's one-way traffic is what I wanted to say.
Yeah. Here's one way. Yeah.
The queen f4 does not find approval of the computer. The computer line is probably ending the game a lot more quickly.
Just back. Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
this is the computer line.
Mate.
Yeah, Levon's gonna find a win here. Bishop b3, ef has already appeared on the chessboard.
Levon needs that, doesn't he, to stay in the top 10, overtake Anish?
Yeah, I'm never sure how much these guys follow the top 10 list on a daily basis. If you ask them, they will always say, yeah, it doesn't matter, it matters to play well, blah, blah, blah. But I have a feeling they must check it once in a while, right?
Yeah,
Must be
absolutely,
nice.
yeah, of course. Absolutely.
Does Fabiano check it every 3 minutes?
No,
Every 5 minutes?
no.
Does he ever check it?
Yeah.
What time intervals would you say?
Difficult for me to tell you, if I'm totally honest.
Because you don't know?
Because, I don't know, is, the honest answer.
This is the current top 10 list from 2700chess.com, where Magnus Carlsen, to no one's surprise, is in the lead, 2842. Caruana, number 2, 2827. Wesley So keeps climbing, 2816. Vladimir Kramnik still going strong at age 42. Or is it 41? He might still be 41. Maxim Vashiela Graf, number 5. Vishy Anand, also back in the top 10, firmly established. Nakamura, Kayakin, Giri Aronian. But yeah, this is like all very, very close. Therefore, win for Levon means Giri might drop to, it means Giri would drop to number 10 and Levon would be back to number 9.
Right.
That's all there is.
What else we got?
I got nothing.
Oh, okay.
You tell us a story.
There was once a very strong grandmaster from Holland called Luc van Vele.
Has he gotten himself into some trouble here again?
He always manages to spice his life up, right, Lukey boy? It wouldn't be Lukey boy. Nah, he's still... No, he's
I'm
not.
not so sure, because after rook a1, how do you keep the a pawn?
You can't.
Or the a pawn and the f pawn, let's say.
Oh, this is actually pretty unpleasant, yeah? Because if rook a1, let's say you go rook c4. Oh, not that one. But rook c4. I take on f2, and then I try and checkmate you. I've then got this nasty check. King here, and check. And if you come up, like here, I can just... Is this... and if rook e4, rook e3 is a...
Oh, maybe we can, then we can improve on that line. No, if we go here, no rook e4. There's no rook e3 at least. Ah, but there's this.
Yeah.
This is cute.
That's nice. Bishop g7. It's very important to play bishop takes g7, mate.
Fair enough.
Yeah, this is. He played Rook A1. I don't want to make it too, for all you Luke fans out there, because I'm a big Luke fan. I like Luke, but he is managing to really put himself in difficult positions every game.
Yeah, and the big part is his time usage.
Oh.
But apparently this doesn't work, so we might have been too hard on him. Or it does. Make up your mind, computer. If we're already going to read out your lines, at least we have to be able to rely on you. No, this seems to work for black.
It does work. Bishop C5. Rook A3 and Bishop C5. This has to work. Yeah.
Maybe you can draw this position still, but why did he end up here? Because earlier, where did we leave it? Here I said Rook B1, and it's time to shake hands. Luke instead played Bishop C5 and Bishop E7. Went for this. Might also keep the balance, but black managed to get a little something going here.
Yeah. Pavel has thrown in D6. Okay, we've got a real... What's the time sitch in that game?
Sitch.
Yeah, that's a...
Mike the Sitch Sorrentino.
That's a Danny Kingism that I have to
Alright.
eradicate.
D5, ED, knight F5. And D6. The time situation is...
I prefer sitch, but that's okay.
Alright. That both sides have plenty time.
Okay.
Elyanov has 25 minutes, Wojtaszek has 42 minutes.
Okay.
D6, of course, the idea is that if you take, then you have to go all passive.
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
White still has enough to win on the queen side. Bishop B7 or Bishop C4 or whatever.
You don't take.
Go all caveman. But how do you do that?
Rook G7?
Are you threatening enough? Here, just Queen H3 is a problem all the time. Actually, King G1 was stronger according to the machine. Just want to show this.
Draw.
But here, this is too many enemy. Which makes sense now that there's Queen D5 check. So, what can you do? The compy gives this check. Trying to take here with a queen, apparently.
Oh.
Would be logical then, at least the knight can still
then the
jump.
knight's still got jumpy squares, I agree.
The game continues.
The game very much continues.
The saga continues. The cool guy asked Jan, could you maybe return to Sopiko against Jordan? Against Jordan. And what's happening? Sopiko pushing. Jordan is trying to find a checkmate, but he doesn't have that many fighting units.
Right.
You would need Rook G2 and Rook D2 to get something going, but you can't take here because the rook is hanging. So he tries to move it, let's say here, and then Sopiko. I was gonna say can take this pawn, but then I changed my mind when I saw I was losing the queen.
Yeah. I think he probably will do that rook to D3 as well. C6.
No, we can't take. No, still scary.
Can you take?
This is winning according to the computer, which is a very nice move. Stopping Rook D2.
Yeah, that is not It's not actually a difficult move to find out.
No, it's not really. So you can't.
I will win.
If you take with knight, King F1, knight E3, King G1.
Right, and you
check
escape
here. Here. Now we can take.
Yeah.
This is kind of important. Yeah, Rook D3 played.
He played it, and
Looks
I wonder if Sopiko's low on time, because I imagine he's played very fast today, Jordan.
Not sure. But it looks like Sopiko should get on the scoreboard in this game, at least a draw. Maybe she has some winning chance. Let's go back to Magnus, because we're being informed.
Magnus!
Things are happening. D3 played by Magnus Carlsen. You think so?
Yeah.
He's trying to, spice it up. Can Rapport just take here? First question. then at least he has a weakness
Yeah.
of his own.
Let's blockade that pawn, play e4. D7 is always hanging. Yeah, D7's on pre, so I ain't worried about nothing.
Are you a big fan of French Montana?
I know you are, and I think he's. I don't know what he is.
No one knows what he is.
Well, is he a rapper? Is he an idiot? What is he?
I think those
Am I
two
getting-
things are not
Mutually exclusive.
mutually exclusive.
Not a big French Montana. Also, his
It's not,
name is
yeah.
just so ridiculous. I mean,
He's not French.
he's that's
Also not from Montana.
right. So why call himself French Montana?
I don't know. What's Montana? Tony Montana, maybe?
Right. Oh, Anish has lost.
Oh, the game is over?
The game is over.
Live on winning. Felt like a masterpiece, but yeah, also felt like a really bad game for Anish, who struggles playing against Levon. After Queen G6, we were showing this line with the spite checks, really, because this line ends somewhere around here. Let's say Queen B2, Rook F7, I think is what we had. Anish instead tried F3, at least threatening checkmate after Bishop takes G8. But Levon just played H4, creating a Luft. And the game is over.
Lufthansa.
Queen C3 takes. Not hard to calculate that this king gets out.
That bishop on A8 is really sad.
So is Anish. Bad day for him. His 6th loss with no wins against Levon Aronian. Levon Aronian gets back into the tournament. Hasn't been Levon's event so far. He climbs back to 50%, or where is he? Where's Levon? No, maybe he's not on the list at all. He's not playing. Do you see him?
He's second.
He climbs back to +1. Okay, and it's not as terrible as I thought.
Yeah.
I won't be happy. Well, Anish falls to 50%. Anish Giri on 4 out of 8. 1 win, 1 loss. Some missed opportunities.
Definitely.
Also yesterday, some dodged bullets. But probably Anish won't be happy with the overall situation today. What happened in the Aliban game? Is he still winning? It looks like he maybe didn't get the max after his Rook takes F5, but he got enough. Queen D4 check, Rook F2, F5 was played. Knight G5. Knight G5 a mistake according to the merciless machine that says this is the way to do it, you puny humans. But kind of understandable. You don't go for this, which is equalish material, when you do have a safe material lead in these lines. Oh, we looked at this, right? Oh, I missed H6 maybe. Yeah, should still be enough to win the game. The A pawn remains on the board. Or after Rook takes, you go King here. There's no Rook A2, so my next move is A5. then
Yeah,
A6.
no, once the pawn gets to A6, it's completely hopeless.
Then the knight,
Yeah,
slowly but surely,
it certainly does.
joins the battle. Aliban's gonna win this. We have not really talked about
This
this
game has
at
just
all
been going at
because it's so slow and confusing. I don't know. I have a feeling Harry knows what he's doing. I don't know what he's doing. C4 maybe. Queen D2 maybe. White is probably slightly better, safer king, and more potential targets in the black position. But black is still quite solid. We shall see. What are you checking on your phone?
I was checking Twitter.
What's happening in the Twitter
The
sphere?
Twitter sphere is a bit kind of Donald Trump obsessed at the moment, which is maybe
Do you feel Donald Trump is stealing your thunder? A
Um,
little bit?
well, it's fake news. So all of this Donald Trump stuff is all fake news. He didn't become president. Nothing. It's just fake.
I'm not sure.
Donald
Starting to
says
feel very
peaceful
real.
protests are a hallmark of our democracy. Even if I don't always agree, I recognize the rights of people to express their views. He didn't write that.
That sounds more like a campaign.
That sounds
tweet
like
than-
a team tweet, doesn't it?
A little bit. But who knows? He does have all the best words, so maybe hallmark.
Yeah.
Hang on, did Adiban blunder his knight?
No.
I'm sure it's not a blunder, but after g5, knight g2, g4 does pick up the knight.
Right.
So instead, he probably tends to go here, 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 which is
Just
pretty decent play.
makes a queen, no?
After a6, what's going on? Ah, the rook
now
rushes
you
to
can go
fight,
back. Right.
then the knight comes back. Okay, false alarm, Adiban did not blunder a single thing. And e3 played by Rapport here. This felt equally natural to e4. And after 95, bishop g2, the computer, who's a pretty strong chess player, says white is seriously better here, which would be bad news for all Magnus Carlsen fans out there.
Is this the position?
This is the position.
Isn't
they have
it
on
white
board.
a lot better here?
Well, 0-80-ish, yeah.
I'm not. No, I'm just optically.
Yeah.
Bishops. These knights. Even there's one of the weird situations where they're treading on each other, but actually do a great job because knight on d2 protects the knight on b3. The knight on b3 protects the knight on d2. The knight on b3 attacks the pawn on c5. The knight on d2 blockades the pawn on d3.
Oof, I can't
There's a lot of blockading, attacking, and
draw enough arrows.
yeah. I love white's position. c5 is weak. Queen a7, queen a5, queen a5, queen c7. I'll play h3, give my king some luft. No plans. No squares for my knights with black. No breakthroughs. Control all the open files with white. 1-0. Let's wrap it up and go home now.
Rapport it up. I don't know. Magnus, yeah. I feel
He's trying too
probably
hard.
it's trying very hard
Yeah, he's trying
to
too
mix
hard.
it,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
he's taking liberties here.
Taking real liberties.
And Richard, when he's inspired, he can play.
He can
calculate.
play.
Very swingy. He was 2,750 just a couple months
That's
ago.
amazing. Yeah.
But this, of course, would be a major. What do you say in English? Notch on his belt? No, you don't say that, do you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Notch on his belt.
Like for scalp. In German, we say scalp.
We can say scalp.
You can say that?
We can really can. Yeah.
Okay. Why don't
In fact,
you?
it's a beautiful word. We can also
You
say.
second the notion of scalping?
Yeah, we also say bratwurst.
I'm aware you do that.
Major bratwurst.
Major bratwurst?
Yeah.
I'm not so sure. This might be fake news here
Might be
again.
fake news. Ooh.
Rapport drew. No, not rapport. Raga drew. Sorry, fake.
Raga drew. Okay.
Yeah, this looks like a
Sounds-
drawish position,
sounds
so
fair.
not overly surprised. Niels Grandelius,
Sacked.
my boy, is going for a sacrificial attack against chess bra himself, Eric Hansen. Bishop h6.
Nice.
I would never ever do that. b3, that's my move. It looks dangerous though.
E5.
e5
Kommt.
looming. Knight g5 looming. Knight
E5
f5
kommt
looming.
jetzt.
e5 kommt gleich.
Kommt gleich.
Eventuell. Nicht zwingend notwendig.
Okay.
Yeah, looks very, very dangerous.
Yeah.
Niels, I
is
think he
strong.
didn't have a great event so far, but he's a pretty resourceful dude.
Jeffrey looks.
Jeffrey looks comfortable to me.
Yeah.
Computer says white is better, but I don't understand why.
Yeah.
Darn you, computer, to
And
disagree with
Gawain?
me. Gawain will gewinnen.
Will he?
He wants to, but I'm not sure if he will. Surprisingly, he didn't put his knight on c4.
It's weird he didn't do that. But
This position, we really felt like this is the
yeah.
square.
Yeah. Okay, put it on f3.
It looks like Erwin is hanging around. And if these rooks ever get going, there's a lot of juicy pawn targets.
Yeah.
We'll find out. Let's go to Sopiko for a second.
Nietzsche?
Nietzsche, she's preparing like perpetuals.
No, she's preparing just to
Preparing to get another queen.
And there's
So white. Black has to be fast. Takes. Oh.
That's. What is that?
I'm not sure I've ever seen this construction.
That's fantastic.
Draw.
Is he gonna find that?
You can also play more prosaically.
That's true.
Also
Another
pretty.
draw. Yeah, lots of draws.
Lots of draws. Black has enough activity.
No, that'll be a
to
good
make
result
draw.
for Sopico to draw today. She needs it.
Yeah. A lot of the Dutch players, if we count Sopico as a Dutch player, haven't had great events. Luke has had a terrible event. Anish, not a great event. Jordan
Bok.
van Foreys, not a good event. Bok, terrible event. Maybe it's the home disadvantage in chess that gets to them.
I'll tell you what is a home disadvantage. How
What is
about
it?
this? How about we go for a very, very short break
That's the worst segue I've ever heard, but I'm fine with going for a break.
just before we reach the madness of the time scramble. Well, there's a lot of minutes left in Rapport Carlson. There's a good half an hour before they reach. And they're only on move 24. In Adiban and Draken, that is pretty much over, so Adiban to win. And in the Wei Yi game as well, that's really at the move 20 or so. Yeah, they're only moved, so there's another 20 moves to go here. Lots of life in the position. And the Wojtaszek game again, there's still a lot of, yeah.
Still a mess.
So we'll come back, and hopefully by then Luke van Velde will still be
He's fighting for
he's
a draw.
fighting for the draw, and I hope he gets it. All right.
Welcome back, boys and girls. We are approaching the time control.
Yes.
And Magnus Carlsen is in trouble versus Richard Rapport. Shall we go there?
Well, let's go directly.
Directly? No detour?
No detour. Ooh,
No Wojciech tours?
We'll go to Wojciech after, but this would be somewhat of an upset.
Rook c8 played. f4 is a strong move already. Queen a7 maybe more natural. What do you do?
What do you do when they come for you?
Is that the bad boy
Yeah,
song?
it is, yeah. So what's the best move?
I don't know, but I can reach f4, knight c6, and e4 apparently is very strong.
No, but that...
Fighting
Yeah. That's pretty good. So f4, knight e, g4, e4 is the same thing, yeah? Yeah. He played f4. Ricky Rapport.
You can't bluff the Richter.
You can't bluff him. He's unbluffable. He's like those donks. You can't bluff, right? You can't bluff a donkey. I'm not saying Ricky's a donkey. Far from it. He's an extremely strong player, but he's just not bluffable in any sense. Like, he doesn't get scared like you would, or me. Like, we're chickens, right? We wouldn't do f4, maybe.
Nah, I'd still do it. I'd lose.
Yeah.
f4, e4,
You
if you
can't
see
bluff
it, I
a
think you
strong
do it.
player like Ricky.
Because yeah, this e5 is just such a big threat.
Is that it? Is that game after e5?
I don't know, I'm sure Magnus will find a way to
Muddy
complicate
the waters.
matters, but it doesn't look fun. Like, if you have to go, nah, you can't do this.
No,
right?
no. Who do you think you are? There's not even a threat here.
Sometimes a superstar.
Ooh, that's nasty. Rook b6 is really nasty. No, this is just finito. Finito la comedia. 1-0. Let's go. Love Magnus, but love Ricky Rapport. Think he
So
deserves
your love for Rapport is stronger than for Magnus?
No.
No. Is your love for Fabiano stronger? So you're happy to see Magnus lose so Fabiano can inch closer?
I don't love any of them.
You don't love him?
No.
Who do you love the most out of the top 10?
Can I answer another question?
Out of the top 11, you also get Mamedyarov.
Can we do top 50?
Top 50? I don't know.
Top
Who
30.
will you
We
take?
can try top 30.
So, okay. Top 30.
Peter Fiddler, buddy. Come on.
Nah,
My man. My boy. Mickey. Big Lenier fan as well. Grishtuk, big fan.
You love them all more than Fabiano?
I love Fabi. Nobody has got more love for Fabi than I have.
But you still like Dominguez better. You're just saying nobody else likes Fabiano.
No,
as much as you.
Fabi is the one and only. Wow, if Ricky wins, that'll be +1 against Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah,
100%.
first game ever, apparently. And yeah, so far, a very cool, calm and collected effort by Rapport, who really didn't do anything out of the ordinary for his standards. And let Magnus
Magnus,
take his chances.
he wanted to win, it seems, at all costs, and might pay the really huge price here.
Absolutely.
What is Adi doing? Is Adi bungling
Adi
this?
is still
No.
firmly in control because he wins this race.
He wins the race and gives lots of checks. And it's mate. Queen, queen, and queen e8 or queen h8 or something. Queen b8. Suppose it's the same thing. Check, check, it's mate.
And here, well,
Okay. This
worst
is
case
bishop
scenario, we
b5.
take the
yeah,
queen.
Yeah. That's really worst case scenario. No, he's going to win. Adi's going to win. Levy has already won.
Yep, Levon crushed Anish Giri, his favorite customer.
Who's your favorite customer? Do you have one?
I used to have a good score against Nidic, but I lost a game recently. So else I never beat anybody good. That's my problem. I have 100% against Nakamura.
Okay.
1 out of 1. I used to have 100% against Fabiano.
Right.
Then I lost 2. So I no longer have.
Right.
Now I have 33%.
Right.
Yeah, that's about it. Who's your favorite customer?
That's a good question.
Thanks.
I don't really.
thought of it
I had
myself.
a string of wins against Mark Hebden.
Ah, Hebo.
I think I beat Hebo about four games in a row once, and then started to go a bit wrong. Keith Arkle got a few wins again. No, actually, Keith has beaten me. I don't have a good
Does Keith
score.
Arkle sound a bit like Steve Urkel? Do people make fun of him for that?
No.
Maybe Steve Urkel is not such
don't
a
actually have
fixture of the
I don't have a good
British
score against
cultural
anyone.
scene. Sorry to hear that.
Really bad.
I have a bad score against Richard Rapport. I think I have 0 out of 1. I lost to him once. in
Well, you and
Gibraltar.
Magnus will be in the same boat then. By
That's
the end
right.
Of this
It's going to be me and Magnus with a 0 out of 1. This is Richard.
Richard. What's Twitter saying? Taye Svensson must be listening. Hi, Taye. Probably not enjoying today's round so far. But as I say, you bet against Magnus at your peril. And Richard, as we've seen, especially in his game against... Because I covered it with Peter Svidler, I even did Game of the Day.
Wow.
And I can't remember who it was against.
Sorry, man.
That amazing game where he had... Against Wesley. Right, against Wesley. Completely winning. He bungled it, right? So... what is the chat saying? Fabiano, Geary entombs his bishop on a8. Carlson puts his on h7, plays d3. Why isn't anyone thinking of the bishops? That's true, Fabi, man. I'll favourite that.
What's with bishops?
They're like, you know, what Geary did to his bishop on a8, what Magnus is doing to his bishop on h7. It's just...
So Fabi feels responsible for
No,
bishops?
Fabi's just saying we got to take care of our bishop. Bishops aren't just for Christmas.
I see. So the Church of Two Bishops is the one Fabi believes in.
Sorry?
Do you feel like the Church of Two Bishops is the one Fabi believes in?
Right.
E4, threatening E5. Real big trouble.
There may be trouble ahead.
There is. Let's say you go away to
Yeah,
step
but
out of
this
it.
is...
E5 is coming.
Yeah, E5, Queen A5, Queen A7. These knights are just gorgeous on B3 and D2. They just hold the white position together. No, and Bishop D5 is coming. Is this over?
It's pretty bad.
It's pretty gross.
You continue playing, but
No, but okay. But Queen A7?
it's not nice. Queen
You're gonna
A7
sack,
now,
are you?
I'm gonna punish you.
Nah, Rook E7.
Rook E7, look at you.
Not a difficult move to see. Yeah, no, I think Ricky's favourite. Ricky is definitely favourite here.
Scott points out D3 was a bad move from Carlsen. Agreed, he was looking, he spent a long time looking for winning chances that weren't there. That decided he had to mix it with D3, but that's very, very risky, like freeing these white pawns to roam. Harry against Wei.
This
Still
is
mysterious.
Yeah, nobody
Orchestral maneuvers in the dark.
Yeah, nobody understands this. Let's just wait until they get into desperate time trouble.
Yeah, let's do that.
Southampton beat Leicester 3-0, which...
Thanks for sharing.
Yeah.
Let's
What about the
start.
Vosja game?
Let's go there. It's still a mess.
Pavel has managed to...
The computer is all over the place. Earlier it said equal somewhere around here. Then it didn't like rook g7, even though it's a natural move. It wanted this. Now, after rook 81, the knight had to go here. Now the computer is team white again. But to my mind, it's all a complete mess, and anybody can win this. Black still has plenty of threats of his own. Yeah, but that's because you're a hack.
Rook takes d4! Wow.
Wow.
Queen takes...
Paolo's saying, this knight bothered me. I'm willing to just give you a full exchange. Computer doesn't like it. Computer says, this is back to equal.
Yeah, but how is this equal?
I don't know.
What
And
about...
there's a discussion if Rapport is Hungarian. Yes, he is.
He is Hungarian, right.
What about what? What about Luki?
Luki, let's have a look at Luki.
Luki. Loki's active. Still pawn down.
Loki is really active, actually.
Loki
Is he?
has mobilized his army
Right.
to the max. And he's gonna keep running. He's not gonna lose this.
No.
At least there's a move repetition. No. Looks like Loki will get his draw. Move 39, so he almost made the time control. They're both in bad shape, Luke and Nepomniachtchi. But here it feels like with the black king tied up and the white king super active. White can't really lose this. We've already had a draw in Kayakin, so for quite a while we're so in a slightly better position. Offer the draw and Kayakin. So no reason to turn that offer down, keeping his +1 score against Wesley. So staying in the lead in the tournament. However, both Pavel Elyanov and Magnus Carlsen, even though it doesn't look like it, can catch him with a victory today.
How much time has Magnus got?
Magnus sounds like a McDonald's burger.
Rook e8.
The McMoose.
Baby cakes. Waiting. He's going to sack on e5. That's clear.
That is very much his intention.
Takes. Rook takes. Okay, let's stop. Rook b6, no? You said before was really strong.
Oh yeah, I can't even remember. Oh, we've been here. You can't take.
Rook c6.
Yeah, it looks pretty bad, does it not?
Rook c8.
There's back rank also.
98, yeah.
Yeah, if you have to go 98, there's
Bishop
never
c6
enough.
is just end of game, actually, yeah.
Yeah, it looks bad.
Rook b6 is over, no? Or what am I missing?
It's bad.
You don't even have a move because of this rook b8 back rank.
Yeah,
No, but this
takes,
is
we
pretty-
just
No, this
your
is
horses
just,
are once again in charge.
Yeah.
Nope, rook b6 is very strong.
So he's going to go e5, no question. He's got to
He
do
already did it.
it. Yeah, takes.
And he's gonna win. Looks like Magnus
Magnus.
is
Wow.
maybe still a bit rattled from yesterday's
Yeah,
missed mate in 3.
you
Today he
can
pressed
tilt.
too
Yeah.
hard without the
You
position
can
warranting
tilt
it.
here. You can really tilt.
And of course Wesley So will
Wow,
probably
a
be
lot
very
of
happy to
decisive
see
results.
that.
Yeah, he'll be ecstatic to see that. Yeah. Ricky, I told you. He can beat anybody on his day.
Well, he hasn't really beaten anybody here yet, but he
No,
did have a winning position against Wesley, and it's well known how dangerous he is. But you can, depending how many liberties he takes in the openings, you also get different rapports, right? Today, he really didn't take many. After e5, this rook b6 is not such a complicated move for these guys, actually.
It's
Just
actually
check
the most
queen.
obvious
If
move
it goes
on.
here,
Exactly,
you give a
it's-
check. If queen
It's the most
c7,
obvious
you go
move on the
c6.
board.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's just.
it's not very difficult. Magnus took on e5. What else was he going to do? Well, I have a feeling after
Just
rook
rook
e5, rook
b6.
b6,
I reckon
we'll
he'll.
get blitzed out.
He'll bang out rook b6. Actually,
Yeah, and the game.
it's really a simple move for Ricard. And if the bishop were on g6, the whole game would be a different story. If the bishop
That's
were.
what Fabi tweeted.
Yeah.
Fabi knows his bishops.
This is great news for Fabi as well, because that will be an 8-pointer for Magnus.
That's what I asked earlier. Grondilo says, Jan and Lawrence commenting together. It's been a while. Yeah, we've grown older. I've grown wiser
He
too.
just banged out rook b6. Didn't even
rook
take a minute.
b6, yeah.
This is resigns.
Wait.
Actually, this isn't even. I don't think you can continue here.
Won't be easy.
Queen
Magnus plays
e7.
queen e7.
Okay, but rook b8,
No.
98. All he has to see is
Rook
bishop c6 here. Rook e1 check. Yeah, that's okay. Just take it.
Take it
Yeah.
easy, baby. And knight f1
Knight
once
F1.
again. The horse doing a great job
And
covering
rook
all the
e8
checks.
is just.
The game ends here.
Yeah. Rook takes e8. Next move. Well, you can. Sorry. D2. Knight takes d2 first. Yeah. Yeah.
Tough day at the office for Magnus Carlsen.
Doesn't lose many games, so this is,
This is the first one in this tournament. Chess Chipmunk is asking, do you think Rapper plays better while he plays normal chess rather than crazy chess? I think so. I think he
Yeah.
is very creative and he enjoys taking liberties in the opening, but sometimes it feels like he's doing it not so much to help his chances or his positions, but to get as crazy a position as you can get. And I think sometimes, playing more normal would be better for him
Definitely.
because he's a very strong player.
Of course he is.
And here after Queen E7.
Yeah, so we have to just until
gotta find
he's done it. Rook B8 98 is on the board. So if he plays Bishop C6 real quick, then
Well, this move is good enough to anything goes.
nah. But Knight F1. I mean, just you got to be critical. I mean, yeah, Knight F1 is.
It's a nice move. Control everything. Wear a piece up like it's tied up. No, it's pretty much over.
Yeah.
Easy Rider 27 says Jan and Lawrence, Magnus loses. Thanks for drawing our attention
Nah,
to
he
that
played
game.
Bishop
We were
C6.
all distracted by the. Oh no, we're looking at the game. Bishop C6 played. Yeah, this is game.
Yeah, this is just. Is Magnus going to develop the kind of problems he has against Rickard like he does against Ivanchuk? Because he really
Does he have big problems against
I think
Ivanchuk?
so.
I think he has a huge score against Ivanchuk.
Does he? Maybe he does, yeah.
I think so.
Magnus! Well, huge story, ladies and gentlemen. Magnus on the verge of defeat.
That makes it much harder for him
What
to
does
win the
that
tournament.
mean? Yeah, that means he's a full point behind So with 5 to go. Still not out of his... yeah, Magnus might not even recapture anyone here.
No, Magnus, I believe, has a good, or whatever, quote-unquote, good schedule coming up, so he's certainly not done with the tournament. Next game is against Luke Van Velde with white, then black against Harry, then white against Adiban, so he's going to push very hard, especially in these white games against the lower-rated guys. But this is not a zero he had expected. Well, you never expect a zero. This is a big upset. Knight of 1 on the board, and
Yeah,
the
there's
game
nothing
ends
to be
here.
done.
You can play D2, Knight D2, or you can resign. There's just nothing. The queen
By
is
the
dominated.
Yeah. Rook E8 is just huge. Can't do anything.
Yeah, you can't even keep the queen.
No, yeah. Yeah, you can't keep the queen. It's either... This is mate. And... King F8, just to explain to everybody, Rook E8, Queen E8, Bishop E8, King E8, even just Knight takes C5.
Take it. Other knight control.
Yeah, these knights have just been...
No, it's game over.
Yeah,
Nice game by Rapport, who really, didn't have to do, or well, didn't have to do anything as wrong, but didn't do anything spectacular. He just kept the position and let Magnus bring the action.
Agreed. And Magnus has resigned, so the first loss of 2017 for Magnus Carlsen.
That is
He
a
normally
shocker.
loses about 3 a year, so
Only?
yeah, I
He
think
loses
so.
more.
No, I don't think he loses more than 3 a year.
Maybe not. But yeah, this is bad news for
Yeah.
his hopes in this tournament. 1 point behind Wesley So now, and if Pavel Elyanov were to win his game, also 1 point behind Pavel Elyanov.
Right.
But that has not yet happened. Still a highly complicated position in the game. Elyanov Wojtaszek.
Yeah, you can't exchange queens here, that's for sure. That would be game over. These pawns would just roll their way down the board.
Apparently this is strongest threatening mate. D5.
Ooh, F3, baby.
How does this work?
And E4. Just open lines.
Oh, now you
Yeah.
get to one of these pawns.
Yeah, once that guy drops, you're happy here.
Yeah, not up.
Ah, you played Queen C5.
Play Queen C5 a bit slower because it's not threatening. Checkmate. Yeah, it's so easy to be hypnotized by the computer here. Rook F3. I don't understand the move at all. It's
Just
probably
stopping
the
Rook
best move.
G3, is it?
Yeah. No, I'm sure it makes sense, but it's not an obvious move to me.
Rook G3 might be a serious threat here.
You wanna go? I'd wanna go something like this, and I'd lose. Rook F6, Rook H6.
It's just very easy. And I suppose if Rook F3 here, wait, the idea is Rook takes Rook H6, Rook H3.
No, this makes sense.
Ah, this...
G8, Queen G1,
yeah,
King
yeah.
H3.
Yeah. Well, story of the day, ladies and gentlemen, so far is Richard Rapport beating Magnus Carlsen, and that means that Magnus is
Wow,
only...
he's 8 points in front of
Yeah.
Caruana only. That's the closest anybody's gotten to him. Like 6-7 years.
Yeah. Wow, that's pretty sick actually. Fabi could legitimately be world number one before the end of February.
How much credit would you take if Fabi was world
Like
number one?
all of it.
All of it, or like 80%?
No, no.
Fair enough.
No, I wouldn't take any of it.
Why not?
Well, he's the one who did it. Sobico drew, which is great.
And they went for this.
That's cute.
Very
Huh?
cute perpetual. Yeah, it's nice.
Wow. Niels
How's
is
Mr.
just.
Niels? Is he breaking through? Maybe
No,
not.
Eric's a stubborn guy, you know.
Hanging in there. Computer says it's still defendable. Luke Van Wely, also a stubborn guy.
Woo!
He's now better apparently.
Luke, because this king.
And also this bishop.
Yeah. Come on,
A6,
Lukey boy.
King A7.
If there's
Ooh.
one game I'd like Luke to win, it's today because he deserves it. Nothing against Jan.
Nothing against Jan, but if there's one game you would like Luke to win, it's
No,
today.
I mean today
Right,
because I
confusing.
feel like he deserves it. He deserves a win.
Why
He's
today?
had-
He has been worse for the last 20 moves. This would be the most undeserved victory in the history of chess. Maybe not.
No, definitely not the most undeserved. No, maybe not today, but it would be nice if he won today. It would be good for his confidence, and
He is apparently winning after King A7.
that's amazing. Such a natural.
Why
move.
did Nepomniachtchi
He did something strange?
allow this King C6? Well, he should have fought against this Rook D1.
Yeah.
Not a strange move, frankly.
Yeah.
King B7, Rook
Yeah.
D7.
Rookie one's a bit mysterious. isn't
E1
it?
is a little deep here. Maybe the thought of ever losing just didn't cross his mind. He's still trying to play for a win, similar to what Magnus did today in a way, like because you just don't expect to get in trouble. But here, you're in trouble. This is a big threat.
Is an A6. And
Yeah, if you move your bishop somewhere to stop it, then yeah, A6 is good. And there's also King Rook C2 chasing his bishop further. And well, computer lines, but not
not that difficult.
that
is it?
difficult. Now the rook is no longer covered.
No, rookie one was a bungle.
Rookie one was very bad.
That was really. Oh, that was move 40 as well. So now Lukey boy has got a bit of time to work this out. I think he can win this.
No, King B7 is not difficult.
It's not a difficult move, and
Would be good because I spent all day yesterday defending Luke against the many claims that he doesn't deserve to be in this tournament. Still a tough time, but win would be good.
yeah.
Maybe the experts can explain. What do you need explained, Jorge82? What should the experts explain? Why is Rook F3 winning for Elyanov? We talked about this. I said I don't understand Rook F3 at
No.
all. But Rook
I think
F3
it's
does
just
stop
a-
Rook G3.
Yeah, it's just a mechanism to stop.
And also
things.
after Rook F6 now, we're in time to bother you. But this is, it's a very tough move to make.
Yeah,
and I would not be surprised.
There'll be a
by
lot
it.
of mistakes around here. But
This move looks very natural, for example,
Yeah.
centralizing, targeting the queen. It's very hard to play such positions perfectly if you're not a computer.
yeah.
All these lines are very computeresque here.
He played Rook F3.
He's good.
Pavel. Strong dude, man.
Very strong. Having a great tournament too.
Yeah.
Mr. Elyanov. He must be close to the top 10 again.
He's
He's number 13 to 763. Yeah, he's
sniffing,
around.
Yeah. Deserves it.
Why does he deserve it? Who do you want out of the top 10? Whom should he replace?
He
Is
should
it
re-
Hikaru?
No, he should just he should replace whoever he overtakes.
But he deserves to overtake one of them.
If he plays well enough, yes. He's not getting there by getting lucky every game. He's winning games, you know. So.
I understand. So you would say he deserves to be in the top 10 and overtake Gear.
No,
Then I don't understand.
he would deserve to be in the top 10 and overtake whoever it may be.
But you would prefer if it was Hikaru.
I wouldn't prefer if it was anybody.
Levon? Kayak?
No.
We're not getting anywhere.
Right.
Wojtaszek. Oh, no, he's not
No,
in the top 10.
he's not in the top 10. Good dude, Wojtaszek.
Very good dude. And this cartoon doesn't do
Terrible
justice.
cartoon. Pavel's cartoon is pretty accurate.
Pavel's alright.
In the chat, what we got?
Buckcat is a Pavel Elyanov fan. He hopes that Elyanov wins Vaikanze. What an upset it would be. Yeah, it would be. But not there yet.
Right.
And the computer, by the way, changed its mind after rook f6. It no longer says that white is winning. It now says draw. You never know with these computers. Kelvin Amari says Elyanov is better than Giri. I'm not sure. Giri is pretty good. So we must find a different topic for that you can talk about because you're so.
We've got 2 games to go.
Is that true?
Right.
I can't count. Is the Adiban game officially over? Oh yeah, it did end here after bishop f7. This is exactly what we put on the board. We are expert predictors. After king f6, bishop d5.
Yeah.
Wins the queen, and this is checkmate, so it's a pleasant choice.
Yeah, checkmate is good.
As we learned from Magnus Carlsen yesterday, you should always give checkmate if you have a chance.
Right.
So nice win for Adiban. Little 3.5 on a 4 streak there for him. Crushing the field.
Apparently, let's go back to the Vodja game.
And this Harry game, which we've
Just
ignored,
and then we just ignore it.
We
Continue
keep
to
ignoring
ignore it. Yeah.
Sorry, Harry.
It's the weirdest game in the world.
So you want the Vojo game. No one in the world has ever called Wojtaszek Vojo.
I did.
That's
Vodja.
Vojo.
Vodja Federer. Yeah, nobody knows what's going on. Move 37. And they've reached move 40 here. Now, do you think this Van Veli Nepomniachtchi game is going to go on for a while? Because I have to say, against King B7, I'm struggling to see a black reply.
No, he's not going to resign. Bishop f2 looked like a logical move because you need to be able to meet King a7 with b5 or ba. But here rook c2 seemed terribly strong.
But even this one, check, check,
Oh, you just exchange rooks?
check. Ah, this is a bungle, yeah? Because even this, at first sight, looked strong, but looks as though you hold on because you win all these guys.
Oh, you're just in time to make a draw, yeah? King a7, b5, king b7, king g4, and... Or b4, yeah.
B4. B4, or...
I'm not sure if it matters, but apparently it matters. You must play b4. Before you go king g4.
And it's yeah, okay. So it's these kind of positions Lukey is going to be analysing, but this is just so natural. And then this is natural, but this one looks like a very strong move, no?
Yeah, but there's other options too. a6, which is very natural, but this looks
No, this
very
one's to
unpleasant.
deflect the bishop
Yeah.
away.
And if
And
bishop...
if you go here,
But then the bishop is no longer on the diagonal, we just go.
just a6. Just a6.
Mhm.
No, it's yeah. Lukey's got great chances here.
Absolutely.
Is Vodja gonna win? No.
Anything can still happen in this game.
No, I don't know.
Apparently Pavel is making all the best moves. Rook f3, queen e7 to give maybe a check from here. I'll go queen
Bishop
g5,
d5 is
bishop
really
d5,
strong, yeah.
keeping an eye on g2.
No, that's nice. If you get a bishop to e4 and play rook h3, you're even threatening h7 in some lines.
You still have these
Yeah,
three fast
you
pawns.
have these guys, yeah.
Pavel looks to be in control, but still
Probably f3 here in a heartbeat. Yeah.
you must
Yeah.
find a way to mix it somehow. Then again, you might just take all the pawns, right? I don't know. I'd never be comfortable here with white until
Yeah,
the
king
last
is,
check has
yeah,
been checked.
Yeah. Yeah.
Still lots of quests ahead, but so far it looks like Pavel Elyanov is in a great spot to catch Wesley So in the lead.
Do you think Magnus is on tilt from yesterday?
Hard to say. I think normally with Magnus it doesn't transport from day to day. He can be upset, but he's fine the next day. But today he played way below his level, and normally he's also an expert at judging how much
Yeah.
risk he can take without getting into real trouble. And today he just way overdid it, I felt like, with his d4, d3.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, he's more or less lost. And normally, that doesn't happen to him.
Yeah.
So it could be. I mean, he played also not just on tilt, but he also played for 7.5 hours, whatever. So he's just physically tired.
Yeah, yeah.
Then not to win, of course, not pleasant.
Okay, I think we should stay with the Pavel Elyanov game. Let's have a look at the times, shall we? Because they must be right the way down. Wow, Pavel only has 2 minutes. He's still blasting out the best moves. So sick.
That's why they call him Ilyanov. He's like,
How did my boy Gawain do, by the way? Just
your boy. I don't know. He's still doing.
ooh, baby, looks. Whew.
Looks double-edged. Probably will end peacefully somehow.
Really?
Sure. You think Gawain's gonna win?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
No, maybe not. Owen's good at these positions.
They're all pretty good. Any other highlights here? Niels? Nah. Eric Hansen successfully defended. Now it feels more like a perpetual or something's gonna happen. A lot of drama in the challengers. There was a question, who do we think will win the challengers? Raga is still in the lead, right?
No, Gawain is in the lead, no?
Wayne is in the lead. Are they in the lead together?
They're in it to win it.
I'm going with Raga.
Yeah. H4.
Jeffrey Zhong also was up there, right? I should probably study the standings at some point.
Is he the youngest in the competition?
Yes.
He's also the youngest, right?
No, I got the joke.
No, my first one was...
He is the youngest chess player in his family.
Right.
I thought of this line, which I'm sure is very relevant.
Mate. Great guy, actually, Jeffrey, by the way. I should point out.
Yeah. He's a
Really
good kid.
nice kid, yeah.
I like him. Very.
Great attitude. Attitude, it means a lot.
Yeah, he's like a fighter, you can tell. He's a serious guy.
No, I just mean his approach to the game is very mature for his years. I've got to know him in St. Louis, and he's fantastic. Okay. I think Nils will be a draw. Benjamin Brock was a draw. So a lot of the games we might actually have. Are we going to have an early day yet? It cannot be, surely.
Are you hoping for an early day?
No.
I thought you were happy to be back here.
I'm very happy to be here with you.
Hurts my feeling then.
Don't worry. I'm very happy. Do you want an early day?
Yeah. Can't wait to get out of here. Have like 2 hours of the weekend.
That's true.
I still gotta finish Westworld.
Oh, you're doing Westworld, are you?
Yeah, but it feels a bit like homework. It's a good show, but it's like you gotta focus and understand, and it's not a lot of comic relief. Like,
Right.
it could do with like a funny Lawrence Trent character is
Right.
missing. Did you watch it?
No, I've never seen Westworld.
Eastworld?
No, I'm on my Deutschland.
Oh yeah, that's kind of
81.
Eastworld.
It's pretty good.
Are you watching in German?
Watching it in German with English
Wow.
subtitles, yeah, so I'm learning all of these words.
I forgot the plot. He's
an
He's
undercover,
infiltrating
yeah.
the German, West German
Right,
Bundeswehr,
yeah.
and he has help from this professor or fake professor at
Right.
Bonn University.
Right.
Yeah, now I remember things.
Who has got a certain taste in
Yeah. There's the
sausage.
U.S. general who's very confident.
Yeah. Great. That's all we got, guys. So, anything in the chat? What is the chat saying?
Is it that time of the day?
Yeah, it
Let's
must be.
talk to Chad.
It's 5:10.
Kramnik student says, Svidler thinks Carlsen is weak, double exclaim. I'm not sure he thinks so.
that's completely true, no. I think it's quite the opposite.
Tick, tock, 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 tock. It says, "Are you Sherlock, porn pusher?" I don't think he is. Which Sherlock do you prefer? Who's Sherlock Holmes to you?
I was never a big Sherlock fan.
No?
I never watched the recent stuff either. It's just never.
You didn't read the books? Or the Basil Rathbone?
I've read one, but I've never. I don't know why. It just never did it for me.
No?
Does that make me strange?
Yeah. Doctor Strange. Also played by Sherlock.
Yes. Doctor Strange Love.
No, that's a different thing.
Right.
Yeah, it makes you very strange.
Okay.
What?
Yeah, that's all we got.
What cultural references do you have then? Is there anything?
I don't have
Deutschland
culture.
83. That's all
That's
there
my
is?
cultural reference. Yeah. I told you about Modus. That was. Did you look that up in the end?
Yeah, that's the Swedish crime
Yeah,
show.
yeah.
You're so international. Like you're watching Swedish stuff, German stuff. You're all over the place.
Yeah, culture. Did you watch I'm the Worst series 2?
You're the worst?
You're the Worst, sorry.
I watched the second, not the third yet. I think the third is out or running, right?
How was the second? Was it decent?
That's good. Yeah.
Yeah. I remember the first. You introduced me to it. I was very impressed.
Yeah, it's a good show.
Mm.
You're the worst on FXX. Is that FXX? I don't know.
Why isn't he just banging out King B7?
Well, it's Move 41. A lot of guys go for, well, Luke is not a smoker, so not a smoke, but for a bit of food, get a bit of fresh air, put some water on your face, and then come back and calculate. So it could be that he's taken this break, and now he's trying to assess. We should start with A6 with King B7. Maybe he's also still I'm a pawn down and I need to make a draw mode. We know that the computer says he's better. But nah, King B7, it's not hard.
Yeah,
I don't know what's bothering him.
Just got to do it.
What's Jan's idea? I'm
Not that.
sure.
Definitely not that.
Game.
There are no ideas. Bishop F2.
Yeah, you
Bishop,
got
no,
him on
Bishop
the
E3 runs into A6 here.
Yeah.
Bishop
Sooner or
D4.
later, this will be a problem for you. Bishop D4 or
Yeah,
Bishop
Bishop
C3.
D4. No, Bishop D4 is just. No, the B pawn does a nice job of blockading your own checks from behind. So, great game by Rapport. Stranger Things. No, I've never seen Stranger Things. Have you?
Yeah. I think. Didn't you ask the same question yesterday? I think we talked about it yesterday. Yeah, I've seen Stranger Things. I thought it was good. I enjoyed it. Simpler time. Kids in the 80s. No cell phones. Riding around on bikes. Figuring
Beautiful.
out stuff.
Beautiful.
Made me reminisce.
Yeah.
Like in the old days. All I had was a basketball. I was happy.
Belden says, can Jan and Lawrence be referred to as J-Lo? I like that.
J-Law. I'm the J and you're the Law.
Like J-Lo.
Yeah, I understand. But
Pretty good.
isn't there more? Jen Lawrence?
Jennifer.
I mean, Jen Lawrence
Yeah.
there is, and it's all there. You
But
don't
that
need
would-
to shorten it to
But
J-Law.
then
Also, J-Law makes me think of Jude Law, not of Jennifer Lawrence.
and who would you rather think of?
That's a good question. Jude Law is fresh on my mind because I just watched The Young Pope episode 1.
Oh.
Well, I heard that the new Jennifer Lawrence movie was terrible.
Right.
Travelers, Passengers, whatever it's called.
Oh, do you know what? I saw a movie last night.
Okay.
Personal Shopper.
Personal Shopper?
Have you heard about
Does
this?
not ring a bell. What is it about?
It's about it's a
Someone who does your groceries for you?
right. That's what I thought. Actually, when I went in there, I thought it would be just a chick flicky thing, but it's
Right,
not
yeah.
actually. It's
Oh, Kristen Stewart, I can't stand her.
yeah. I also can't really stand her, but it had very interesting moments. It's not what you think it is. It's a bit it
Ooh, Contact with Ghosts? Ooh.
yeah
Nah,
yeah.
not sold.
Yeah, I wasn't sold. It was trying to be something it wasn't. A bit like me.
Right. A bit like you trying to be a...
Chess commentator.
I don't know, that's not where I was going.
Oh, right. Decent human being?
Nah.
Grandmaster?
Nah.
Oh. Anything else doesn't matter to me.
I know. Yeah, have you ever seen the movie The Core? Great movie. The Core, isn't that some trash movie where they travel to some middle of the center of the earth or something? I might be mixing it up. Or is that some heist movie with Robert De Niro? It does ring a bell, but it doesn't ring like a pleasantly sounding bell. Oh no, it's the one I thought, where they travel to the center of the earth or something. I thought that was very trashy. I'm not sure I've watched it paying any attention, but it's not supposed to be good, right? Anyway, back to chess. We will have plenty movie talk. Not really plenty, because Lawrence Trent hasn't seen a movie except for Personal Shopper. Not even Personal Chopper, yeah? It's Shopper.
Shopper, yeah. Radic has got a bit of a decision, though, to make now, because one
How
wrong...
much time is it?
He must have 10 minutes.
Yeah, 8 minutes.
Yeah. This is a really tricky position because
Why?
so many moves look tempting, right?
Like what?
Queen h4, queen g5,
Queen
rook
h4,
d8,
h3.
rook d8. Rook d8 is tempting.
D8, does that threaten?
No,
anything?
b6 it's a bit slow, right? Yeah.
No, once again, always easier said than done, but it feels like, yeah, Queen g5. There is some logic to this. But you need to see a follow-up, right? Else after rook h3, you might just resign if...
No, but I mean,
Pawns keep rolling.
you just play f3 here.
Yeah, it's
gives-
like a bullet game. Just throw all
Yeah,
your pawns
just-
out there and then give some checks and then see
Yeah,
what
yeah,
happens.
and try and make a draw.
Exactly.
Could even win this if you're really lucky.
Rusconi Chess is saying the best movie ever is Inception. Yeah, I don't agree with that statement.
Was it Inception that we were talking about years ago? It was, wasn't it? No. Was it Inception? Was it Inception that we hated?
No, that was, what's it called? Space movie with George Clooney.
Yeah, wasn't that Inception?
No. Inception is kind of okay. It's a DiCaprio movie where the houses are... They go in one dream sequence and then one former dream sequence. But yeah, I didn't like it very much because there's 0 characters. And it's like...
Have you seen, what's it called? Mulholland Drive?
Mulholland Drive?
Mulholland Drive, sorry.
No, I'm not so much into all
No,
this
you're not?
weird David Lynchy
David Lynch. Yeah.
thing.
Fabi's a big David Lynch fan.
Who knew? Yeah,
Fabi
not
and
my
Rustam.
cup of tea.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rustam, he's obsessed with it.
Yeah, he loves that stuff.
Yeah.
Pavel's just bashing out the best moves.
Zero Limit says, my choice would be Metropolis or Citizen Kane.
Oh.
Then he says Citizen Kane, best movie ever, end of discussion. So he had a discussion with himself, Metropolis, Citizen Kane, and then he ended the discussion.
Right.
Budent is, well, I'm guessing he's trying to please me, but he's also right. He's saying Kung Fu Hustle is the best movie ever. There is a very valid argument to be made there. Rusconi Chess says, I think Inception is just too complicated for you. Yeah, it upset me, because it's like this type of movie, oh, let's make our audience feel really smart about themselves, because it's so complicated, we have so many layers, and people will leave the theater thinking, I'm so smart, I could follow all this, because of the 1,000 clues they gave me. Nah, it didn't do it for me. Sorry, man. And people do like Mulholland Drive or Blue Velvet.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Blue Velvet's the movie I saw.
Is Nicolas Cage in that movie?
Yes.
Beautiful.
I think so. Is he?
Why wouldn't he be?
I think he is. Blue Velvet I've definitely seen.
It's my favorite website. nicolascageaseverything.blogspot.com. It's a fantastic website.
Okay.
That one, and I'm not sure if that's still around. Let me check. Yeah, still there. Men who look like old lesbians, blogspot.de.
Right. That's kind of fair enough. Yeah.
So there's some tips for you.
Okay.
Back to chess. Luke
yeah.
played king b7 after taking his time with the decision, and all of a sudden, Jan Nepomniachtchi is going to sit there and think, I was a pawn up for the last 15 moves, and now I'm going to lose this?
This is very losable.
It's probably very lost. The plan is to pick up this pawn.
Yeah.
There's so many problems for black, because you have the bishop, choose the wrong square, whatever, then you lose your rook instantly. The bishop doesn't have a base. It looks stable on c5, but it's really not, because the structure behind him is just crumbling.
Wojciech played rook d8, so we should go there because it's...
Didn't I make fun of that? Oh no, after it was with queen g5, rook h3, rook d8.
Yeah,
Can we still make fun of it?
No,
His
e4.
point is, oof.
Yeah.
Still
You
don't
can't
understand
even
how
go...
this works.
You can't even go rook d5 here, that's so sick.
Somehow get a perpetual rook d5 also works. What a mess. So after
What
rook
an
d8,
unbelievable mess.
the computer says this is a blunder because of queen f3. Actually not a tough move to make,
No.
because you stop this f3 option, which is
Yeah.
big nuisance forever. e4 you just take with the bishop, and then you get queen
You
in your
run,
pawns.
yeah. Queen f3 is quite...
Queen b5, well this is the tricky part, but here
No,
there
this
seem to
is
be some
tricky.
tactical wins.
No, but this is...
How tricky is it? Every move seems to win. Normally, if every move wins, you can find one of them.
Just queen c3 I would play here.
I would play this.
Also wins.
I'm not sure I would.
No, there's no chance you'd ever play this in your life. You don't even know where you're... No, there's no chance.
Checkmate!
Yeah. You'd play checkmate. Twelve
Very
Monkeys is
weird.
12 Monkeys is a great film. by
All
the way.
those are fine, but still weird candidates for
12
best
Monkeys is
movie
not the
ever.
greatest movie ever, but it is a great film. One of my favourite Willis movies ever. And,
I watched it for Brad Pitt.
And Brad Pitt, actually. I thought Brad Pitt... That's probably one of his best performances ever, actually.
Yeah, for sure.
Ooh, B6.
B6 mistake,
Blunder.
right? That was my move.
Yeah, on move 40. I
Allowing
mean,
the e4 f3
you gotta play.
business.
You gotta play e4.
Well, you
yeah.
don't have a lot of time to wait
No.
anyway. e4 c7, by the way, what happens? Ah, the rook is defended.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. So you gotta take.
You gotta. You
and
gotta.
This is what Pavel missed. This f3 just clearing space.
Also, c7 isn't queen's hg2 mate.
None of your business. Because this is what he calculated and wins. But f3 really does throw a spanner in the works.
But it's very thematic also to play like this. Yeah, f3 and queen
Well,
takes.
for merchants of chaos like yourself, it's very thematic. For classical players like Pavel, e4, f3. What is this?
Dona says, Lawrence, is it true you were a ballet dancer? Absolutely false. I've never done ballet in my life. I do know the 6 starting positions, but I think it's 6 or 7.
I have a hard time believing you've never done ballet in your
I've
life.
never done ballet.
Really?
No.
Oh.
I've never done any form of classical dancing.
I thought this
Oh,
Black
ballet.
Swan movie was loosely based on your life.
Right. I think I've attempted a waltz in somewhere outside, but
Christoph Waltz.
not Christoph, no.
Sorry.
Have you ever waltzed before? You must have waltzed at high
No,
school.
I haven't
No, you
waltzed.
never waltzed. You look like a waltzer.
That's true.
A waltzer, balzer, you know.
Waltze is an insult for overweight women.
Is it?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
So I can't call you a waltzer.
You can.
That's hilarious.
64 Squares asks, have you seen Arlington Road? Yeah, I enjoyed the
not
ending.
sure.
Yeah.
Ben 2600 says, so drawing his way to first. You're right.
Yeah, fair enough. But he did pick up 3 wins. He always picks up
Yeah,
some
yeah.
wins somewhere.
He does, yeah.
Can't
then makes
win all
it-
these tournaments without winning games. It's puzzling, but he does it somehow.
Yeah.
Easy Rider 27 says Lawrence is doing fairly well. I'm not sure if he means in life or hairline wise or on the show.
Hairline wise is not so great.
Mine is receding too. Like I'm
Is it?
really freaking out about it, especially
Why?
the B and G files. Like it's
You'll be fine.
all gonzo.
You'll be fine, buddy. You got to 36 like this. You don't.
37.
37. You don't need to worry. Hi from Miami. The Brits misfired 4 nuclear missiles towards the Florida coast. That can't be true.
Really?
Is that news?
Is this Trump-May meeting go wrong?
Is this fake news? Because that wouldn't be good. I'm just going to have to get BBC News up.
Sure.
If that is true, this might be the last ever broadcast.
E4 on the board.
Yeah, great.
Well, no choice there. And
This
he's
has
also
been a
got a
great
spot
game,
F3.
actually.
It's been a fun game, yeah. And
It's
once
not-
again, you can say blunder, 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 but these things are impossible or extremely hard to calculate. It's so messy. They've both been very, very resourceful.
Yeah, great game. E4.
And again, Queen F3. Well, you have to spot this E4
Yeah,
F3,
yeah.
but just on feel, I think you can do
Yeah.
this. Unpin, block this pawn.
Yeah.
You have time. But yeah, maybe you spot this.
Yeah,
you
yeah,
look for a win here.
yeah.
Even though it feels like there should be a victory, a win here. Anyway, E4 on the board. Queen E4.
It's pretty much the only move.
The move, and F3 will be played as well. Because here you don't even have to take, you can just go C7.
Yeah, but anybody in there.
And we do have 2 extra pawns, fairly far advanced.
Check is also good.
Czech Republic.
Don't believe the Guardian, says Pawn Pusher. That is
that
very
fake
good.
news as well?
No, it's very sound advice.
Not to believe the Guardian?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know.
Don't
I read the
believe the
Guardian a lot. Not supposed to? What should I read?
It's a good question, actually. They're all horrible.
The Sun?
Read the Sun. The Daily Sport is actually... That's about the most accurate news you're going to get. Brit missile test on Sky. Sky News is not normally a complete... Whoops. That's alright. It's only a missile. What can go wrong?
Ironico asks again, have you seen The Expanse on Netflix? Excellent show. Never heard of it, no. I'll check it out. But normally whatever I do, whenever someone tells me this, I always fact check with Rotten Tomatoes. Expanse Rotten Tomatoes. And if it doesn't give me like a solid 90 there, then see, 77% I was already
You're not happy
falls
with it.
through my filter. Even though audience score 92, so I'm slightly more interested. Case of a missing heiress, I don't even know the word. Brings a hardened detective and a rogue ship's captain. Science fiction. 2,000 years in the future. I don't know, I'm not so much into science fiction, but it does sound decent. Maybe. I tried watching the OA, but I couldn't do. So do you have any social activities in Hamburg that you enjoy doing?
No.
No?
Not particularly.
What do? You don't watch Netflix, you don't leave the house.
I'm working on some things and I'm still travelling a bit. Obviously have the other half. Do a few social things from time to time. Not a huge though, I have to say. You're married with a kid. A lot of people are married and kids and all this. The social stuff is kind of, it's a bit 2006.
Yeah, the social ship has sailed.
Yeah, the social.
So nothing, no restaurant tips, no bars.
Restaurant tips? No, you would know more.
You live in the Portugiesenviertel. There's a lot of fantastic
Oh.
restaurants, like 100 meters from your house.
Well, fantastic is maybe an overstatement.
Well, I quite enjoy some of these fish places over there.
Yeah, there are some, absolutely fantastic restaurants. I wouldn't go that far, but yeah, there's some decent places.
There's some good Portuguese restaurants.
Yeah. It ain't no London though, Hamburg. It ain't no London. Ain't no
Sorry.
London when she's gone. Doesn't make sense.
No.
It's alright. I'm going to go for a draw in this one then. I think Pavel will... Yeah, F3, Queen takes F3, and then Queen E5.
or rook d5, actually. It feels perpetually not right. Even though, I don't know, it's still a mess.
Putting yourself.
Is this a perpetual? How does this work? Queen h5, king g1, you get mated, so you gotta go here. And yeah. This looks like correct play. We'll find out. Elianov thinking. What is he thinking about? Are there alternatives? Maybe move like queen c2, but it looks hard to believe. Who does that though? Rook c8. You're a rook down. Nah, I don't think he's gonna do this.
Yeah, he's going to take on e4. No question. And Jan Nepomniachtchi is still thinking.
Ben 2600 is wondering, have Geary and Magnus ever lost on the same day in classical chess?
Good question.
Probably.
Probably, but
I don't
I'm
know.
not sure. That's a great one for the trivia experts.
I'm guessing he means excluding today.
Yes, he means previously. Exactly. Yeah.
I don't have a clue. But yeah.
How did Gawain do?
Gawain has...
Ooh.
Gawain. Still a draw? Barely. Stopping this dude. Stopping again. And let's go home.
Yeah.
That's how it goes. Miktal is elaborating. Geary usually plays draw and Carlsen win. Don't think they ever have lost both on one day. I'm not sure if Carlsen usually wins. I think he still draws more games than he wins.
Probably, right. Jeffrey Zhong drew his game against Liu Shangli, yeah. Feels like a draw.
Does it?
Yeah, you can't
black
make
a pawn
progress.
up?
No, but you can't make progress.
Yeah. Maybe white is better. I don't know. Yeah, feels drawish. Niels Grandelius, Eric Hansen also draw.
Yeah.
Niels did not quite manage to break through with his deck. A lot of draws today. Tari, Benji, Bok. We thought Benji was better earlier, but Benji did not want to push his luck. Settled straight for a draw here after rook f3 when faced with this rook coming here. And moves were repeated. My boy, Vladimir Dobrov, whom I have never met, or I think I haven't, I'm not sure.
He is your boy.
Defeated Lei Tingje because he had more pieces.
Lots more pieces.
Many more pieces. Let's go to Mr. Vanveli.
Yeah.
There's a question in the chat for you. Trent.
Yes.
Magnus only has a 9-point live rating lead over Karana now.
Yes.
Exclaim. What are Fabi's odds of passing Carlsen in Jib?
I think the question really should be, what are the... Well, I mean, yes, Fabiano isn't going to overtake Magnus before the start of the tournament in Gibraltar. That's very unlikely. It's possible though, right? The game starts...
Well, the question was, what are his odds of passing him in Gibraltar?
A lot depends on how Magnus finishes here. It's not really so much what Fabiano does, because to win loads of rating points in an open like that is very difficult. You can often draw against lower rated opponents, and if you have a loss, it's a complete disaster. He did well in the Isle of Man. He showed that he can still play opens and came equal first with Pavel and gained about 6 rating points.
I never understood that open argument, by the way, because every game your opponent has a rating and you have an expectation against that rating. And normally ratings are quite accurate. So I don't think opens are a problem for higher rated guys necessarily.
I don't know. I mean, there are some guys that struggle to play against...
It's more of a style question.
It's a stylistic question, right? So I'm not sure how... I think Fabiano will fare absolutely fine, and he is definitely favourite to win the tournament, no question about it.
It's definitely favourite. You would take Fabiano against the field?
Not against the field, but individually against another individual. He is favourite, but yeah, it really does depend how Magnus finishes here. If Magnus draws a few more and doesn't put some wins together, then all Fabiano has to do is hold his rating, which would probably win the tournament in June or come close. So there's a chance that Fabiano's world number one by the end of February, which would upset Magnus immensely.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
I'm saying there's a chance. I don't know what odds there are, but there's a chance. And it would be nice to, yeah. I mean, I'll take some credit for it. Rightly so.
Will you take all the credit?
I won't take all the credit. I'll take a very small portion.
What percentage of credit?
I think
will
I'll
you take?
split the credit with Rustam and some other members of the team. I'd like to take some credit.
Can you speak about what you've done as a member of Team Fabiano?
Sure. I mean, predominantly it was all about getting his coaching up to scratch, and his physical fitness was a big part. Making sure the conditions he had for tournaments and events was as best as we could, and securing him some nice commercial ventures as well. So essentially it was just about him building on what he already had, getting a bit more of a routine, being a bit more disciplined, and
So you're saying you made him rich and ripped?
I definitely didn't make him rich. We had a few good things going, which is fine. He definitely got better conditions in tournaments. And I think with the change in coaching and that kind of thing, it went very well. So, I mean, if you actually look at the past, where are we now?
2017,
I bet
I struggled with it.
when I joined in July 2015. If you look at the year and a half that he had from July 2015 to the end of 2016, it was you don't get many better years than that, to be honest. US champion, Olympic champion, nose hair away from qualifying to play Magnus, won a whole host of different super tournaments. So what I'm trying to say is it's him who did it all, but I just hope I helped in some way.
That's very modest of you to say.
I just hope I helped in some way.
Just hope. You're not even saying... Like,
I'm not even claiming that I am, but we'll let people make their own
if we don't have hope,
judgment
we have
about
nothing.
that. Somebody said, what about the move to the US? I'm not going to discuss that so much. That wasn't really... Did you gain any chess knowledge from Pramod? Says, did you make him do a lot of work out in the gym? Yeah, physical training was a big part of his daily work. And did I gain any chess knowledge? No. People say, no, I'm no longer working with Fabiano. Well, that's not strictly 100% accurate, but basically, yeah. Fabiano is working with Rhonda now, Rhonda Coleman. She's a lawyer by profession. And I wish them all the best of luck, basically.
Is Ronda a common name? I thought it was only Ronda Rousey.
I don't know how common it is. It's not so common in the UK, but... yeah, in the US, I don't know. It's not too uncommon.
Are you still part of the team, or is it transition phase, or what's happening now?
Just finishing off some small things, but basically we've almost completely completed the transition. So Rhonda is in charge, and yeah, the best of luck to them. Why am I no longer working with Fabi? Aha, that one. Many reasons. Yeah, now we're getting the chat. I was fired. Quite simply, there was some disagreements on certain things amongst certain members of the teams, and it was the correct decision to part ways. really is as simple as that. So,
But you're on good terms with Fabiano, from what I heard earlier.
on fantastic terms with Fabiano. We still speak a hell of a lot. He messaged me even yesterday, and we're good friends, and it's nothing as tragic as some people might want to believe. It's just like with every profession and every position. Sometimes you move on, sometimes things don't work out, and you just move on.
Gotcha.
How did your relationship with Rex affect this decision? I'm not going to go into details about that kind of stuff. Am I going to go back to Chess 24? I'm here now. I'm here now. So this is, just I couldn't refuse when Jan asked me if I was, available, and made a few arrangements.
There was a misunderstanding. I didn't mean for chess commentary.
Okay, right. Gotcha. Zealand's in. You're cool, Larry. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Yeah, it is none of your business, all of you. So I'm not going to go into the details.
Yeah, you talk about whatever you want to talk about.
Yeah. No, he is still my boy, a bit like Vladimir Dobrov is your boy. Fabi is still my...
Vladimir Dobrov.
Is it Dobrov? Is that you, right?
I think it's Dobrov.
Probably not you. Oh, it is. Dobrov? Your boy, Vladdy.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
That's how my boy looks like.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I was checking out a picture of Vladimir Dobrov, because honestly, I can't remember meeting him. Oops, sorry. That's not what I meant to do. But there was a very tiny picture of Mr. Dobrov.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to you.
Yeah, any more? Go back. Lawrence said he was fired. Breakers.
Breaking news.
Oh, Fabiano can become number one in the world on Tuesday.
On Tuesday?
What?
What if Magnus loses both his next games, or what?
Yeah.
Magnus loses on Tuesday. Is that true?
No,
Magnus, can he lose 9 points? That's
unless he's playing Lukey. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but still.
Yeah, is he playing Luke?
I think he's playing Adiban, maybe.
Adiban's even lower rated, right?
Oh, yeah, maybe there is. Yeah, it's close.
Yeah. My thoughts on that? Well, yeah. I'm not going to think about it. It's not really that relevant at this time because...
Okay, it's a huge deal.
What I'm saying,
one for like 6 years,
of course. No,
uninterrupted.
I'm not saying it's relevant in terms of if it actually happens, but what are the odds of Magnus losing with White?
Not very high. But
yeah, exactly.
Odds of him not finding mate in 3 yesterday and losing today.
No, he might be tilted, but I think it's important for him to have.
No, he's playing Lukey Tuesday. Sorry.
He's playing Lukey on Tuesday. Yeah, that's still a 7 pointer or 8 pointer probably.
Yeah, he's done quite well against Lukey historically.
Fabiano will play on Tuesday, right?
What is he playing? Tuesday they started in chip already?
Yeah, but he'll only gain a point, or maybe he gets 2 points if he wins his first round. But even that...
1 point and Carlsen losing would probably do the trick.
Right. Well, that would be obviously a momentous occasion. And I'd be overjoyed for Fabiano, and I'm sure... I think I saw Magnus...
In Team Fabiano, did you have a Magnus bullseye on the wall? Like threw darts on it?
Yeah, we did. Yeah, absolutely. No, Magnus and Fabi get on great as well.
But not everybody can be friends. Don't you think people should be mortal enemies at the top?
I mean, are Federer and Nadal mortal enemies? And Djokovic?
I don't know. It doesn't seem like, but I don't really follow any hockey.
They're just not. They're just...
The thing is also, in practice, which many people don't understand, this is your social circle in a way. Those are your peers. You see them at every event. Those are the guys you often have to hang out with at night, like for lack of choice. You're all in the same hotel, in the same restaurant. playing whatever board games.
I think you can keep the huge
A lot of the guys
rivalry.
are getting along very well.
Yeah,
They're
they
still
do.
fighting
As
on
you
the
can
chessboard.
see, I think that's exactly it. I think they can fight on the chessboard and get on. No reason for that, for it not to be that. This isn't UFC.
Even there.
Even there, but not really. What else? Everything is
And it's a bit like wrestling. Like the nice guys, they often have an unpleasant manager to do their trash
Right.
talking for them. Like, what's this?
Yeah, I mean, there's just immense. When you get right to the top, they all respect how good each other are, and. But yeah, it's interesting times in the chess world now, isn't it? Really interesting.
I'm not
times.
sure Magnus is enjoying this all that much because most of this, with all credit to Fabiano,
Yeah.
but most of this is because Magnus dropped from his 2.889
Right.
ceiling to 2.835, which is a 45-point drop off. I mean, Fabiano in the past, he has been 2.845, which now would be number one in the world.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
Yeah.
yeah, something wrong in Carlsen's town.
Well, I mean, it's just very difficult to maintain a 28.89 when the rest of the competition is getting better as well.
Of course,
So,
and also to keep up the hunger to keep doing
Yeah,
it
it's
year in and
just
year out,
extremely
like he's
difficult.
won everything.
but he's still hungry.
Still, yeah, he
he's
normally
he's still got the
shouldn't write him off
no.
ever.
Oh no. I mean, and let's face it, ladies and gentlemen, he's very capable of putting 3 or 4 wins together, and then this whole conversation is just
He,
you know.
I still think he's a favorite to win this tournament, frankly. I believe
Nah.
he's gonna beat Luki and Adiban with the white pieces, and that's 2 points right there. I think he's still a favorite. 5 rounds to go. 1 point behind Wesley. I think he's a favorite.
Yeah. Will you give me 3-1 on Wesley?
Of course not, but I'll give you even money. That's why I'm saying he's a favorite.
Will you give me 2-1?
No, Wesley's 1 point ahead.
Will you give me
I'll
1.5
give you
to
even
1?
money, which is already a gift on my part.
It's not that much of a gift.
No, you don't have to take it.
I might take it out of spite. We'll discuss.
Neuromancer says, Lawrence, your future is so bright, you gotta wear shades. Oh,
Thanks, buddy.
that's beautiful.
I appreciate
And
it.
I agree that you should wear shades for other reasons.
I've got some shades
Do you have 50 shades?
of blue.
That's what I thought.
What's this? They all know each other. Jan, you favour Norway, no? Yes, Jan loves Norway.
What are we talking about? My girlfriend and my kid are Norwegian. They both have Norwegian passports. And I worked for Magnus, so yeah, I have more ties to Norway than to other places.
Here's Jan's, just going back to the whole Magnus thing. So you did work for Magnus reasonably recently, would it be fair to say?
During the match.
So would you attribute his decline to...
I think it's mainly me. Yeah.
Right, okay. So you're taking the credit for his decline?
Yeah, all credit for his decline does belong to me.
Is it any coincidence that since you started working with Magnus, he's dropped a bunch of points?
No, it can't
No.
be a coincidence.
All right, okay. We'll just leave it there.
No, actually, yeah.
You actually helped him win the world
I thought,
championships.
I'm not sure, no, I'm not sure if I helped, but I thought the openings went well in the match,
They
which
went
is why it
fantastically.
was shocking to me, because I thought Magnus was,
Right.
well, a big favorite, that the match was as close as it was.
Yeah.
I was commentating the second half, I couldn't talk about it there. So it was a weird feeling, because the openings kept going well, and I thought the work the team did, not so much myself, but obviously there were other more key players involved there, was great. And yeah, that the match was so close with that was maybe a hint that he's not in the greatest of shapes. But I don't know Magnus well, but I do know that he's the most competitive guy you will ever
he's
meet, and he will
unbelievably
come back from any of
Of
these
course he
things.
will. Yeah, and all of this, like today, he might just go on an utter rage.
He
and
won't
just,
be happy, but he will transform it. He's like Michael Jordan. He
Yeah,
will
yeah.
transform it into motivation. So we don't need to worry too much about him. But still,
He'll be
he
just
did
fine.
drop a bunch of rating compared to his peak whenever it was, 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Maybe.
And it's difficult to get that back unless you go on huge tear-ups.
Konar asks, Jan, do you understand Danish? I understand Danish better than Norwegian, actually. It's the same words, just pronounced very differently, but Danish is pronounced closer to German, so I understand a bit. Pramod NVS is asking, were you behind the college system? Yeah, the collar is my area of
you.
expertise.
That was definitely you, buddy. I was surprised it wasn't the Trump game one. I mean, did you show him my series for Chess 24 as prep or?
I can't go into details there.
That would be hilarious. Will you tell me off air?
I'll tell you off air.
Tell me off air.
But the answer is no.
Okay.
Neuromancer says, I love the photo of 8-year-old Fabi playing chess with Bruce
Yes.
Pandolfini.
Yes, I was there for that. We did the
No,
shoot.
you weren't.
Not the 8-year-old one, the one that he repeated, because he did. You saw that, right, where he reenacted that. That was great. By the way, shout out to Bruce Pandolfini. He's not watching, but one of the nicest, most affable, and genuinely brilliant people I've had the pleasure of meeting in chess. Just unbelievable person.
Right.
Bruce. Great book, Chess Traps and Zaps as well. That's where I got all my chess culture from, you know.
Not surprised to hear that. No offense, Mr. Pandolfini.
Yeah. Scotch Gambit and that kind of stuff.
Well,
we have
what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I did crush Fabi when he was like 11 in the Marshall Chess Club in one of these rapid tournaments.
Okay.
Those were good times.
Yeah.
He played the Grunfeld. Crushed him.
Okay.
I still remember most of the game. Well, he was a nice kid back then.
He still is.
True that. And anyway, this is apparently now a draw in Elyanov against Radek Wojtaszek after rook takes d5, let's say c7 or b7 or any 7. Queen e5 check, and we've shown this line earlier. White cannot and should not try to escape this perpetual, because if you try to run away, you will probably get mated. Rook d1, queen d1 is the way to do it. And king h2, rook h5,
Yeah.
king f2, something on d2 will be bad news.
Yeah.
Okay, here you can stop calculating, because you know this is not going to end well. Worst case scenario, we take all these pawns. Well, this is checkmate. Rumors say Magnus kept hoping Sergei will play the French so he can unleash Lawrence Trent's Tarash. Is he a premium member though? That's a fair question. But Grandmasters do get free premium membership. And yeah, I'm very proud of crushing 11-year-old Fabi. But I also crushed 16-year-old Fabi, which was already much tougher, because then he was already a 2600 player. Maybe he was 15. I don't know. I had good experiences against very young Fabi, slightly older Fabi. Slightly worse
Yeah,
experiences.
it's tricky, yeah.
P91234 is asking who will cover Gibraltar, spelled differently, for Chess 24. I do believe that we will embed the official broadcast, which is done by Simon Williams and Joanka Hauska, I think, but I'm not 100% certain. Anyway, stay tuned, you'll find out, but that is what I
That's
have
actually
heard.
kicking off in 2 days, and yeah, and while we're commentating on...
Well, we're behind a paywall, no one's watching this, but there's going to be the free Jib show.
Well, yes, we can also check in on a few Jib games during
For
the
sure.
break, can't we? Yeah. There'll be, you know, we've got MVL, Fabi, Hikaru, our boy Peter Svidler. We've got to give a shout out to Peter.
The Svidster.
The Svidster.
JKH1 is asking, has Lawrence considered becoming a life coach? Chessa.
That's Jeremy Hodgson. Shout out to Jeremy Hodgson, younger brother of Julian Hodgson, and top guy. Yes, I have, Jezza, and you know there's always room in your life as well for me. So hit me up on the telephone.
Pramon NVS, why am I answering so many Pramon questions? How well Levon did you beat, Jan? I don't think I ever beat Levon. I made a bunch of draws and he kicked me out of the World Cup once. So I think, yeah, I'm only at -1, but I don't think I ever beat him. Like, there were a couple of draws. But Levon is not that much younger than me, so it was hard to, like, have this period of dominating him.
Tanya Sachdev is there. I assume she will commentate or do the post-match. Yeah, she's going to be doing some of the official
Don't they do
interviewing and that kind of stuff. She'll be busy with the crew there. She does a good job. Lukey's finding the best moves.
Of course he is. Lukey's actually very, I'm not sure if underrated, but he's a very strong endgame player.
Yes.
He has his issues with modern theory and sometimes calculating and all that, but in the endgame, not a lot of stronger players than Luke Van Willy. And Rook C2, yeah.
This
Many
is
questions
just,
being asked. This is a nice
no,
little idea, by the way. Too.
Oh, that's really... That just ends the game, yes. Yeah, but that's not even going to happen. Lawrence, did you enjoy your trip to India? I did. Yeah, I did. Thanks very much. It was a fantastic experience commentating for the World Championship Finals. King Luke. Lawrence, will you make Banter Blitz shows on Chess 24? Stay tuned. That is definitely a possibility very, very soon. So stay tuned for that.
Jesus.
Give Jan a
Bishop
rest.
e3. Oh yeah, I love to rest. Bishop e3 played a6 b5 is what he wants. How
Yeah.
do we win
So
here
check.
again? And then was
Check. And Bishop d4?
Czech Republic.
What's
Oh,
wrong
okay,
with,
King d5.
What's wrong with Bishop d4 here? Like cutting the bishop?
Here?
Yeah.
Oh, it's so tricky. It takes rook
And
e8.
rook
Yeah.
e8 check is winning.
Oh, maybe it's not winning. Who knows? It looks winning. Computer says this is not so easy because Brian the b pawn supported by the king.
And what if I play rook takes d4? After bishop d4, rook takes d4?
Yeah.
Just governing the a pawn and cutting.
That's probably
the king?
very strong. Yeah.
Yeah, this is just hopeless.
Duncan Burbage 7 is asking, when did you guys realize you were not going to be world champions?
I haven't realised that yet.
It's not really... The
Sorry,
question implies that I was thinking I was going to be world champion, and then at some point things changed. Like, nothing in my mind has ever changed regarding my world champion chances.
I've still not
So
made
never.
that. I've still not made that realization, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Me neither. Luke has played a6,
Yeah, I think
fixing the a7 pawn.
I think Lukey's going to win this. Jan is having a horrible time. Well,
Yeah, not a great tournament for
not easy,
Nepomniachtchi.
not easy at all. No.
What's his score before this? He has a very bad score. I know that much. He had 2.5 out of 7, which for 2-7-67, of course, he had
Yeah.
different goals in this event.
If he loses this, he'll be shedding
Yeah, Luke is almost catching him.
20 rating points.
For sure. Where is it? I'm so slow changing these cartoons. And I never learn. That's another problem. Here it is, but it's all way down there. Here we are. b5 played, and yeah, I liked your solution.
Yeah, I mean,
Check,
this is
check, and bishop,
bishop
d4.
d4 is just blocking everything. And if rook d1 important, you've got rook e8 check. King d7, you can take on e3, take on d4.
Yeah, paused because here I wasn't completely sure what was happening.
Rook e7.
That's probably
Oh, is
still-
that a bungle? Rook f7. Ooh.
I don't know.
Still some technical difficulties.
Yeah.
I think he's going to go rook c8, rook d8, and bishop d4. No question in my mind.
Apparently bishop c3 is more precise
Bishop
here.
c3, that's a bit hard to find.
Forcing the rook to e2, because if you go somewhere else then this just
Yeah.
wins.
And if bishop d4.
Now you do this. And
It's the same
there's no
thing.
rook d2, for example, because here rook
Yeah.
e8, king d7, you take
Bishop
with a
e8.
bishop. And you
That's
just win a
quite
piece.
deep, isn't it? Yeah.
It's a bit complicated, but
Yeah,
not
that's
impossible.
that's not impossible to find. Yeah. What's the chat saying?
Chat is asking, Jan, have you played in Gibraltar? Yeah, I almost won in 2010. I won on tie breaks, but then lost in the playoff, if that makes sense. And I believe I played one more year, 2012, 13 maybe, where I can't even remember, so probably wasn't great. I think, yeah. Broke even with rating, but didn't do anything special. But in 2010, I had a very good Gibraltar.
Those were the days, huh?
Good old days. I was still young and full of energy. That's a
2000.
lie. I had zero energy in 2010. But yeah, I had a good tournament there.
Yeah.
Fisher Fan 26. That's already a great username. We are used to see Magnus at number 1. No, now we need to scroll down to see his name in the charts. Yeah, sorry. Konar is asking every 2 minutes what I think of EastEnders. I've never heard of it. Sorry, Konar.
It's an English soap. It's been running for many years about a soap in a working class area of East London.
Hang on, Lukey didn't play rook d8. He played rook b2.
Strong.
Not sure.
Hell is that? Maybe it's still good.
So EastEnders is about the Eastern boys and the Western girls?
Right, precisely. Did we blow up America by accident? Surely not.
Did you declare war on Donald Trump America one day after his inauguration?
What do you think the odds are of Donald Trump lasting 1 year in office?
Pramod misspelling my name. Pramod, as if there wasn't enough tension between us. Now you misspell my name after you're here for every show where my name is written on the screen. That's very disappointing, Pramod.
Arsenal beat Burnley.
Anyway, did you blow up America or not?
Apparently not. So it's not on. It's not on BBC News. But then again, you can't trust BBC News.
Is the world literally exploding while we're doing the show?
Right.
Are we just trapped in the studio and there's nothing left outside?
Right.
Is this like an I Am Legend? Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Situation? I don't like this. The thought of the two of us being the last survivors on Earth.
I don't mind it.
I don't know. But will we still have technology? Do we still have the internet? Can I still watch TV shows?
Yeah, sure. You can watch.
Because I'm really worried if you take away all my technology. It's just the two of us. Also the food stuff. Like,
I'll cook.
where do we get food? Do we have to
Edeka.
plant? Edeka is still running? It's like Zombieland. It's everything's still there. There's just no people anymore.
Like
that I'm
Shaun
fine
of
with.
the Dead.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'll go to Edeka. There are just a few zombies around. I'll
That's
beat
all right,
them off
yeah.
when I go to the supermarket. And
Zombieland, by the way, one of the best movies of all time.
Right.
The Bill Murray scene is timeless.
Right.
But yeah, no, I think we'd be all right then. We shouldn't talk too much.
No, we won't. We'll have
But,
separate rooms.
yeah, we have separate rooms and Netflix, internet. The problem is the internet. Okay, we need to deal with old internet because no one's going to be updating it, right?
That's fine.
Yeah, there's enough stuff
There's
on there,
so
right?
much stuff already on there.
There's
Honestly,
many
if the
pages
world-
where
if
it's
the
very
world
hard to
stopped-
watch all the videos.
If the world stopped today, it wouldn't make a blind bit of difference.
We have enough content, right?
There's so much content.
Yeah,
We could even
I
do
can
that.
watch Westworld and read old reviews. Like, I don't need new stuff.
I don't need new stuff.
It's true. Where will we do Banter Blitz though if no one's watching? And there would be no one to play against, so that would be a bummer.
That's true.
But nah, I still wouldn't mind. And again, yeah, you might have at some point after a couple of years of just you and me, you might start having these existential questions like, what's the point of it all, right?
Nah.
Maybe not. Maybe though. I could be Will Smith and Lawrence could be the dog. Nah, that's just wrong. I can't remember this I Am Legend movie. It's just Will Smith. No, there were other people in it, right? I can't
I never
remember what
watched
happened.
it. I watched, what was the latest Will Smith movie? Searching for...
Columbine?
No, what is it? The one... Happiness.
That's not the latest movie. It's like 20 years old. The Pursuit of Happiness.
Yeah, The Pursuit. That's the latest one I've seen.
Okay. I haven't seen
Is
it.
it any good?
I haven't
I
seen
didn't
it.
particularly like it.
I'm not a big fan of
Will Smith?
post Fresh Prince Will Smith.
Right. King D7 Rook B5 on the board.
Still looks horribly unpleasant for black, but apparently it's not too terrible. Well, this bishop does a good job of guarding this guy, but if ever there is a spanner in the works breaking this connection, that will be huge trouble. Was that an English sentence though?
Nearly.
Almost, yeah. I almost made it.
Like even here, like let's say black plays a move, like bishop f2. Can I just go bishop d4 here?
Yeah, that's a great move.
And then I'm just looking at this particular
This
position.
is game. The king is cut off.
And the king's cut and you can't defend here. So I think bishop d4 is a legit threat here. So bishop f2, bishop d4. So you have to defend against that. But there's also like if you go rook here, maybe I can sneak around like this.
Yeah,
I think
a
this
lot
is
of
practically
problems.
just really tricky
I agree.
for black to play. Really, really unpleasant. And even you can even put your king on a8 sometimes to put the rook on b7. It's the king's quite safe on a8, so just got to be careful. But even if you lose this guy, it doesn't really. It can matter.
These pawns are very slow. You need to get h4 and g5 and then get the f pawn rolling.
Yeah.
Normally, in the meantime, the a pawn will have queen.
In the in the Elyanov Wojciech, we've had this position on the board for a
Pavel
while.
sitting there looking for a win, which does not exist. Poor Pavel.
Yeah.
Now, eventually, he's gonna push one of these pawns, and it will be the line, which we have mentioned at great length. Draw.
Yeah, I agree. It's going to be a draw.
Question from Zero Lemat. Guys, who would you consider to be a good coach for an 1800 grown-ass wanting to improve? Lawrence Trent.
Absolutely. Get in touch. You got my deets. Absolutely. Rates are competitive. They're not that competitive. I charge a fortune, but you are getting the best. I'm only joking. They are competitive. Hit me up. Norris, what do you think about the death of Gabe the dog? I don't even know Gabe the dog.
Who's Gabe the dog?
Don't know who that is.
I have a feeling this is some very dangerous rabbit hole, but I'm willing to go down there anyway.
No, it's a dog.
Ah, of course. Gabe the dog. I don't know what or who that is. A YouTube star?
Don't know.
I'm really not that deeply immersed into these common internet memes. I'm pretty weak in all this stuff.
Yeah,
Peter Svidler was much more in tune with cultural developments there.
King e6.
King e6, can I go bishop b8?
And then rook d7.
Rook d7 is his point.
No, it's not. King c6.
Oh, it's all too complicated. Well, but yeah, white pieces are still doing nasty
fantastic
things.
stuff.
It's a nice
I would go bishop b8 here, no question.
No questions asked.
He wants to go f6, does he? And
Bishop b8 has been played.
Yeah, of course he's gone bishop b8. What else?
f6, bishop a7, rook d7 is a case in point.
Yes,
f6 blitzed out. Yeah, Jan has found his...
Is he going to hold now?
Looks like. It's always nice to get rid of a couple pawns if you're the defending side, because you have to win only here.
Could we get rook and bishop versus rook?
Not even sure how you get that.
Well, maybe after h5.
Yeah, let's say takes. Check.
Yeah, I wanted to go king a8.
a8, and I guess we wait here. Oh, this looks nice.
Yeah, it's
like
a draw.
Pretty tight formation.
Yeah. Draw.
Draf. That'd be a pity for
Yeah, it might just
Luke
be a
and
draw.
Luke's out there. Because,
Yeah.
Well, the way the game went, he can be happy with a draw, but he clearly got a chance after
more
overpressed.
than a chance.
Somewhere around here, rookie one was a blunder.
Yeah. He missed a few wins here for sure.
Yeah, he played well up until here, but there's rook c8, king d7, rook d8, king e6.
Yeah, bishop d4.
There's bishop d4 or bishop c3,
Yeah,
stronger.
yeah.
Was not impossible to spot, at least.
Yeah.
He probably thought what he did was also very strong, but now it seems like Nepomniachtchi should hold.
I think you have to go GF here, but anyway.
People missed you. There's a lot of demand for Lawrence Trent activities on Chess24. We'll discuss all these things off the air. Or maybe on the air. We'll discuss them eventually. Always happy to have Lawrence around here. Is this Gabe the dog once again?
Yeah.
Is the chat on an infinite loop? Maybe it did happen that the rest of the civilization has died out and they only gave us this chat that updates every 5 minutes.
Yeah.
The same thing. See? The death of Gabe the dog.
Don't know, Gabe, the dog.
Never met him. I met Poochie, the dog. Did not like his work.
Yeah.
Did you ever own a dog?
No, or a cat. Never.
Do you hate all animals?
No, I love animals.
Do animals hate you?
Yes.
Understood.
What about you? You had some cats, no?
My family had cats and dogs, but
Right.
I'm a modern times nerd, so I'm allergic to everything.
Everything, right.
Cats,
right.
dogs, peanuts,
Yeah.
humans, you name
Me
it.
too.
I'm allergic.
Are you?
Cats especially.
Oh, okay.
The other things aren't too bad, but cats I'm quite allergic
Okay.
to. Peanuts, no, I love peanuts.
Peanut.
Do you enjoy peanuts?
I'm a big fan.
Big fan
Not
of
my
peanuts.
favourite kind of nuts, but
What are your favorite nuts?
walnuts.
Walnuts? I believe the English word is walnut.
Right, I didn't know that.
No, that's what
I just know them as walnuts.
Fair enough. Yeah, what is your favorite Simpsons episode? I don't know. I do enjoy what's it called? Cape Fear with an E, where Sideshow Bob is stalking Bart and almost kills him, but then he steps on all these ladders. Not all. You know which one I mean. Cape Fear is a classic. March Against the Monorail is a classic. That's the only ones I've ever seen.
No, wasn't really a big Simpsons guy either.
Cape
Lawrence,
Fear.
please make a QGD video. C24 needs one. Yeah,
No big expert.
I'm your resident Queen's Gambit client.
Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh.
Yeah, I think there are better people to do a Queen's Gambit declined video. For example, Jan Gustafsson. But that's funny, Breaker. That is good stuff.
The adjectival form of Lauren's name is Tridentine. What are we talking about? Tridentine? I'm
Thanks.
confused.
Thanks for that. I didn't know that.
Pulp Fiction Simpsons.
Yeah, we might just get a couple of draws now. So
Looks like everything will end peacefully.
what did he do? Rook b3, bishop g1. Yeah. Nothing really to say. He's just not managed to take advantage of.
Pavel, with a heavy heart, has finally played c7.
Yeah.
And he's gonna have spotted that there's just nothing to be done here. Rook g3, or king h1, queen a1. Draw!
Yeah.
The cool guy. Jan, why do you think that the King's Indian is a terrible opening? I don't think that. It doesn't match my style because you do get a positionally suspect position which you have to justify by very active play. And I wouldn't be surprised if objectively one day when chess is solved it would turn out that it's bad. But practically it's an excellent opening. And I do not think that at all. It's just not for me.
It is an excellent opening, and if you want to know why that is, check out my score in the King's Indian against strong opposition. You'll
What is it? Is it terrible?
probably 5%.
Okay.
Check out my score in King's Indians against anybody over 2600. I've probably got like 1 out of 15 or something like that.
Chess Chipmunk. Jan, please do a video series on the orangutan.
Why would he do
I
it?
don't like to
He does
discuss
a video-
politics on Chess24.
He does a video series on the orangutan every time he makes a video series. That wasn't. Sorry.
I thought my line was better.
Why can't these guys draw us so we can? Yes, no. Was there an anti-Trump march yesterday? Yes, there was.
At the tournament?
At the
Vike?
Not at the tournament. I can't imagine Magnus going out there with his. Yeah. Whatever. Yeah. So gonna end in 2 draws, basically, guys. In this one, there really is nothing to be done. I mean, you can try like rook c5.
Nah, you don't want to mess with these pawns. You do? You don't want to mess with them? Do you really want to mess with me.
And the point is, if you take here, you're going to
Queen of 8
lose.
is a bit of a move.
This is winning. And if you take first, and take here, b8, queen. That's cute, no?
Not that cute.
No?
Queen takes c7 was pretty strong too.
Yes. Both winning. So, yeah, there's just no way this can't end in a draw. By force, it ends in a draw. Even if
It all ends.
And this one here is also going to be a draw, it seems.
Yeah, material is too reduced, and Luke, he didn't manage to capture this pawn.
No.
Well, now it's always going to be defended by tactical means. Should be a draw. What else is going on? Jan, why isn't there a good book on the black side of Nimzo Indian in the GM series? I just did a video series on the black side of Nimzo Indian, which, in my very objective and very modest opinion, is excellent. So you might want to check that out. I'm guessing there's even an ebook out there. I still have to make a structure joke. Yeah,
Yeah, you do. Yeah.
Nah, I got nothing.
Think about that one when you're at home.
Yeah, I'll spend all night on it. P9 1 2 3 4 5 says, but Fischer often played it. How does that contradict my statement that it's not an opening for me? And also, we're in the year 2017. Can we move on from Fischer and Kasparov played the King's Indian, so that's the only legal opening? What do all these guys play? Yeah. Anyway, it's a good opening. Play it if it gives you good results. Pramod, nah, not going there, Pramod. What else do we have? For the late arrivals, recap the Magnus game, please. Let's do it. Actually, why not? Fair enough. Even though, what have you been doing all day? And don't tell me working, because it's a Sunday.
Yeah.
So, Richard Rapport, to Magnus's, I'm sure, great disappointment, played more solidly than he normally does. He likes to start with 1b3, but that allows e5. Today, he just chose a reasonably normal setup. It's got a known rate. Magnus also chose a solid setup against it. Queen b1 might look funny, but it has a sound idea. Bishop c3, queen b2. And also preparing b4. We weren't such big fans of b4, but the point here is that if black grabs this pawn, which Magnus did, to my surprise, frankly, white immediately gets it back on b7, and only white can be better in this somewhat simplified position. His bishop is sort of out of play. c6, a bit of a weakness, so black has to be careful here. Magnus pushed e5, which is fine after d4 takes. Also fine, c5, knight b3. So far, so good. Computer gives this as the best option here, but white has zero problems after knight e3. So Magnus decided to go for something more complicated with d4, bishop h3, good move. And here, after a long thought, he played d3, which, according to computers, is a pretty bad move. And the eye test sort of confirms that, right? After e3, you're not surprised white is better. Pieces are strange. White has everything under control. c5 is weak. Magnus went down surprisingly quickly from here. It's not a pleasant position to play, but he is the world champion. Knight e5, bishop g2, just covering this. And preparing to slowly but surely expand. After rook c8, Rapport expanded much more quickly. Carlsen sacrificed a piece, but it was never enough, and Rapport wrapped up very officially. Rook b6, if takes, queen takes e5, queen c7, runs into rook c6, followed by rook c8. Well, after queen e7, rook b8, knight e8, bishop c6. Not the only way to win, but the most efficient one. Black has to resign because you can't stop rook takes e8. Winning the queen, and white emerges a piece up. So yeah, not a great game for Magnus Carlsen. Good victory for Richard Rapport. That means Magnus is now 1 point behind Wesley So in the standings because Wesley played a very efficient draw with 22 moves with black. He got a very nice position and offered a draw, which Kayakin accepted. In unrelated news, Levon Aronian played a nice game against Anish Giri, sacrificed an exchange out of the opening and got overwhelming compensation. I have a feeling Anish underestimated this a little bit. He never really managed to get his pieces going. Was just crushed by Levon, with the bishop on d6 especially, dominating most of the black army. This is not the end of the game, but Anish never made it out of there alive. Adiban continues his streak, 3.5 out of 4 now, by defeating Andreikin in a nice game. Hare Krishna Wei Yi. We've ignored all the way and we're gonna keep ignoring it. It ended in a draw. That leaves us with the 2 games still going. Elyanov Wojtaszek and Van Vele Nepomniachtchi that should both end peacefully. I'm done.
Yeah. Okay. Should we say our goodbyes now, or?
Oh no, I meant I was done with the monologue.
Oh, with the wrap up? Right.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Draw. Elyanov Wojtaszek has ended in a draw after rook g3, rook takes g3, queen takes g3, queen h5 check, queen h3, queen e5 check, and queen g3. There's nothing to be done.
Nothing to do. G3 would be playing with fire. Not just with fire. Would be lighting yourself on fire.
Not playing with the fire almond, though. Yeah, mate.
How do we finally mate? This is mate.
Yeah.
So yeah, very interesting game.
Yeah.
Elyanov Wojtaszek. Elyanov will probably be the slightly unhappier party because objectively he was in the driver's seat for most of it. Missed some chances, but messy game.
Great game, actually.
Yep.
Really good game.
That leaves us with Mr. Van Vele, and I'm not sure how long Luke will continue his search for a non-existing win here. And yeah, Lev Aronian played a very nice game today. Smuts points out Lev on fire today. He did indeed, after he played a horrible game yesterday. Felt like this was a question of honor to come back, and he certainly
Pride
did.
and honor, yeah.
Pride and
So
prejudice.
we're left with Lukey. Yeah.
What are Manana's pairings?
Mañana. Well, there is no game mañana.
That's fair. Day after Manana.
We've got So Aronian, big game.
Oh.
Wojtaszek, Karjakin, Andreikin, Elyanov, Vei against Adiban, Nepomniachtchi, Hare Krishna and Carlsen. Lukey boy.
There must be one more here. Ugh, whatever. You guys can more or less see. And yeah, Geary Rapport.
Geary Rapport.
Geary Rapport. Rapport should be an ideal opponent for Geary on paper. Geary well prepared, very tight, very classical. Well, Rapport sometimes takes some liberties, but he defeated Magnus Carlsen today. Magnus won't be happy with how events went ever since he missed that rook c8 check yesterday.
Yeah.
As for the standings, let's bring up the standings as well, even though I'm aware the one game between the 2 tail enders is still going. What is this? What have I done? No.
What did you do?
The
standings.
I'm doing some design magic here, as people are accustomed to. I'm the chief designer at Chess.
You are the chief designer, yeah.
The chief designer for sure. I don't even charge for all this design magic. Here we are. Wesley So, 5.5 points.
Yeah.
Pavel Elyanov, 5 points. Wei Yi, 5 points.
Wow.
Quietly
sneaking up there.
hanging out there. Adiban and Aronian and Kayaki now all tied with Magnus Carlsen on 4.5 out of 8. Magnus Carlsen will not be happy with that series of unfortunate events. Harry hanging out in the middle of the pack, just as Anish Giri after today's loss. Andreikin, yeah, solid. Wojtaszek won't be too thrilled, especially with his loss yesterday to Adiban. Rapport is all over the place, as we've seen today. And Nepomniachtchi and Van Vele still battling it out. Will so far both be extremely disappointed with their tournament. Are you still weighing your odds for Magnus versus Wesley So?
What, you want to take the evens bet?
I don't care, actually. I'm not a gambling man. This game is officially over, yeah?
Yeah, this is officially over.
And this is officially drawish. What I think we should do is go on another break
Yes.
because I need more coffee.
Yes.
Then we'll come back, evaluate the situation over here, take some more excellent viewer questions, and see what happens after that. Thank you guys so much for watching, for sticking with us. We'll be back in a bunch of minutes. Or not. No, we probably will. Bye. Welcome back, everybody, to a very exciting endgame between the two tail enders of the tournament. Drawn position in the game, Van Vili, Nepomniachtchi. But we are hoping that they will play on all night, because who's got lives to live? Certainly not us. I wish I was joking. What can we tell you about this position that you don't already know? Probably many things, because you're horrible players. But so are we. And I don't have anything constructive to say. I'm being joined by Lawrence Trent, International Master. Ask him anything, and he might or might not answer.
I mean, the problem is that even if white wins this pawn, somehow, more likely than not, black will be able to give up his bishop for this pawn, and it will be rook and bishop versus rook. In the absolute worst case scenario for black.
I can't imagine that scenario
It's
at all.
not even happening.
White winning that pawn and then black giving up the bishop.
Well, okay, so...
Show me.
This move. Check, and now I don't know, here or something. Here, and then we just play some moves like this. Check. Here. Here. Takes. Yeah.
Ah, now we're getting this construction.
And
right.
yeah.
Fair enough.
So let me play a bad move. Assume that's terrible. Yeah, that's a really bad move. But I want to illustrate it, so I need to. Let me try and just do this. And now here.
Now you lost.
Yeah, and now this kind of ending is just very easy. Bishop anywhere. Check is good.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
So there are, if Jan plays like a 4-year-old who's never played chess before, he could still lose. But in the real world, he shouldn't lose. That said, there are a few tricky move ordery things, like this move here, check. You don't really want to put the king on the 7th, because that runs into rook b7 check. So let's say, and king f5 is definitely a bad move, because of bishop d4 check. And then we take that and that. So after bishop e5 check, you have only got one move, king e6. And now bishop b8, rook d7 check, king c6. These positions looks it, but this is where you can see ghosts actually, because there's rook e5 check, and you probably have to come back. There are all kinds of blunders here as well. Even the move rook e7, you'd have to be. I understand now. Rook e7. So this is a draw. So check, takes, and this is the idea. And takes.
It's always a key idea with the pawn already on a6. Sometimes you can lock the king in.
Right. And here, and if here. This is
Only move.
Only move h5. And you gotta take it. I'm trying to think of configurations where you don't have to take it, but you do. You're always too slow.
That's the take.
And that's what we call stalemate.
Ladies and gentlemen, some questions in the chat. The cool guy, are both you in a relationship right now? Both of you?
With each other?
Yes,
or?
But not with each other,
Okay.
I think.
Yes.
Are we?
Yeah, I think we're both in relation. Yeah, we got really lucky actually, both Jan and I. Jan got very lucky because by default, anybody who is with Jan is very unlucky, and Jan is very lucky.
It's very hurtful.
It's hurtful. It's kind of sorry, buddy. Jan is a dad now, and I even met Nelly for the first time a couple of nights ago.
She's still crying.
She's still crying. She did cry a lot while I was there, which was, yeah.
First time we ever heard her cry.
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah. What do these children do? And I haven't got any children yet, but that I know of. So there's a chance there are some floating around in
Where?
Latin America or maybe
Tata Steel Challengers Group. Is that a question? That's not technically a question, right?
that's just
just name
3
drop.
words. Yeah.
Speaking of Tata Steel Challengers Group, Sopiko Guramishvili drew a game today. Normally the point distribution in the Giri household has been different, with Anish drawing and Sopiko losing. Today it's been the other way around. Interesting fighting game between Sopiko and Jorn. Fun for raced. Gwaine Jones, your boy, drew Erwin Lamy. Lu Shanglei drew Jeffrey Zhong. A lot of draws today. Niels Grandelius drew Eric Hansen. Ilya Smirin drew Marcus Ragger. And Ariantari drew Benji Bok, which means the only winner of the day was my boy, Vladimir Dobrov, whom I've never met, but I look forward to meeting him, who defeated Lei Ting Jie.
Yeah. Is Andrakin's D4 knight 6, C4 knight 3, A6 any good? Yeah. Watch out for Jan's opening clinic on that. I'm sure he'd love to discuss it.
We've discussed it plenty during the show. It's not bad, but it's playable.
Yeah.
Fatal say I've played it a lot. Magnus Carlsen also likes all kinds of A6s. It's not as bad as it looks, which is often a good thing.
Okay. All right. Any chances of getting French on Chess24? Good question. Is French
Unlikely.
We are in Germany, ladies and gentlemen, so that's a very high, it's a very big ask to ask a German team to do some French.
No, it's not about that, but hard enough to provide enough content in 3 languages. I'm not sure we're ready to expand.
I think French.
4th one. We're waiting for Lawrence Trent to learn French.
Yeah. Bien sûr.
Je ne comprends rien. What else is there to say? There's literally nothing left to say. Are you the biggest misuser of literally in the history of the word?
I literally am, yes. Let's stick with the only remaining game because there's really...
You've developed a morbid fascination with that endgame all of a sudden.
I really haven't. Well, let's just check out the times. Oh, they haven't got that much time left.
They get more after move 60.
How much did they get?
Not sure if they got it
Oh
already.
no, they've got more already, haven't they?
Yeah, it's hours. I don't know. I don't know how these things work. Looks like Nepomniachtchi has more than an hour, so he really hasn't spent any time thinking in this game.
Nepomniachtchi has got more than an
Luke
hour.
is down to
Move
12
60.
minutes.
15 minutes for
something.
the game. So, yeah, we could legitimately be here for like another 20 years.
Yeah, that's unlikely though. Do you mean literally for another 20 years?
Yeah.
I struggle pronouncing literally. Like it is literally, right? But
Yeah,
I say
but you
literally.
can get away with literally. It's kind of the lazy way of
Literally,
saying it.
He axed me.
Adiban versus Wei Yi is an interesting game. That is an interesting game, and that's a game that Wei Yi will be thinking, even though Adiban's playing well, he's very beatable. And what about Wei Yi to win the tournament? Little win here, little win there, a few draws with his Petrov. Huge result, that would be.
Some bishop g5 Naidorov, some Petrovs.
Yeah.
There you go.
Absolutely. What else we got in chat? Keep us entertained, because this ain't keeping us entertained. This is pretty drawish. How many moves will Luke survive against Magnus on his on Tuesday?
It's a common misconception in chess that class is expressed by number of moves. Luke is a big outsider, but Magnus is not exactly the type of player that will defeat you in 16 moves.
Right.
If you want someone to win a game quickly, you'd rather have a Wei Yi, bishop g5, Sicilian. But Magnus is a favorite to win the game in 89 moves, if he has to make 89.
Okay, so we have some moves here. Let's put it on the board, as the Germans like to...
What exactly are you trying to do?
So we've had moves, but it's not come through on our...
Oh, we don't get updates?
Yeah.
Is auto-update unchecked or no?
it's on.
Are we having problems?
We're having problems. That's okay. We can do it manually. Unless it's done it. No, we got business. Okay, so bishop e3, bishop c7, rook d3. He gave a check, as we thought. Bishop e6. He now dropped back. King came to f6. He now put the bishop on c7. King came to e6, and he went to bishop e8. So he triangulated.
Very deep.
Very, very deep. King f6, and then he went for the double triangulation.
Double whammy.
The double triangulation reverse psychology double whammy. After which check, and came back. Okay. Bishop f2, bishop e8. Okay, lovely stuff.
They're just moving around, right? There's no
There's
real
just-
triangulations or Zugzwangs anyway.
There's nothing going on here. Rook d7 check. King c6, rook d3, bishop e8. They've literally...
Can we claim a threefold repetition at some point? King b7, rook d3. I have a feeling we've seen this position a lot.
Let's see.
Maybe not.
With the bishop on b8, hold on. Try 55. Yeah, that's one.
Here's one.
59.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh no, the bishop's on f2. Sad. Probably isn't.
I
Should
can't
be.
count. Anyway, it doesn't look like either side is making lots of or them a progressor. So it should end peacefully soon. Unless Luke can come up with a new idea here to pose problems. And I don't see it.
No.
I'm not looking for it either, but I don't see it either. King b7 is back on the board.
And if rook d3 now?
Well, that's what's going to happen.
That might be a draw.
Rook d3 has been played. It feels
Feels like threefold.
threefold repetition.
Yeah. Great. What are you going to eat tonight, Jan? Do you know what's on the dinner menu for you?
The problem with these broadcasts, you never know
very
when you're
difficult.
coming home, right? So
Yeah.
it's, I don't know.
But
We'll
it kind of
probably
takes
do
you
it.
like half an hour to get home, so that's enough time to text the missus and say, look, you've got half an hour. Yeah.
It's not always how it works, but yeah, I don't know. Depending on when I'll be home, there might be food, there might be no food, I might have to order.
Oh, you might order in tonight?
I think we have stuff from the in the fridge.
Yeah.
Yes, you know,
Yeah.
I'm good at surviving, not necessarily at cooking, but I'll eat something.
Right.
Not sure.
That's wonderful, really.
It's beautiful, right?
Yeah, marvellous, wonderful, beautiful,
Yeah.
magical.
So what are you gonna eat?
I don't know, actually. I rather mistakenly told my other half that I'll probably be home in an hour, and then Lukey plays rook b1, and yeah, that's bad news for...
Why would you assume to be home in an hour?
Well, because I live 10 minutes from here, and
Okay.
I thought a 50-minute, you know, but that might have been very optimistic.
Might have been. Bike boy, what's the most important success factor in tournaments like this? Perhaps stamina, consistency, sleep, confidence.
All of the above.
All of the above. Chess strength is also very important.
Yeah.
Making better moves than the opposition consistently. I would say that is probably the most important skill out there. Maharishi 3. Jan is so famous, he should take a limousine home. Unfortunately, even with my amazing fame levels, they don't provide you with limousines. And
Right.
I feel it would be misuse of money to take a limousine home. Do you think that's a good idea to take limousines?
Absolutely, yeah. I think you should take a limousine.
Have you taken many limousines in
I
Vegas?
yeah, I have.
figure you're actually the limousine type.
I've done a few
I'm not
limousines in
surprised.
Vegas.
I've
The
done
ones
one or
with
two
poles
myself.
in them as well.
Yeah.
Done a few of those.
Mm.
Weren't the most cost-effective ways of travelling
Yeah, it's
for
a
2
very
miles, but
great mode of transportation.
it's good fun.
The cool guy is saying stamina in combination with prep. Yeah, I'm still going with chest strength.
Nah.
Anyway, are we Are we done here? We're not done?
Not
Rook
done.
B1, Looky boy? Hoping for pin?
The old Rook F1, huh?
Yeah. I actually don't blame Luke for playing on here. He's the one with the winning chances. Black has to be very careful not to miss any tricks with this construction.
Rook D2 played.
Rook D2. And King A8. There you go.
Ah.
Questions?
Question. Is he bungling it?
No, it's not so easy. It's so easy. Everybody's trying to please me.
That can lose. That one loses. But if he goes, is the point that that you pin and win?
The point is you go here, threatening Rook C6 check.
Yeah,
and you can't take because now White is
Bishop
the
G3.
pinner.
Still a draw.
Probably.
But this really would be
this is your.
No, this is what
your
I'm
dream,
trying,
right?
Yeah, and this is really what we.
We have another 3 hours. If
do
Luke
this.
decides to play, some guys just offer a draw here, but not Luke actually.
No,
I've played this out. I always play this out. I never win, but I always play.
Please don't make that happen. Jan, do people recognise you on the street? I love Galactic. He's been trolling you all day.
He's fantastic.
Even Jan's mother doesn't recognise him on the street.
No way I look like. Actually, believe it or not, the other day I was having a coffee downstairs at Chibo. Some guy walked up to me and said, "Aren't you Jan Gustafsson?
Wow.
I enjoy your work." So yeah, it happens all the time.
At the Chibo
And
directly below
even
the
worse,
office.
even worse. Once I was taking a taxi home in the middle of the night, and the cab driver, I didn't know him, but he was a chess player. He kept berating me about my extremely dull chess style. Kept telling me, "What's the point of it all if you're just gonna make draws?" And I was maybe.
That's
It
brilliant.
was late night. I just wanted to go home. So yeah, it's very hard to be as famous as me.
That's brilliant. The good news with the Lukey Boy game is that Luke's the one with like 15 minutes and not 1 hour, 5 minutes.
Yeah, and
So
Nepo's
like-
been on tilt the whole tournament, so he's just gonna keep blitzing.
Yeah. But King A8 is kind of chances now.
Speaking of recognize, I got a text from Peter Svidler who said that he was recognized by a big fan of his commentary on the Schiphol toilet.
Wow. That's
He's
impressive.
much famouser.
He is much
Yes.
famouser, indeed.
Famouser is the correct
He
term.
really is the correct thing. Yeah. What does John Ludwig Hammer say in the Twitter sphere, which I'm checking?
I don't know. I try to follow Jan Ludwig closely.
Always a font of knowledge and entertainment.
Exactly.
If there is such a thing as sexy chess, Aronian Giri must be the definition of it. That was a pretty good game. I mean,
Jan Ludwig was very turned on by this exchange sacrifice.
yeah,
Right?
it's kind of his.
That's
kind
his definition of sexy.
Yeah, not quite mine. Yeah,
Who am I to argue?
yeah.
It was a nice game. But I'm sure some people would find... What do we have today?
Kayakin so.
Kayaking so much sexier. Nah, but Ilyana Wojciech was a sexy game.
That's real sex.
There were some. Aldebaran also had
No.
some pretty nice maneuvers. Like this knight b1, didn't that turn you on a little bit?
Yeah, loved it. Love my boy,
There
Adi.
you go. The cool guy saying, seeing Jan is indeed a curse. I got a fix for that curse.
Yeah.
Just go away. John Lennon also thought that fame is a curse. Many people don't know that John Lennon is alive. Did you know that?
I did know that. I had a beer with him the other day, actually.
He was dead for like 4 years, but then he decided to come back. He had so many things to do. He's best friends with Ringo. And he drives an, what's it called, RV? Recreational vehicle.
Right, okay.
He lives in America.
Okay.
Drives his RV. He has this dream of jumping his RV over the Rocky Mountains.
Norm MacDonald has just sent a tweet, which might interest you.
Beautiful.
It's not. Orlando nothing at the other end, and GS, that's Golden State, will get the ball for the final shot of the first quarter.
Wow, Norm is commentating NBA now.
He is your idol, right?
He's my idol, and we follow each other on Twitter.
Right.
He acknowledged Peter and me during the World Championship.
I
It
wonder
was the
if-
best day of my life, by far.
I bet Norm doesn't follow me.
Sorry, man.
No, he doesn't follow me. Kind of sucks. So he likes chess, huh?
Just today I was watching Norm MacDonald's on comedians in cars getting coffee with Jerry Seinfeld.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, he's insanely funny.
Okay.
Big hero of mine.
Right.
You know who else is a big hero of mine?
Go on, tell me.
Anish Giri. But today he did not have a good day at the
No,
office.
he didn't. He didn't.
He got crushed by Levan Aronian.
He did. He did. Yeah. Lev played a great exchange sacrifice.
Apus Neanul says, Jan, you're listening way too much to Comedy Bang Bang. I'm listening to every episode, but only once, so I wouldn't say it's way too much. I think it's more or less the right amount. John Lennon does have his own podcast where he's answering listener questions. But yeah, I do enjoy Comedy Bang Bang a great deal. The podcast, not the TV show. Can't watch at these guys. Watch at these guys, I really can't speak English at all.
Oh no!
Is it over?
We're
Are we getting
this-
your dream endgame?
No, he played Rook F1 immediately.
No, this is different. You might still get a draw after King E6. It's gonna be something like this. You know. Yeah, Bishop E6 was a blunder, but
King C6 is...
E6 might win.
Oh,
Hang on.
okay, hold
King
on.
E6 played. Okay, let's think this through.
Well, he's going to take on A7. There is no other reasonable
Well, he
move.
could take here, maybe.
No, he's not doing that. Come on.
Go
No,
off.
you can hold on to that pawn for ages as well. He's not
Can
doing
you?
that. Well, maybe not. But...
See, I'm going mad.
Yeah.
I thought this rook was not hanging. Okay, then you have to go here.
Yeah.
And King F5.
No, I understand. You're mad if you want to go into this.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to. We'll find out though.
No.
So Bishop H4 will be
Yeah, he
the
will do this,
normal
and
move.
then he'll go
King
King B7. Yeah.
And what's going on?
It's somehow a draw, but...
How can you guys like Harmon's Rick and Morty but not his Community? I haven't watched much Community. I've heard it's good, but yeah, Rick and Morty is fantastic. But one day when I have too much time on my hands, I might start watching all of Community too.
Chelsea is still winning 1-0 against Hull, which is obviously more critical than all of this. Bishop A7 played. Bishop F2 will be played. I'm pretty sure about that.
Not a legal move.
Sorry, Bishop H4. And now Lukey will go King B7 because there is no other
question
move.
about it. But this is not easy, right?
Maybe
it is
easy.
What did I do earlier? At some point on the computer said I was winning, but I must have done something. Anyway, it seems like, yeah, this is more straightforward than thought, because white can't really
Can't do anything, just get your
run
check.
away from the checks and keep his
I
A pawn.
wanna run away.
That would
Okay.
mean that
That will be a draw if it
the
happens.
end is near.
Yeah.
Svidler on increments is asking, do you like fish and chips, Lawrence? Because
I
that's
do.
what we associate English people with.
Right. I do like fish and chips. It's not some kind of, you know.
Do you have fish and chips every day?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. Rook b2 check played. Yeah, this will be over soon because bishop b6 would be nice, but bishop d8
It's a problem.
throws a spanner in the works.
Still a draw.
Maybe still a draw, but you don't want to find out normally.
Only 7 and check. What a weird draw. Rook a7 is also perfectly fine.
It doesn't matter. Is this a draw? No, it's probably losing. Yeah, this is not even close.
Yeah.
Here you can't even do nothing.
Yeah. But that won't happen, ladies and gentlemen. Nah, he's going to go King c6, Rook a2, and they're going to shake hands, I think.
Yeah, he's hoping for Rook c2, when Bishop c5 would
would actually
change things, because here we have this.
Right.
But after rook a2, which will probably get blitzed out, the game is...
This is over. So, yeah, fun day. Carlsen obviously losing.
Sunday fun day.
Sunday fun day. Great for the tournament. Not great for Magnus. Wesley continuing just to be very difficult to beat. Levon with a fantastic positional sacrifice and crushing Giri. And my boy Adiban. Fantastic.
Is
stuff.
Adiban your boy now?
Yeah.
I don't think you can just take credit for Adiban after a good run.
I signed him up.
I learned you. I prepared you. I told you what to expect.
Right.
Anyway, Adiban doing well.
Yeah, and then Elyanov versus Wojtaszek was a fantastic fight that ended in a draw. So plenty of great games today. Plenty of great games.
I wish I cared at all about chess to appreciate the beauty of the struggle and of these games, but I don't know. I've lost my appetite for chess games. I need to find it back.
Yeah, maybe you got to start playing a bit more again. You know?
Stop playing even more. Start playing. Maybe.
When is your next game?
The next game, I don't know. I might play Bundesliga at some point.
When in February?
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't found out yet. That's possible. I'll see. There's always Thailand.
That's a long time away, no?
Maybe I need to find another game.
Why don't you just go to the local Hamburg club and play a 1900 for?
I don't know.
On a Tuesday night.
I'm not sure how much joy any potential outcome there would fill me with.
Right.
But yeah, it's a good point. Maybe I need to rejuvenate my relationship with the game.
I know
The
how you
royal
feel. I myself, I don't enjoy playing it anymore. So I like Blitz and Rapid, but long play chess, I just can't do it. Don't know how to do it.
Is that the expert definition, long play chess?
Long play is how we
Okay.
classical or long play. Yeah.
Okay. No, I didn't know.
You can say both. Yeah.
Long form.
Long form. Yeah.
Um,
So are we wrapped up?
No, we're waiting until this is officially over.
Wow. What is there to analyze?
For example, rook b2, king c4, rook a2, rook g1, rook a6, rook g6, followed by rook takes a6.
Bishop f6.
Okay, if you spot that, then we can go home. Or rook g1, g5 maybe, so it's possible.
Always possible. And rook a2 is back on the board. So I think...
You really want to go home, right? We must stay with both of our viewers. Don't you worry, this will end soon. What's happening? Why are you so anxious?
Well, I gave myself the hour, kind of.
Why would you do that? You don't know when it's ending.
Yeah, I know. You know, you've got to think about other people in life.
Yeah, tell them. I have work to do. I don't know when it's going to be over. But I'm hoping that Luke Van Velde will stop his winning attempts. Anyway, if you want to leave, you can leave.
I think
handle it
I
from
will
here.
stay. I will stay. I'm sure that this will be drawn in just a second.
Might already be over.
Might already be over.
You never know.
Refresh.
Refresh. Maharishi's 3 says, time to get in the limousine. Yeah, I hope my driver is still outside. By Easy Rider 27, thank you for watching.
No, thanks
Great show.
everybody for tuning in. Obviously, remember
Absolutely.
there's a rest day tomorrow, so we're not here tomorrow.
Literally
not here. But we will be here again on Tuesday.
Probably.
And Wednesday. And Thursday.
Now Thursday is another rest day.
Yeah, Thursday is another rest day. And
Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
that's it. I'm off on Monday, so that'll be fun.
Well, when you're off on Monday?
Yeah.
You're just thinking, I gotta make it through this week.
No.
One day in a week.
I'll take one day at a time. Anyway.
That's a good approach to
Yeah,
life.
yeah.
Just take it one day at a time.
Yeah.
Live every day as if it was
There
one
is
day.
no tomorrow, and there was no yesterday.
I think there is a tomorrow.
No,
it's
there
Monday.
isn't. No, there isn't a tomorrow. No, there is no tomorrow.
All right, speak for yourself. They repeated a bunch of times here. You might get lucky after rook a2. This could be over.
We're
And
over.
it is. The last move was not king e5. It was rook a2 when the players agreed to a draw. So, Lawrence, would you like to give us an in-detail recap of everything that happened
Sure.
today and before in your life, maybe?
Yes. So, today was a day full of good chess and bad jokes, as I promised at the start of the show.
Did we make any bad jokes?
Yeah, we made some bad jokes.
The show was not really structured. right?
Structure, yeah, exactly. So we had Magnus Carlsen losing to Richard Rappard in their first ever encounter. Magnus was black, but even still, the way he lost was very unlike Magnus, where he self-destructed and lost very, very quickly, which we see Magnus lose from time to time, but we don't see him lose so quickly after making a mistake. But that was obviously a great win for Richard, who has had an up and down tournament, not many surprises there. Then we had Levon Aronian crush Anish Giri with a beautiful idea in the opening, knight a3 on move 8, which is novelty by the looks of things, followed by rook takes c4 on move 13, brilliant sacrifice, and then just a model game by Levon. Just really, just Anish wasn't even close today. Then we had Bhaskaran Adiban, my boy, playing another offbeat opening, showing that you can still get positions against 2730s. Just play a position. We ended up transposing into a closer Sicilian, but it was Adiban who managed to organize his kingside attack very efficiently, it seemed. And then with the move knight b1 on move 18, beautiful little idea. Knight b1, knight d1 as well. Just ready to kick that only active piece in the black position away. Launched a fatal kingside attack and won the game with rook takes f5, rook takes f5, and if bishop takes f5, knight takes f5, followed by knight f6 is curtains. So great win for Adiban. Draw in Hari Krishna, where you literally have no idea what happened. There was the most bizarre game you'll see all tournament. Karyakin, so draw. Wesley had no problems out the opening, and it ended very quickly. Probably one of the most exciting games of the day was Elyanov against Wojtaszek, where all three results were possible for long periods of the game. It looked as though Pavel had fantastic winning chances, missed a very important move, Queen f3, I believe, to seal the deal on about, around here, move 40, Queen f3, stopping those pawns and racing with his own pawns would win. And then finally, we had Luc van Velde, who was on the back foot for most of the game until Jan made some really imprecise moves, allowing Luc's king to walk its way into the black position, and more importantly, get to b7, where it was molesting the a7, b6 pawns. In fact, Luc ended up having close to a winning position, if not winning, at some point, made some inaccuracies, and let Jan off the hook, and Jan defended well to draw. So, is that a good enough summary?
Beautiful.
You happy with
This
that?
might be the best summary that anybody's ever done during today. Thank you guys for watching. Tomorrow is a rest day, but I'm sure there's going to be show action on Chess24 here. We will see you again on
Tuesday, 1:30. See you later.
Bye-bye.
Bye.